Chapter 651 Lighting the Torch. VS let Ketty stew for a time after he set her straight about her lack of drive and ambition. How could a mech designer ever achieve greater heights if their fires weren't lit? A passionless mech designer was as useful as a bot and possessed the imagination of a rock. VS encountered many of these zombie-like mech designers from the lower ranks of the profession. These men and women had become jaded to their careers and had given up their hopes. They barely made ends meet and worked dead-end jobs as mech repairers or mech appraisers. A mech designer that exclusively dealt with other people's mech designs couldn't be called a mech designer anymore. The core tenet of their shared profession centered around designing mechs. Once they stopped designing mechs, they cut themselves off from any hopes of advancing. And that's fine. Not everyone is cut out to be a mech designer. Too many people wanted to be mech pilots first and mech designers second. They couldn't help it was the age of mechs. Genes put a hard limit on the former profession, but the second one came with no such restrictions. Anyone with a degree in mech design or equivalent could call themselves a mech designer. There are way too many mech designers. If you count them all up, they are enough to meet humanity's market demand at least 1 million times over. What did that mean? It meant if the total number of mech designers in the galaxy was 1 million times left, enough survivors would be left to meet the current market demand. A lot of mech designers simply gave up on their primary careers and shifted over to become a cog in the vast machine that represented the mech industry. Plenty of functions required in-depth knowledge of mechs. Coupled with a decent education and a good technical background, they wouldn't be lacking for jobs. Still, whoever thought it was a good idea to open the floodgates? Schools are accepting way too many students who want to pursue a career in mech design. VS had already formulated some guesses why every school was so liberal about teaching mech design. It's like playing the lottery. Most mech designers are garbage, but if you keep churning out enough of them, eventually you'll find a gem in the rough. The MTA is looking for something, and it hasn't found it yet after so much time. The root to this policy lay with the Mech Trade Association. The MTA pushed hard to popularize mechs for reasons unknown to pretty much everyone. The age of mechs did not come about naturally. It was forced down the throats of humanity after they almost went extinct at the tail end of the Age of Conquest. In short, the MTA really liked mechs, and they wanted to spread the love. They wanted to raise a lot of mech designers quickly, so they initially subsidized mech design courses at many universities. After 400 years, these subsidies should have long turned into dust. Instead, the opposite happened. The MTA doubled down and increased their support for mech design classes. A standardized mech design degree quickly came about, which at its bare bones required at least 4 years of study to achieve. Even with an enormous supply glut due to the abundance of mech designers, the MTA still thought there wasn't enough mech designers. Is the secret cabal that's in charge of the MTA smoking stimulants all day? As a lowly apprentice mech designer, VS understood little of what went on at the higher levels. They could have been senile brains in jars making incomprehensible decisions in their galactic ivory tower, but they were impregnable in that position. Even if trillions of people complained about how easy it was to become a mech designer, the MTA had never budged even once in over 400 years. VS encountered the damage of such an outdated policy many times, most recently in Harkinson 3, where so many mech designers lacked opportunity and gave up their chance at advancement. Some mech designers had been born to this profession. VS counted every master and senior among them. Someone like Myra also fell into this category because she managed to climb all the way up to journeyman from a poor, frontier background. Each of them overflowed with varying amounts of genius and passion. Though being naturally intelligent or talented in mech design helped out a lot, it was passion that formed the key. Every mech designer he knew who achieved greatness either loved to work with mechs or based their ambitions around them. VS had never met a single high-ranking mech designer who hated their job. The Skull Architect is the most obvious example of this category of mech designer. Even if he faced many setbacks, he is still an indomitable mech designer who has made ends meet in the frontier. Intelligence combined with motivation often led to dramatic results, for good or ill. No matter how many deaths the Skull Architect was responsible for, VS still respected him for his achievements and for his unwavering devotion to his design philosophy. VS actually felt a lot of sympathy for the poor chap. Having worked on his liner gray intensively for almost a week, VS never truly realized what a titanic struggle each senior had to go through. His inhuman drive nonetheless gave the ruined man a chance to pick himself up and return where he left off. Between the losers who have given up and the passionate mech designers without fear, there is a middle category as well. The naive and the normal people fell under this category. These people hadn't been ground down to dust by the mech industry yet. Some eked out a respectable living as a marginally successful small-time mech designer, or became a peripheral member of a larger design team. A lot of mech designers fell into this category, but VS noticed that none of them ended up very far. Their ambition and passion are restrained. Even if they harbor dreams, they are shackled by their own limitations. Most will eventually slide into the loser category, while the rare few are lucky to find a star to guide them to the passionate crowd. Right now, Kedis fell under this category. She had actually been slowly sliding towards a darker future without being aware about it. What VS had done was to pull open the veil and showed her the unvarnished reality of what would happen if she went in either direction. VS hoped by making the case clear to her that she would pick the right direction to work towards. All I can do is give her a little nudge. True passion can only be ignited from within. He already formed a game plan to guide her into seeking out a greater goal. Myra must have figured that Kedis could start her soul searching when she was separated from the Sword Maidens. By bringing her out of her comfort zone, she encountered a lot of new stimuli and a different way of working with mechs. The contrast between the familiar and unfamiliar should lead to a lot of soul searching in the girl. This is why relying solely on apprenticeships and mentorships is a faulty, outdated education model. If mech designers are wizards, locking them up in a single tower and inundating them with only their teacher's perspective will lead to a warped student who doesn't know how to survive once they are kicked out of the tower. The task placed before VS basically amounted to solving the issues that festered when Kedis studied mech design under a single person instead of attending a proper school. It had long been known that schools were the best environment to raise a proper, rounded mech designer. Even if VS himself went to a rather crappy school for mech design, the many teachers at least brought him up with all the correct values, customs, and principles. In the end, if you want to make it further in mech design, you have to work for it. The advantages of money and connections can only give you a head start and elevate you up to a point. Not a single journeyman mech designer got to their height by being lazy and entitled. This was also why the mech industry wasn't dominated by mech designers who were born with silver spoons in their mouths. A quality like passion couldn't be bought. It needed to be developed from within. It will be difficult to get Kedis up to the right standard. From what I saw from her unfinished variant, she's too far behind in many aspects. Still, he looked forward to this challenge. It allowed him to exercise his teaching abilities and gain some experience in that aspect. He enjoyed the act of teaching. His rare tutoring sessions became a pleasure to him. The perspective of his students provided him with fresh and unconventional perspectives on existing theory. Inwardly, he felt he himself studied too quickly. He absorbed way too much knowledge in a span of less than 3 years. Through the system and through abusing his transhuman intelligence attribute, VS bulldozed through almost every barrier without sweating for it. He felt somewhat guilty at the ease in which he gained most of his knowledge. Maybe that's why I am so enthusiastic about knocking on the Skull Architect's door. He treats his knowledge with the reverence they deserve. Not just anyone can come and grab a copy of his knowledge base. VS suddenly realized his motivation had some issues as well. Though he was definitely passionate about mech design, the rapid success he enjoyed so far had distorted his priorities. What is my dream? What is my goal? What is my aspiration? Just like how Kedis used her closeness with the Sword Maidens as a crutch, so did VS use the various advantages such as the system as a substitute for a proper aspiration. So far, I have several goals. I want to grow powerful enough to help my father. I want to reach the pinnacle of mech design and design the best mech in the galaxy. I want to grow my company into a transgalactic enterprise whose products are sold in every star sector. Yet these reasons sounded rather hollow to VS. Certainly, they were decent goals to strive for, but where was the fire? Where was the passion? Just saying that he wanted to help people out, that he wanted to become the best in the galaxy, or that he wanted to be the richest human alive sounded like something a 6-year-old would say. It's just like with the river. I'm making too much light of the challenges in my way. I've grown a bit too conceited at my chances of achieving success. That wasn't good. The moment he grew too arrogant, he would stop struggling for something greater. He previously used the analogy of swimming against the current, or floating downstream a river. If he grew too complacent about his development, then he would certainly lose the drive to swim upstream. I've got set a real goal. One that is located at the mouth of the river. It has to be a destination that I want to reach at all costs. What do I truly want? What shall be my lifelong dream as a mech designer? Thinking about the motivations that drove the likes of the Skull Architect, Myra and Kedis stimulated him in a way he had never felt before. Out of all of the goals he set throughout his journey, he realized he already formulated a dream he could work towards. His spirituality sang within his mind. It was as if his surroundings fell into darkness. Nothing else existed except for himself and his ultimate goal. This was not a selfish goal, nor a limited one. This was a goal set forth by himself, but upon achieving it would comprehensively strengthen humanity as a whole. Achieving this goal would earn him the recognition of his race and immortalize him forever among the greatest scientists and inventors mankind had ever produced. A torch lit up in his mind, dispelling the darkness around him and giving him an unprecedented amount of mental clarity. The dream that he wanted to achieve had always been with him from his early days. He wanted to make mechs come alive. Truly alive, in a way that gave people no doubt that the lives of their mechs were worth as much as their own lives. Now this is a goal that is worthy for me to pursue. Chapter 652 Money and Tech. Lately, various distractions and events had slipped him from this dream. He had to shove it aside to address more immediate concerns, but once his life calmed down, he never really got back to it. His duties with the Vandals constantly preoccupied him with more distractions. He was losing his drive. If I hadn't compared myself to the likes of the Skull Architect and the others, then I wouldn't have woken up. This simple mental aspiration sounded short and simple, but it encompassed all of his other goals. It provided a solid direction to swim towards, enabling him to ignore any side branches that might have seduced him away from his true calling. Making mechs alive was as impossible and fantastical as the Skull Architect's dream of designing an impossibly efficient and powerful mech. Perhaps the difficulty of achieving it even surpassed the senior mech designer's ambition. I like it. If there is anything the masters and star designers have showed the galaxy, it's that nothing is impossible. If a path to achieving a goal didn't exist, then a mech designer should make his own. This had always been the creed of higher-ranking mech designers. This is why mech designers exist. Having reignited his passion, VS felt unprecedented motivated to design a mech. The only problem was that he didn't have any cause or opportunity to design a new mech. Damn, it's like I'm excited and raring to go, but I only have my hand to keep me company. The flagrant vandals required no new mech designs. Even if they did, only a senior like Professor Velton had the right to lead the design projects. A small-time player like VS could only be involved in the testing, optimization, and debugging processes, which were hardly tasks that exercised his design skills. There's only one project available that I can spend my energy upon. The Vandals collected all the recoverable fragments of the Vision stealth shuttles and stored them in a forgotten corner aboard the Shield of Hispania. He intended to start working on them earlier, but his obsession with the Skull Architect's puzzle had delayed his original plans. Damn, Avenian must be pissed for me to skip the last few days. He quickly called up the chief engineer of the Shield. Surprisingly, he didn't hold any animosity towards VS for fudging up his appointments. While I'm not a mech designer, I'm still an engineer, the older man explained with a smile. I've seen inventor types like you get inspired by something interesting before. I've learned that it's best to let people who fall into an inspired state work it out of their system on their own. Think about it. Would you be in a good mood if I abruptly pulled you out of your tinkering? If VS received an interruption at any point while he worked on the liner gray design, then he would have lost the thread of inspiration that had fallen into his lap. It was almost impossible for him to go back to that special mood. I'd be pissed and angry as hell. You've done me a huge favor. Thanks for letting me finish what I started. VS bowed his head in genuine appreciation. About the stealth project, let's postpone it until later. I've gotten in touch with a potential channel that can be a massive boost to our research. We'll also be arriving at Manraftoft soon, so we'll be busy with the final resupply situation. Those are my thoughts as well. Manraftoft is a rough place, but it's the only opportunity we have left to stock up on key supplies. I suggest you take a look at our fuel stock. From my end, the fleet is definitely short on ship-grade fuels. We simply don't know how far we have to travel in the frontier. Once we run out, all of our fancy hardware will instantly become useless. VS nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. There's only a couple of space stations in the entire Ferris Star region, and they are only open to pirates. Even if we can lean on Lydia's Sword Maidens for help, it's better for us to stay self-sufficient. The alliance between the flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens appeared stable on the surface, but a responsible leader needed to take contingencies into account. By the way, Larkinson, while we can leave the procurement of supplies to logistics, the space station itself is still worth a visit. Have you visited the black market on Harkinson 3? I did. A lot of shady goods and services are traded there. They're rather unusual, but none of them seem useful to us. Well, the stuff that ends up in the black markets in the Harkinson system is only a fraction of what the frontier exports to our star sector. A huge chunk of traffic between the frontier and our star sector goes through Manraftoft as a stopover point. Lots of interesting goodies from the frontier that you can hardly find anywhere else is on display there. I highly suggest you drop by at the market section of the space station. Even if something catches my attention, I'm not allowed to bring anything with me, remember? The chief smiled lazily at VS. Don't let the rules stop you. If you have to cover your butt for some reason, just write some official paperwork about procuring extra supplies for a super important project or something. You've been field promoted to head designer, right? Just fill out a requisition form and throw it into the logs where it will quickly become a forgotten entry in the logs. That's an abuse of power, you know. VS! Avenian loudly coughed. Abuse? What are you talking about? There's no abuse going on here. We're merely engaging in proactive inventory management. A bit of creative bookkeeping won't hurt the finances of the Mech regiment that much. Whatever you say, Chief. Let's just say I'll think about it and leave it at that. If nothing else, I'll visit the space station anyway for the experience alone. After VS ended the call, He sighed and cast his gaze at the days ahead. This wouldn't be the first time he visited the Manraftoft system. Roughly 2 years ago, he accepted a mission from the Clifford Society to participate in a vast expedition into the frontier organized by House Kane from the Grey Willow Star sector. He remembered that the expeditionary fleet resupplied at Manraftoft as well before they crossed the border into lawless space. Back then, the expeditionary fleet was so powerful that House Kane even turned a recommissioned fleet carrier into their flagship. The might of their expeditionary fleet allowed them to deter a huge amount of pirate raiders. Yet even with all of that power at their disposal, they still encountered lots of setbacks. Their ships and mechs might have scared off the riff-raff, but the major pirate factions as well as the alien Sandmen were undeterred. The frontier isn't safe. The near disaster of the graining mission already proves that every time you enter it, you gamble with your lives. It was also little wonder that Lord Kane's expedition found lots of problems in finding willing mech designers to join them as they jumped into the proverbial abyss. Most of them were bookworms, not adventurers. Only a greedy idiot like VS jumped into the fray without taking stock of the many risks involved. He suddenly had the sense that history might repeat itself. Would the flagrant sword maidens encounter the same problems that plagued the previous expeditionary fleet? The more he thought about it, the more he feared the prospect of another tour into lawless space. Even though Lydia's sword maidens fit right at home in the frontier, that didn't mean the flagrant vandals could rely completely on their allies' home advantage to avoid the crises that might occur in this perilous space. The most they can do is rely on their network of contacts and alliances to force the local pirate groups back. They can't do anything if a Sandmen fleet decides to suck out all of our energy. Pirates only formed one threat among many in the frontier. Perils from fellow competitors, alien races and natural hazards only piled up on the misery, causing most prospective colonists and exiles to lose their lives within a decade of setting shop in frontier space. They don't call it the Untamed Stars for nothing. There is no order and guarantee of safety in this wild region of space. This time, they had the advantage of being accompanied by a local ally. The downside was that the flagrant sword maidens hadn't brought a sufficiently domineering space-borne fleet. The major pirate factions could easily muster up enough mechs to challenge them head-on, and if they encountered a major Sandman force, they could only run as fast as possible. A quiet day went by as VS mulled over the threats they might face. Visions of various disasters haunted him at night, which completely obliterated his highly motivated state. He wouldn't be able to design mechs at all in his depressingly worried mood. His routine morning meeting with the mech designers went poorly as VS became distracted on what precautions he should take. While it was easy to leave his safety up to the planning of the sword maidens and the vandals, he disliked being at the mercy of someone else. He experienced too many times where all the best laid plans went to hell due to an unexpected occurrence. VS developed a healthy respect for the frontier, so he planned to make some additional preparations. I need to upgrade my personal gear. Besides his military-issued equipment, he also tinkered together a rudimentary jamming device and stealth detector. While they were small and portable, their range and power left much to be desired. The root of the problems he had with both devices was that their batteries were seriously deficient. It was like depending on a hamster running on a wheel to power the energy demands of an aircar. The two operated on completely different energy scales. I know that better batteries exist. The Amistendera was the most exquisite example to date. Powered by an infinitely rechargeable battery that possibly drew its juice from zero-point energy, it showed how compact and powerful a battery could become. Naturally, it was impossible for VS to replicate first-class technology out here in the galactic boondocks. The shield generator gifted to him by Master Olson formed a more attainable to VS. He had carefully studied the device extensively without risking its integrity, and he found the amazing device possessed a powerful battery made almost exclusively from high-grade exotics. The total size of that battery could fit in the palm of his hand. While he didn't have access to any high-grade exotics or the requisite technology to form them into an ultra-compact battery, he might still be able to pick something up at one of Manraftoft's many markets. Still, high-grade exotics costs a lot of money. A single gram of some valuable substance can be worth 1 billion bright credits. How can I possibly pay for all that stuff? Embezzlement? No way something like that would work. Lieutenant Commander Soapstone watched their available funds like a hawk. Small sums might pass by her notice, but a jumbo charge of over 1 billion credits would easily come to the forefront of her vision. Should he pay for them out of his own pocket? That's going to be difficult since I put restrictions on my bank accounts. He still had a small fortune stashed away in his accounts. Through the dividends the LMC paid out since he left, they should have gained several 100 million bright credits at the very least. Fortunately, a lot of commerce took place in Manraftoft. The space station hosted several sector-wide bank branches. As long as he paid a personal visit and verified his identity, it wouldn't be difficult to momentarily unlock his accounts. That takes care of the money. What about the technology? VS furrowed his brows. That would be much harder to get a hold of. An ultra-compact battery wasn't exactly common in this area of space. Chapter 653 Compromised Comms. The best gadgets came about through a combination of resources and tech. Sometimes, both could be acquired by money. Yet not everything can be obtained by money. He also couldn't go too far in pursuing his private pursuits. He knew that the Vandals put a lot of surveillance on him. The Mech regiment's all-encompassing internal sensors caught everything that happened within their ships. Even if VS stepped outside the shield of Hispania and did some private business on Manraftoft's space station, his actions would still be noted by a hidden bug or a security officer following him from a distance. Even if I do some shady dealings, I can't do anything that compromises the Vandals or our upcoming mission. That limited his options a lot. VS figured he could still get by with obtaining materials at Manraftoft, but obtaining the tech that transformed the exotic materials into powerful but stable batteries was another matter. VS turned around his desk and activated his terminal. He logged into the central database to see whether the central database contained a blueprint or a textbook of sorts. The library didn't contain anything useful. The books VS had access to only dealt with mech-sized energy cells and battery packs. Miniaturizing them into the size of his palm never fell within the scope of those books. It was a different case for certain specialist blueprints. Ultra-compact batteries showed up several times, as certain gadgets and devices required use of such a powerful component. Nonetheless, VS only received permission to read a short description of the blueprints. Accessing the entire schematics and specifications went far beyond his current authorization. Damn, what's the point of making me aware of this tech in the first place? He cursed. It's like dangling a carrot before the horse, but never letting the poor creature take a bite. He could look at the summary all he wanted, but it contained none of the instructions that enabled VS to reproduce an ultra-compact battery. Restricted from contacting his other channels, VS only figured out 3 possible alternatives. First, I can scrounge up some money from the bank branch and hope I can find the technical specs in the black market. He didn't have much hopes for this option, as tech like ultra-compact batteries went beyond most other tech he came into contact with in the Komodo Star sector. Pirated or bootleg copies of ultra-compact battery schematics shouldn't be casually for sale in some dingy booth deep within the bowels of a grungy trade station. The second option was to beg the Vandals or the Mech Corps to grant him access to the schematics in the central database. He snorted. Fat chance any of that will happen. I can't come up with a decent excuse why I need access to this tech. A bigger issue involved with this route was that VS needed to gain direct permission from Colonel Lowenfield herself. Due to her possibly complex history with his Uncle Ark back when she served at Citadel Havensworth, VS grew very leery at the thought of conversing with her directly. From everything she had heard about the highly regarded colonel from the Vandals, the woman was as shrewd as a snake. No way VS would voluntarily serve himself up to her on a plate. She probably doesn't have enough clout to grant me the necessary authorization anyway. What else could he do? His final option involved asking for a favor from someone far more dangerous than Colonel Lowenfield. Am I really considering the option of asking for another favor from the Skull Architect? The Vandals tacitly approved of his attempt to ingratiate himself with the Skull Architect because the fugitive mech designer wielded a vast amount of influence in the Ferris Star region. Tacitly did not mean full-throated support. The man's notoriety with the MTA made Major Verl apprehensive about establishing formal ties. It wouldn't reflect well on their record. And this venture depended entirely on whether the Skull Architect possessed the requisite knowledge in the first place. Did senior mech designers from the Friday Coalition had the right to access this tech? VS leaned towards no because their star sector simply wasn't developed enough. I'll have to ask the man when I'm finally granted an audience with him. He's sure taking his time to address his mail. None of the options so far sounded good. VS tried to rack his brains for alternatives. He ruled out contacting his master, but he gave the Clifford Society a shot. He quickly logged into their virtual portal's marketplace but found no trace of any supremely advanced human-scale tech. The only products available consisted of finished products, and they required an obscene amount of merits as well as a higher rank within the organization to obtain. Obviously, this isn't tech that apprentice mech designers are supposed to get into contact with, he concluded after reading the unspoken message behind these restrictions. His best bet appeared to be making a possible deal with the Skull Architect. If VS guessed right that Reno Jimenez possessed the specifications or at least the theory on how to build an ultra-compact battery, then he had the opportunity to trade for these goodies. The biggest issue here is that I have to offer something worthwhile to convince him to trade for those tech specifications. VS grew weary at the thought of entering into a bargain with a man that once ordered the death of an expert pilot. Someone who possessed so few scruples that he even dared to have designs on a demigod would surely not be satisfied with mere trifles. Even so, it's impossible for me to give what he really wants. Knowledge of spirituality and a rudimentary understanding of the X factor were some of his most prized assets. If someone else knew more about spirituality than him, then they certainly weren't around here to compete against him. As the only holder of these secrets, VS possessed a monopoly on this aspect. Holding a monopoly was lucrative and dangerous. VS put most of his hopes in the advantage that he gained, and planned to milk it for all it was worth until his enterprises grew to encompass the entirety of human space. The potential profits and sales he could achieve from this advantage was enough to make the rich princes from the Galactic Center salivate. That made this arrangement extremely dangerous to VS. Almost every mech designer would kill to possess this knowledge. Therefore, for safety and profit's sake, he needed to figure out another way to please one of the most powerful mech designers in the Ferris Star region. Sometime later, VS received a short call from Myra aboard the Jaded Sword. "Larkin, son, my mentor has finally gotten in touch with me." The moment he waited for had finally arrived. "What's the verdict?" "He declined to tell me. But the news is good. He informed me he wants to conduct a secure conversation with you at the soonest. You better contact him quickly, because he doesn't suffer tardiness gladly." VS frowned a bit. "What does he consider secure?" "He doesn't trust the quantum entanglement nodes aboard your mech regiment's ship. And for a discussion as sensitive as I think it is, he won't be satisfied with ours either." If the skull architect doesn't trust any quantum entanglement node, then how can I get into touch with him in the first place? You can book a secure comm booth at Manraftoft Station. The Independent Harbor is one of the few places which hosts at sea anti-crystal. Have you heard of it before? I can't say that I have. Well, a sea anti-crystal is a relic from the long-dead sea anti-race that used to live in the frontier. They work on an entirely different principle than our quantum entanglement nodes, but the effects are similar that they can establish point-to-point real-time communications. The major downsides are that these crystals are very large and unwieldy, and their bandwidth is awful. They strain and crack from use, and it takes a generous application of expensive materials to repair these cracks. If they're so unwieldy, why use them at all? Because the MTA, CFA, or any of the other big organizations aren't listening in. The other end of the nodes aren't installed in a central facility which is under their management. Each end of the crystal is accounted for and under constant guard. It's primitive compared to quantum tech, but it's something the pirate factions have complete control over. There's a crystal at Manraftoft that corresponds to a crystal in Maligan's stop. I see. VS nodded. Even if it's a crappy means of communications, it's their only means of instant communications that's outside of the control of the authorities. The transgalactic enterprises that mass-produced the quantum entanglement nodes possessed an oligopoly on the technology. With the MTA and CFA's blessings, the alliance that was collectively called the COM Consortium wasn't shy about throwing their weight around. Not only did it cost a fortune to obtain a node, but the other end of the node always led to a central hub that contained millions if not billions of nodes. The official reason the COM Consortium gave out for setting up these hubs was that it facilitated instantaneous communication from across the galaxy. The galactic net wouldn't be so all-encompassing without the node hubs. Yet everyone and their mother knew the true reason the CC set up the hubs was to eavesdrop on every scrap of data that passed through their network. True point-to-point communications couldn't be done through the galactic net because the CC controlled every aspect of the network except for the user end. Each time one of them called someone up from their comms or accessed the galactic net, they were pretty much doing so in plain view of the COM Consortium. Myra sent him the protocols to establish its Cianti connection to Maligan's pit stop. This allowed him entry into any COM facility that possesses a Cianti crystal that was paired with one at the pirate station. It'll mostly be other pirate stations which are connected to each other, she said just before she ended the call. As far as I'm aware of, the Cianti crystal at Manraftoft is secure. The only way a Cianti crystal can be read is through a single port drilled into its core. If you're skeptical, the facility allows you to inspect and scan the entire arrangement. Pirates are incredibly distrustful of each other, so these checks happen every day. That still didn't rule out more sophisticated methods of eavesdropping, but if he could think about it, so could others. VS simply had to trust the pirates knew what they were doing when they set those crystals up. After the quick call, VS prepared for his upcoming visit to Manraftoft. He skipped out on visiting the Independent Harbor during the previous expedition because of its terrible reputation and the very real dangers aboard the notorious space station. Pirates, smugglers, treasure hunters, salvagers, and other rough-and-tumble spacers and adventurers congregated to the last port to the frontier. While true pirate scum didn't dare to enter the Manraftoft system, the marginal types that received permission to cross over to civilized space were already sufficiently intimidating. The naive and inexperienced VS of before had grown up now. Even if only a couple of years had passed, VS felt as if a lifetime had passed between his two visits of the Manraftoft system. Back then, he would have been shaking in his shoes at the thought of stepping foot on Manraftoft Station. Now, he couldn't imagine why he was so scared in the first place. It was just a black market hub. Though strangely enough, they are performing all of these shady deals within throwing distance of a CFA fueling station. Well, whatever. If the CFA isn't cracking down on this business, then it's probably okay to step foot on the station. If anyone dared to find trouble with him, He would deal with them like he did with all troublemakers he came across. Chapter 654 Shared Ambition. As the combined fleet of the flagrant sword maidens collectively transitioned out of FTL at the edge of the small Manraftoft system, they immediately noticed the company. The Red Dwarf system was as sad and lifeless as always. The Manraftoft Independent Harbor orbited around a sad-looking rock close to the weak Red Dwarf that formed the center of the system. A bit further ahead, a small squadron of CFA warships patrolled the space around their slightly precious fueling station. Though the patrol only consisted of 4 frigates led by a single destroyer, it possessed more than enough firepower to chew through a third-class space-borne mech division. When VS gazed at the magnified sensor readings of the small but deadly warships, he admired their deadly prowess in space. Their weaponry possessed enough power to tear through combat carriers within seconds. The range of their huge mech-sized missiles could cross entire star systems, while their state-of-the-art sublight propulsion allowed it to outrun the swiftest light mechs by an entire order of magnitude. Warships are the natural predators of space-borne combat. VS loved mechs with all his heart, but he was realistic enough to recognize the primacy of warships as humanity's ultimate weapons of war. Keddies. Yeah, mister? VS coughed. Don't call me that. If I'm supposed to tutor you, then you should call me teacher. The young woman seemed disinterested in acknowledging him as her teacher. She was only a few years younger than him, so she still had trouble getting her mind around the fact that he was so far ahead in their shared profession. It also didn't help that she never interacted much with men. He didn't care too much about her feelings. As long as she internalized his lessons, she could hate him for all he cared. Look at these warships. Even if they consist of the smallest and lightest classes, they are more than enough to wipe out our entire combined fleet off the face of the galaxy. How does that make you feel? The girl looked uncertain on how to answer such a question. It's unfair. Why does the CFA keep all the good things to themselves? If the people of the frontier were free to operate warships, then we could have gotten rid of the entire Sandmen race ourselves. VS shook his head. I wasn't talking about politics. Put yourself in the perspective of a mech designer. What do you feel about warships? I still feel they're unfair. They're too powerful for their own good. The best mechs we can design won't come close to matching 1,000th of the firepower that destroyer can spit out. It's like comparing a mouse to a tiger. No matter how good the mouse has adapted to its environment, it can't pose any threat against a tiger. And tigers are the least the mouse has to worry about. That's a common observation to make. VS spoke neutrally. The largest limitation concerning mechs in comparison to warships is the scale of the machines and their weapons. A main cannon of a battleship can be up to several kilometers long, and its main caliber is wide enough to wedge through an entire corvette. Against this awesome might, why not pursue a larger mech frame? Is this a history quiz or something? Keddies looked exasperated to VS. Myra taught me that we tried once. The Juggernauts, right? The new Rubarth Empire barely got them to work, and they eventually found out it wasn't worth the effort. A single Juggernaut is as powerful as a destroyer or cruiser, but it's as slow as a snail, and their size makes them an easy target to long-ranged artillery. It's got all the downsides of a heavy mech but multiplied by at least 100 times. The Rubarthans had gotten the Juggernauts to work in some cases, but these titanic mechs generally weren't worth the effort. Developing a single Juggernaut sucked up as much funding as raising another mech division, which could be employed with much greater versatility and flexibility. Mechs are not cut out to be warship-sized monstrosities. They are as large as a typical office building in a city district because that is the size that affords them the best balance between mobility, protection, and cost-effectiveness. If you look through the history of mechs throughout the generations, you'll notice they've slowly inched upwards in size, as better technology allows them to move faster at the same amount of bulk. Nonetheless, they aren't going to grow to the size of a frigate anytime soon. Then what's the point of telling me this? She growled. Thinking about this stuff makes my head hurt. Why can't you teach me something that will help me design better mechs? VS tooted to her. That's where you're wrong. It's true that your basic skills need work, but that can be fixed with study and time. What you truly lack is something that can't be learned from a book. Back to the comparison I was making, doesn't it make you frustrated that no matter how well we design our mechs, we can never match up to the power of even the lightest warship classes? That wasn't exactly true, as he once heard rumors of cutting-edge mechs in development from the galactic designer that could stand toe-to-toe with warships, but something like that wouldn't show up in the frontier. What are you getting at? It's simple. While mechs are prominent and popular right now, in truth they play second fiddle in the defense of humanity. When the aliens decide to go on the offensive against us, it's not our mechs which will save us, but the warships of the CFA. Doesn't it rankle you that mechs are ultimately toys in the greater scheme of things? Though Kedis hadn't answered yet, a fire of indignation burned within her eyes. VS smiled in satisfaction at achieving the desired effect. When mechs first came into being, they were new and impressive but could never match up against the power of warships. 400 years later, mechs have become more powerful, but ships fitted for war have not remained stagnant either. Don't you think that this is a huge shame? She nodded. I guess so. So do I. Mech designers aren't content to play the supporting characters in the story of human civilization. We call this era the Age of Mechs, yet its very name rings hollow. Won't it be better for us if mechs became powerful enough to defeat warships? It is the common mission of every mech designer to elevate the weapons we design into the ultimate machines of war. Tell me, don't you feel excited about this dream? That's preposterous. Kedis widened her eyes. Those big battleships are impossible to take down. There's no way a mech can withstand that much firepower. Just because it's impossible today doesn't mean the same applies tomorrow. Mech designers are constantly at work at new designs, new technologies, and new combinations. We do this not just to pursue our own interests, but also to push mechs to greater heights. For the next half hour, Vex explained and rambled a bit about the collective expectations and responsibilities of a mech designer. Being a mech designer was more than about designing a mech, though they at least needed to be proficient at this task to deserve this mantle. While these huge and seemingly unattainable aspirations never interested most mech designers, VS believed that everyone who was serious about their profession should at least be aware of it. Mech design had chugged along for more than 400 years now without a discernible change in the power balance of mechs. It was rather depressing when mech designers thought about it. Several centuries of focused research from billions if not trillions of mech designers failed to elevate mechs into the supreme weapons of war the start of the age of mechs tried to spark. This failure rankled every mech designer who cared about it. Mechs had failed to live up to the promise as the perfect fighting machine. Kedis didn't hide her gaping yawn. This is interesting and all, but are you done yet? This lecture is one of the most boring ones I've ever endured, and I've been through some awful ones when Myra forced me to sit through those virtual classes. I'm doing you a favor, you brat. You need to understand the importance of mech designers in human society. Yeah, as if. We sword maidens don't need to pay any attention to what goes on in civilized space. You just do your thing and I do my thing and we both won't bother each other. That's how it always goes. VS took a tired breath. Getting this brat of a mech designer to soak up the principles he tried to espouse was a bit more difficult than he assumed. He thought he had made a good attempt at shaking her out of her complacency yesterday, but he was very much aware that the process of fixing her up wasn't close to being done. The vessels of the flagrant sword maidens slowly entered the inner portion of this pathetically small star system. The dim red dwarf burned as lethargically as ever. Though it looked impressive up close like all stars, its low luminosity made it difficult to navigate towards. The only way to reach the Manraftoft system was to jump to a closer and brighter star system before dialing in the much closer red dwarf system. Nonetheless, despite the difficulty of reaching this oft-frequented but largely forgettable stopping point, a lot of outfits brought their fleets to Manraftoft for some reason. More than 30 different organized fleets had parked themselves at a healthy distance from each other in the proximity of Manraftoft Independent Harbor. VS cursed a bit as he recognized a familiar outfit. Damn it, what are the Cage doing here? The powerful gang from the Rapo Principality attempted to join forces with the Masters of Combat after departing from the Harkinson system. If the flagrant sword maidens hadn't dropped by to crash their party, then the Caged Masters would have become a force to be reckoned with, especially on land. Major Vril decided to crush the Masters of Combat at all costs, feeling no qualms about letting the Caged abandon their allies and flee like rats. Though VS expected the Caged wouldn't give up so easily, meeting them again so soon raised his hackles. Do you recognize the outfit the ships of the Caged have partnered with? They aren't transmitting any IFFs that correspond to a state. Ketty stepped closer to the projection and studied the ships and what little information the sensors picked up. Her eyes narrowed in recognition. I know who these bastards are. They call themselves the Red Tongues and they're some of the worst pieces of trash in the neighborhood. The Caged have made a big mistake if they think they can trust their new buddies. VS wasn't familiar with any of the pirate organizations from the frontier. What makes the Red Tongues so reviled by you? Those lunatics all cut off their tongues and transplant the tongue of some disgusting half-ooze, half-frog exabeast. Their new tongues are red and they're highly acidic. Their tongues can melt through combat armor if given time. Won't they melt their own mouths if they do that? Oh, they would have done themselves a favor if they all died from that, but they aren't completely dumb. Before they transplant the tongues, they put each prospective member through a brutal regime of genetic modification. Their mouths and their digestive systems are all transformed beyond belief. By the time all of the operations are done, a new red tongue is born. Why go through all of this torture? Because they like to eat. They disdain eating normal food that normal humans eat. Instead, they like to devour creatures while they are still alive, preferably. They get off on the fear of what they are chewing through. Their favorite foods are dangerous exabeasts, but there are rumors that they've acquired a taste for other humans. Other humans? They're cannibals? Oh yeah, but the Red Tongues are really good at covering their tracks. Nobody has ever succeeded in catching them in the act, but they'll slip up sooner or later. If these suspected cannibals are as awful as you suggested, why hasn't anyone done anything to them yet? He asked with evident puzzlement on his face. It's complicated. Just like how we allied with a lot of pirate groups, the Red Tongues have taken shelter under one of the biggest pirate factions in the Ferris Star region. The Red Tongues fit right in with them, as they're the bloodiest and most ruthless factions in the local region. There are 2 major pirate factions in total who have the most say around there. The smaller pirate organizations can hold a candle against their might and numbers. VS could hardly imagine why a pirate faction thought it would be a good idea to shelter a group of suspected cannibals. Chapter 655 Pirate Blocks. As the flagrant sword maidens brought their combined fleet closer to the only public space station in the star system, some of the fleets around them showed some reaction. Many fleets proactively moved their parking orbit further and further away. Lydia's sword maidens enjoyed a decent amount of notoriety in the frontier, while the flagrant vandals always seemed to cause death and chaos wherever it went. Leaving religion aside, humanity had never fully shed its tendency to believe in superstition. Pirates leaned on them all the time, and right now they came under the sway of the supposed cloud of misfortune that surrounded the flagrant vandals. VS saw the dots representing the positions of their ships and scoffed at their behavior. In an age like this, almost every form of superstition had been systematically debunked. Nonetheless, humans could be as stupid and impressionable as ever. Please tell me a bit more about the pirate factions that rule over the Ferris Star region. Which pirate faction is depraved enough to take these red tongues under their wing? The horned woman sighed. She unconsciously dragged over her floating scabbard and raked its surface with her fingers. I'll give you the short version. Pirates don't tend to like being under the thumb of someone else. By far most of the pirate groups like to stay independent and do their own thing. How do these independents manage to stay alive? Well, most of them crash and burn pretty soon. Some are lucky enough to survive through the cracks. Most try and make pacts with fellow pirates. The Sword Maidens are kind of like that. We created a web of allies that looks out for each other in case any of the big boys want to bully one of us. That didn't sound very stable to VS. These fair-weather friends only stuck together so long as the situation benefited them. They would certainly drop support for the Sword Maidens if someone threatening enough put blades against their throats. The independents number the most, but the most powerful pirates are actually two different pirate blocks. Their massive alliances centered around the biggest pirate groups in the Ferris Star region. The ones that subjugated the Red Tongues is the Ravienne Alliance. VS looked up in recognition at the mention of Ravienne. He occasionally saw that name pop up in the news. I've heard of her name before. Isn't she that madwoman from the Hexadric hegemony who was so crazy that even her fellow matriarchs couldn't stand her any longer? Ravienne is one of the scariest pirates in the Ferris Star region, and you should never refer to her by any insults. If any of her underlings like the Red Tongues hear you call her that, they'll jump on you and tear you apart before sending off your bleeding flesh to Ravienne as tribute. She has that much sway in the region? Her influence is unimaginable. Even though she's bloodthirsty and cruel, she's also a brilliant strategist and tactician. They rose up from nothing and took the entire Star region by storm when Ravienne's Ravagers became the leader of a new block of pirates. By now, the Ravienne Alliance is the largest and most powerful gathering of the vilest scum and trash that call themselves pirates. If you think the Red Tongues are bad, the other subordinate gangs are worse. The picture she painted of the Ravienne Alliance made them sound both powerful and chaotic. Even their leader was prone to mood swings and outbursts of violence. If not for her former background as a matriarch of the hegemony, she might have long lost control over her own organization. How are they able to stay together? Well, they don't really. There's lots of infighting going on in the Alliance. Every gang wants to prove to the Ravagers that they're crueler and more conniving than the others. They frequently kill each other, but they never seem to run out of fresh blood. Many pirate groups are clamoring to become a member of their alliance. This sounded awful to VS. If Kedis described the truth and the subordinate gangs under Ravienne did indeed eliminate the weakest among them, eventually her organization would be left with the toughest, meanest, and most adaptable pirates. Perhaps Ravienne deliberately fanned the flames in order to let natural selection take its course. You mentioned there are two major pirate alliances. VS spoke, not wanting to dig further into Ravienne's gruesome culling methods. Which pirates are brave enough to fight against Ravienne? The Dragons of the Void, she replied. You heard of them? I even encountered them in the flesh several times. They're true bastards who treat their men like cannon fodder. Somehow, they've gotten really good at brainwashing their fellow pirates. Is it true that everyone in their sway gets turned into drones? Kedis adopted a distasteful expression. That's one of their scariest aspects. The Dragons of the Void own a lot of space stations in the local star region. At the end of a raid, pirates still need a place to sell their loot, resupply their exhausted inventory, and fix up their damaged mechs and ships. The space stations set up by the Dragons are all placed in strategic star systems. It's easy to enter the system, but not so easy to leave. The last time I saw them, they were literally throwing thousands of mech pilots and mechs against several military mech divisions. How come they brainwash so many pirates, and how do they get away with it in the first place? That's one of the hazards of operating in the frontier. She shrugged. The Dragons of the Void claim they are snatching pirates at their space stations because they broke the rules or can't repay their debt. I don't know if I buy that. Myra once told me that if the space station is too quiet, the Dragons pick a random pirate group and attempts to take them into custody on some trumped-up charges. Nobody is around at these times to dispute the charges, and nobody has ever succeeded in disproving the accusations. This situation truly sounded broken to VS. While the Dragons of the Void would be able to grow powerful enough to flood their enemies with worthless mechs, it didn't sound like they inspired much loyalty. I find it hard to believe that any pirate group will voluntarily submit to the Dragons. It's never voluntary, you can say. The Dragons have a way of pressuring pirate groups into working for them. The Dragon Alliance is much more orderly and organized, but the hierarchy practically never budges. The core members of the Dragons of the Void can issue any orders they want. The vassal pirates serving underneath them do most of the actual work. They're barely better off than their brainwashed cousins because they at least haven't been put through a brainwashing regime. After Kedis described the two major pirate blocks, VS finally understood why Lydia's Sword Maidens hadn't taken the initiative to pledge allegiance to either power blocks. Faced with either endless bloodshed or possible brainwashing, it was no wonder that many independent pirate groups tend to stay away from these behemoths. The last time VS had visited the frontier, he rode with some foreigners who originated outside of the Komodo Star sector. The retainers and household troops of House Kane never really cared about the local powers that be, a mistake that proved very costly to them. VS barely knew what went on in the frontier back then, so he made full use of being in the company of a native daughter of the frontier. As Kedis described each of the pirate gangs she recognized from the fleets parked close to the independent harbor, the flagrant Sword Maidens slowly entered their designated position. Each fleet orbited far above the tiny rock that anchored the orbit of the space station. It took a bit of tricky maneuvering to retain their distance from all of the other parked fleets, but the Vandals and the Sword Maidens eventually reached their designated stops. VS noticed that neither of their forces let down their guard. With all of the pirate gangs and shady outfits congregating in the Manraftoft system, conflict could break out at any moment. Scores of space-borne mechs deployed from the hangar bays of the flagrant Sword Maidens and formed into groups to patrol their immediate perimeter of space. Inheritors upgraded with anti-stealth detectors happened to deploy as well. As VS zoomed in on the plot, he called up the telemetry of one of the mechs, making use of his privileges as a head designer. The Inheritor was blasting its sensitive and fragile sensor array at half strength. Both VS and Kedis received an alert from their comms. Both of them received an announcement from their commanders. VS grunted. Finally, some common sense. Anyone approved to step aboard Manraftoft Station has to go in full combat gear. Kedis grinned at that. It's been a long time since I frightened off some rats. The flagrant Vandals were about to step in the frontier, so they needed to play by their rules. One of the biggest differences between Manraftoft and Harkinson was that the former didn't guarantee anyone's security. Oh, certainly, the Bozy clan largely kept the peace, but even if they claimed to be the official rulers of the independent harbor, they never did a good job at stopping disputes. Part of it came from their desire to avoid pissing powerful pirates off. As long as the Bozys never made any enemies, they didn't have to deal with a challenge to their regime. Every visitor that stepped foot on Manraftoft was responsible for their own security. Though incidental visitors could hire some of the local mercenaries as guards, the Vandals and the Sword Maidens could take care of themselves. The Sword Maidens were accustomed to being armed to the teeth whenever they entered pirate stations. Though Manraftoft Independent Harbor wasn't a pirate station on paper, in practice there was hardly any difference. As VS had plenty of business to do at the Independent Harbor, the Vandals saw fit to provide him with an armed escort of 4 security officers. In addition, they brought him a custom-fitted suit of combat armor, modified for frontier cultural expectations, whatever that meant. It didn't take long for his escorts to arrive with his combat armor in tow. "Mr. Larkin's son! It's good to see you again!" VS recognized the familiar voice. "Lieutenant Nalson Fury! Aren't you assigned to the Finmoth Regal?" "They transferred me here to lead your guard escort. It makes sense since we've already traveled together. I'm familiar with some of your habits. I'll make sure you'll stay nice and safe at Manraftoft." VS smiled sardonically at his escorts. All of them came in suits of hulking exoskeleton armor that must have weighed as much as a horse. Not only did they came in the most powerful infantry armor in the Vandal armory, the armorers also saw fit to add some creative additions. "What's with the medals, spikes, and bling?" An ordinary suit of exoskeleton armor resembled a smooth or angular humanoid mech in miniature size. Right now, the burgundy and red suits of powered armor gained a lot of decorative golden frills along with the oversized medals pinned to the chest that made it look like they were prepared for a parade. VS wasn't even sure if half of those medals actually existed in the mech corps. The only addition that made the suits of armor seem like they were not to be trifled with was the extra spikes. They shot out of the shoulder pauldrons, the helmet, the arm guards as well as the leg guards. Hell, they looked nasty enough to bleed out a random passerby in seconds if they accidentally bumped into these sharpened spikes. The helmets even received a visual makeover. The faceplates had been shaped and painted over to resemble the faces of snarling stylized skulls. The eye sockets even glowed like ominous red stars. "If you think our get-up is impressive enough, you should see what the armorers have done to your combat armor." Chapter 656 Manraftoft Revisited. When Lieutenant Fury swung his gauntlet, commanding the floating crate behind him to set down on the deck, VS finally beheld his new custom-made combat armor they prepared for him, even if it was a few months late. He had long requested a suit of combat armor to replace his unwieldy and inadequate hazard suit. For some reason, he ended up in way too many combat situations for a mech designer. Fortunately, their impending foray in the frontier had given everyone a kick in the butt. Due to the massive perils involved with crossing over into wild space, every safety regulation and procedure had been checked. Handing over suits of combat armor to the servicemen had been put on the agenda at some point. While VS had long looked forward to receiving an armored suit that could endure the rigors of battle, the one he received seemed a bit more theatrical than he expected. Once he brought it out of the crate, VS was able to inspect the entire ensemble's appearance. Fundamentally, the full kit of armor had been based around a light combat armor pattern. Light in this context meant the suit was light enough to prevent burdening a serviceman who too much. Small servos and other powered assists helped with lifting the arms or moving the legs, but they were so small and limited that they only served to compensate for the modest added bulk of the armor pieces. The helmet featured a semi-open design which in normal circumstances left the face open. In an emergency, the faceplate could quickly be affixed in place, vacuum sealing the suit and allowing its occupant to subsist on the suit's slim oxygen reserves. Light combat armor had never been designed for mainline infantry combatants. Instead, they were cheap but cost-effective pieces of armor to be adorned by support personnel stuck in the field. It wouldn't be able to withstand the firepower of a rifle for long, but it had never been meant to be a punching bag. The suit was light and fast enough for its wearer to dive to cover if they ever faced an attack. Combat armor is supposed to protect. This one adds so much bling to my person that I'm practically inviting trouble if the public sees my appearance. The armorer involved with customizing his suit of armor must have possessed an artist's touch. VS felt sympathetic about any craftsman with a penchant for art because it was part of his mech design repertoire as well. Seeing similar works from others ordinarily put a smile on his face, but the work done to his abomination of a protective suit really wanted to make him pull out his own hair. The first change was that it shared the same black and reddish color scheme of the flagrant vandals. Formerly, It should have either been coated in a camouflage pattern or the default dark green color scheme of a mech designer. Painting him in the same brush as the Vandals wasn't actually proper, not that anyone this far out cared about the official regulations in the first place. The part he objected to was the added bling, for a lack of a better word. The armor turned into some demented artist's skewed perception of what a mech designer ought to wear. Engraved with silver lines, depictions of mechs in battle adorned its surface. The armor parts partially lost their smooth, organic contours and instead acquired some of the blocky mechanical shapes of a mech. "At least the extra armor will come in handy when I get shot at," he concluded. "But do I really need to wear this thick and unwieldy cape?" A rich burgundy cape lined with sharp black accents completed the high noble look. The fabric was thick and fluffy enough to drown half a dozen babies. On its back, the emblem of the flagrant Vandals marked out the wearer's allegiance. The emblem depicted a stylized city in flames, which was apt considering the destruction the Vandals were prone to spread. "Hopefully Manraftoft won't end up in ruins by the time we leave," he muttered before turning to Lieutenant Fury. "Do I need to ask why the armor looks like what a parody of a jumped-up nouveau riche Vision nobleman would wear?" The security officers collectively chuffed at that. "When in Rebarth, do as the Rebarthans do. The Sword Maidens told us that we can't rely on our name and official sanction from the Bright Republic to deter the pirates. The only language they understand is violence, and the best way to make them understand we can't be messed with is to dress like the part. All of these modifications may be theatrics, but don't underestimate the effectiveness of posturing. The Sword Maidens have shown us that a single show of force is enough to stop unscrupulous thoughts." VS understood the logic behind this decision. The flagrant Vandals ordinarily laid low when they weren't out in the field. Then they showed their fangs, but by then it was too late for their victims to save themselves. The Vandals had a habit of understating their strength and presence when out among the public. Unlike other mech regiments, they did not excel at upfront combat. And while they valued honor and valor like any other military unit, the Vandals prized their lives over their reputation. In the frontier, the equation was different. Reputation, fame, and notoriety all added directly to an outfit's ability to survive. There was no overarching authority in charge of dispensing justice in the untamed stars, so the only form of protection outfits could rely on to deter troublemakers was their ability to look formidable. It worked for Lydia's Sword Maidens, so it also ought to work for the Vandals. The light combat armor prioritized protection over convenience, so it didn't disassemble in midair to encompass his body. The armor pieces had to be opened up manually, and getting kit out took a cumbersome 15 minutes, though much of that time had been spent on last-minute adjustments. "This isn't a regular combat armor model," VS noted as he experimentally tested the dexterity of his gauntlets. "I've worn some before, but they don't feel as sturdy and solid as this one." Affixing the cape to his shoulders practically doubled his outward stature. There was a reason why capes became the favorite addition to nobles throughout the galaxy. Powerful men and women just looked better with a cloth hanging behind their backs. Despite its complete lack of utility to the cape, VS had the strange sense he had become a prince of the galaxy. The delusion flooded his imagination and he had to concentrate his mind in order to repress these dangerous thoughts. "The clothes make the man," Nalson said as he and his security officers watched VS take in his new gear. "You're not about to turn into a commando at this rate, though, so don't think you can tear through an entire infantry regiment on your own." "I know. It's just that this is way better than anything I've ever worn before. I'll never go back to hazard suits again if I can help it. They feel like tin cans compared to this well-crafted kit." Nalson taught him the ins and outs of the combat armor. The high-quality suit came with various gimmicks and auxiliary functions that made life a little bit easier for VS if he ended up in another crisis. Its overall parameters were also very decent, almost matching the protection level of the lowest quality suit of medium combat armor. "That's everything you need to know, Larkin son," If everything goes smoothly on Manraftoft, you probably don't need to use all of these functions. VS nodded as he reveled in the confidence boost this suit provided him. He felt more like a soldier than ever before. Its gaudy, exaggerated appearance gave him an intimidating factor that VS could combine with some of his spiritual tricks. Alright, if that's everything, let's prepare for departure. The Vandals and the Sword Maidens both kept their delegations small. Only a handful of shuttles from both groups departed from their carriers. VS shared his shuttle with Lieutenant Commander Soapstone and a couple of other logistics officers as they made their way to one of the public landing bays of the massive space station. From the outside, Manraftoft Independent Harbor looked as haphazard as always. Over the centuries, the original space station gained a lot of expansions and side modules that increased its capacity and allowed it to offer more services. Very little attention had been spent on their care, though, and its scarred, splotched, and tarnished exterior bore the marks of centuries of micro-impacts. In short, it looked exactly like VS expected a pirate station to look like. Soapstone, if I recall, we already stocked up on some extra goods when we dropped off the loot we acquired from the Masters of Combat. Why do you need to step foot in Manraftoft? The lieutenant commander wore a suit of combat armor that looked nearly identical to his. The bling adorning her armor made VS think she looked like an admiral. The woman grimaced. The Sword Maidens warned us that bright credits isn't a very useful currency in the frontier. The same goes for Nova Sovereigns, Reinaldan marks, and even coalition credits. They all lose their store of value because many pirates don't tend to trust bank servers in civilized space. So you're going out to exchange bright credits for hard currency? VS probed. You guessed it right. Among the hard currencies we can choose, this part of the frontier heavily favors Covenant coins. We plan to acquire a few crates of K coins and K bars to facilitate trade if needed. VS winced at the enormous sums of currency the Vandals planned to exchange. The horrendous exchange rate will waste a lot of money. We have no choice. Blame the pirates for not patching into the galactic financial network. Covenant was a heavy metallic substance, and one of the most common low-grade exotic materials in the galaxy. It was ubiquitous enough that every star sector contained a substantial amount of ores with Covenant present in their composition. The exotic saw much use in various low-grade armor. In fact, the HRF armor system that VS utilized in his Mark Antony series and portions of the Crystal Lord incorporated small amounts of Covenant. The exotic meshed so well in countless alloys that it always held some value no matter where in the galaxy you traveled, that it gained the status of a universal hard currency. 1 K coin as a piece of Covenant stamped into a coin was called weighed 100 grams. The thick but compact coin looked far lighter than it actually weighed. Nobody could mistake its exceptional status when they held it in their hands, though the material's outer appearance only shone like dulled steel. A standard K-bar made out of Covenant was worth as much as 1,000 K-coins. In turn, a massive K-slate that could only be lifted by machines was worth as much as 1,000 K-bars. Working with hard, physical currencies is a pain in the butt, Soapstone complained. Hauling around the K-coins and K-bars is a chore and tempts every pirate in the vicinity to rob us. We have no choice, though. The only other alternative is to barter goods with goods, and that's an even bigger headache to us than working with these primitive coins and bars. VS adopted a sympathetic face, but he paid a lot of attention as well. If he wanted to expand his dealings with the frontier, he needed to become familiar with matters like this. How much is a K-coin worth these days? The official galactic exchange rate amounts claims that 370 bright credits can get you a single K-coin. Given the sharks we are about to approach, we'll likely have to pay upwards of 375 bright credits for a single K-coin. That was a pretty massive hit, but neither the Vandals nor the Sword Maidens could do anything about that. Nobody offered a more favorable exchange rate in Manraftoft. Chapter 657 Public Posturing. A small convoy of shuttles slowly entered one of the shuttle hangars of the independent harbor. After a little hitch-up with what passed around for traffic control, they diverted to a VIP section and touched down amidst hundreds of other parked shuttles. The passengers exited with their bodies fully enclosed in their protective suits of armor, while the vandals came out with a bit of discomfort due to their gaudy and spiky additions to their armor. The sword maidens comfortably jumped out of their craft like it was another stroll. Whereas the flagrant vandals largely adopted a uniform color scheme in dark and burgundy tones, the sword maidens expressed a lot more individuality. They switched out their vacuum undersuits and exabeast pelts for solid suits, medium, and heavy combat armor. Though they shared the same green and blue color scheme, the sword maidens heavily customized their armor pieces with tribal markings and exabeast bones from deadly predators they slew by with their own swords. Skulls of real or imagined exabeasts prominently adorned their helmets. Naturally, their broadswords and great swords took up a prominent place on their backs, the floating scabbards keeping them sheathed fitted neatly into a standardized slot to the rear. This kept the weapons safe from prying hands. The average bulk of the two forces differed substantially. The Vandal security officers escorting their VIPs all wore full suits of exoskeleton armor. They were power incarnate, and their heavy weapons possessed enough firepower to mow down a mob of hundreds within seconds. The sword maidens only brought out a couple of suits of exoskeleton armor on their own. Most of their sword maidens made do with heavy armor, but that was still formidable enough in their own right. As they walked towards the decontamination checkpoint, VS turned his helmet towards the medium combat armor suit worn by Keddies. I thought you sword maidens are fans of personal combat. Why not make more use of exoskeleton armor? A sister is more machine than woman if they wear those suits, she replied over the comm channel. Right now, the entire hangar area was exposed to vacuum. The exoskeleton armors are strong, but slow and inflexible. They're meant to carry heavy caliber cannons and the like. That's also how we make use of them. As for swordplay, exoskeleton armor is completely incompatible with it. It's as unwieldy as a heavy mech with a dagger. VS winced inside his helmet. The image of a heavy mech swinging around a dagger with agonizing slowness offended his sensibilities. Got it. I guess it makes sense that you sword maidens favor combat armor which is more compatible with your combat style. Our bodies have all gone through extensive genetic modification, Keddies added. We may look like half-alien freaks to you, but we can swing our swords with enough force to split 5 men in half without any servo assists. VS believed her boast. They had already shown how much damage they could inflict on their flight decks. The flagrant sword maidens both arrived at the decontamination checkpoint. If there was one thing the dangers of the frontier had taught the pirates, it was that germs could be found in every planet with life. With so many wild and untamed planets in the Ferris Star region, pirates and treasure hunters constantly contracted the rarest and most unusual diseases. While VS never had to worry about infections after his ordeal at Graining 4, the same couldn't be said to the rest. Even the sword maidens, for all their genetic manipulation, became prone to new alien diseases that ordinarily passed harmlessly through human bodies. This led to the absurd situation where the decontamination protocols for pirate stations worked a bit better than those on regular space stations. The pirates learned the hard way that spreading a single potent germ might turn entire ships and space stations into empty hulks. The entire detour took some time, but nobody complained. The medical experts employed by the Bozy clan took their responsibilities seriously and hardly batted an eyelid at all the unusual half-alien physiques they needed to inspect. Once they passed the health inspections, they entered the space station proper. Each of them retracted their helmet faceplates and shut off their internal air supply to conserve their oxygen. The interior of the space station was marked with centuries' worth of rust, dirt, and other marks of age. It was as if the Bozis stopped caring about hygiene once the checkpoints cleared the visitors from any infectious diseases. Overworked and severely outdated cleaning bots with so many dents that seemed as if they were kicked on a regular basis buzzed over various surfaces. Some of their sensors were so murky and fogged up that they occasionally bumped against their armored feet. "Annoying gnat!" Keddies grunted, and performed a splendid kick against the poor scrubbing bot that collided against her greaves. The magnificently powerful kick propelled the cleaning bot into the air like a ball and caused it to crash against the partially corroded alloy wall. Despite the impressive force behind the kick, the bot barely gained another bump. The little thing beeped some nonsensical error tones before resuming its programmed duty of scrubbing off the stains of dirt marring the deck. "Those cleaning bots are some of the toughest I've ever seen," VS noted with an interested eye. "The exterior of these bots are actually fashioned out of salvaged mech armor plating." This seemed to be a trend throughout the entire space station. Much of the interior structures and compartments were made out of salvaged and recycled ship and mech parts. It made everyone feel as if they entered a junkyard turned into a slum. As they all entered deeper into the station proper, the Vandals and Sword Maidens split up to run their own errands. VS separated from Soapstone and the other Vandals on a shopping spree in order to take care of his own matters. Their appearances had already attracted enough attention already. The exaggerated additions to their armor suits had increased their intimidation factor to the point where almost every visitor parted in their way. VS evoked different reactions from his better-armed security escort due to his slimmer form and his billowing cape. The fabric caught easily in the air, but possessed enough weight at the bottom to prevent it from smacking in the face of someone walking behind. While VS wasn't the only person in the station who wore a cape, for some unspoken reason only the higher-ranking members of the outfit wore them. This caused many more eyes to stare at VS, wondering what position a young man like him held to deserve this impressive privilege. The only ones who refused to make way were those who wore similar gear. Men and women from other outfits adhered to the same rules of showing off their prowess, so they all came geared for war. Each group of armed and armored men tread confidently through the public areas of the space station. Encountering rival groupings on the street led to sparks of tension, but the friction never led to conflict. The Bozy clan did not appreciate fighting within their space station. Manraftoft was a very useful stopping point to pirates, so they generally wanted to keep it intact. Any attempts to sow death and chaos meant making an enemy out of all the pirates docked to the space station. The glares the other pirates directed to VS and the Vandals only served to measure their grit. There were plenty of plebeians on this station that pretended to be greater than they actually were. The flagrant Vandals were the real deal, so they stared right back with provoking glances. "This is getting rather tiresome," VS muttered after fending off yet another unspoken challenge to their right to carry around so much bling. "If pirates have to deal with this stuff each time they step into public, then I would rather stay back in civilized space." This sounded absurd to Keddies. "I don't see what the big deal is. Don't you always have to look tough when you pass by some pirates? It's not as automatic to us as it is for you. It's not polite to stare people in the eyes with a greedy expression." She shrugged. "Sometimes I don't know how you people in civilized space manage to stay alive. How can you scare off muggers when you aren't able to show you're strong enough to beat them up? We have a thing called law and order there. The police or planetary guard will step in if someone tries to rob you in their jurisdiction." Keddies looked speechless at that. Police? Planetary guard? What did those words mean? VS brushed aside her confusion and activated a navigation app on his comm with Keddies, Nelson, and 3 more exoskeleton brutes in tow. He followed the directions projected by his comm towards the only comm center in Manraftoft. They walked past various Bozy guards in heavy and exoskeleton armor. VS walked up in front of the desk and greeted the clerk. "I'd like to establish a connection to Maligan's pit stop via your Tsianti crystal." The clerk perked up at that. Communicating through Tsianti crystals only happened for important transmissions. Do you have a referral or a set of protocols? I have the right protocols. VS transmitted the files to the clerk, who inspected them before determining they were valid. Everything is in order. The Chianti crystal connected to Maligan's pit stop is available for your use. The price for a single transmission is currently set at 13 K coins per minute. If you wish to inspect them under heavy supervision of our own experts, you may do so for an additional fee of 200 K coins. VS almost wanted to slap the clerk's face for charging such a ridiculous. 13 K coins amounted to 5,000 bright credits. Still, VS had no cause for complaint, as using the crystals introduced cracks that needed special materials to repair. Besides, someone like VS hardly blinked his eyes anymore when he spent a couple of thousand bright credits. We'll pay. Luckily, he was authorized to use the regimental account for this expenditure. Since he got someone else to pay his fees, VS might as well take full advantage of it. He requested to make a personal inspection, which the clerk accepted like he already expected. VS was not the first customer to be paranoid enough to double-check the comm center's arrangements. The clerk led him down a stairway and into a heavily fortified compartment. Roving patrols of bodyguards occasionally passed them by. The inspection didn't take very long. VS was mildly impressed as he beheld the house-sized crystal. He whipped out his multiscanner from the tool belt he had wrapped around his armor and methodically scanned the entire space. Due to time concerns, he couldn't spend as much time as he wished, but his inspection was thorough enough to reveal that the Bozies had indeed kept the chamber free from bugs. At some point, further inspections were redundant. His military-issued multiscanner might be better than the civilian models, but its size and power limitations prevented it from performing any deeper or more thorough scans. I guess I have to put my faith in the existing arrangements. VS was about to have a sensitive discussion with a notorious expert pilot killer. It may have been one thing to slay an expert pilot in battle. It was another thing entirely if an expert died by someone from their own side for academic purposes. He silently grumbled at the Skull Architect's audacity. If he really wanted to butcher an expert pilot or three, he should have been more patient. The best choice would be to arrange the kidnapping of an expert pilot from the Hexadric hegemony, the Friday Coalition's hated rivals. If that wasn't possible, then the weak third-rate states surrounding their territories also had a bunch of expert pilots to spare. Though if that really happened, the MTA will get pissed even more. Every elite pilot who advanced to expert or higher automatically received protection from the MTA. Wholesale assassination or coercion on these privileged classes always provoked the ire of the Mech Trade Association. The Skull Architect was doomed either way. Chapter 658 Chianti Call. Once VS gave up trying to discover any loopholes to this comm arrangement, he stepped inside a chamber immediately next to the one that held the giant Chianti crystal. Ignoring its beautiful facets and cut, VS instead directed his gaze towards the much less impressive-looking hardware console. The interface is made as simple and basic as possible, the clerk explained with the tone of a practice spiel. Old technology is used whenever possible, making it extremely obvious if anything untoward is added to the machinery. You can consult the technical diagrams marked on the wall over there if you want to double-check the guts of the console. Do I have to pay more K-coins for that? No. It is already covered by the previous fee you paid. Then don't mind if I do. Though VS felt tempted to skip the troublesome chore, he fought back his complacency and diligently scanned the entire interface. The low-tech communication device only had one goal, and that was to translate the input and output pouring through the enclosed cable connected to the heart of the Chianti crystal. This meant that the Chianti crystal did all the heavy lifting of establishing real-time communication across many light years. The hardware interface acted like a translator that processed the signals emanated by the crystal and converted them into a visual and auditory projection. A mere projection hardly required the latest tech. By building the interface with the oldest and most reliable technical standards, VS found it easy to understand the entire machine. It virtually possessed no depth at all. Everything about the primitive arrangement was completely standard, but despite his expectations, VS found nothing out of place. Well, he wasn't exactly being forthright with that. While he may not have discovered anything amiss, his multiscanner did find traces of that a microscopic patch of something had been affixed next to the processors responsible for amplifying the Tsianti crystal's raw input. According to his multiscanner, this incredibly tiny bug had been dissolved into trace elements mere minutes since he first arrived in this chamber. The only reason his scanner detected these traces was because it was a several months old copy of the latest model of multiscanners from the Mech core. His mouth curled into a minute grimace. If VS hadn't been paranoid enough to make a detailed inspection, the comm center wouldn't have wiped out this irregularity. A third party would have been able to listen to his dirty dealings with the Skull Architect. VS really wanted to activate his jamming device right now, but he left it hanging on his tool belt. Not only would the interference block the primitive and non-sufficient shielded consoles, but the rules also prohibited the activation of a whole laundry list of devices. He tried hard to withhold his anger. His logic and his desires dictated that he really did not want to cause any trouble. That might spark a conflict with the Bozy clan, and pissing off the rulers of the space station meant the Vandals and the Sword Maidens might encounter resistance in their attempts at procuring some last-minute supplies. "I'm satisfied with these arrangements," he finally declared, showing no hint that he observed any aborted mischief. The clerk made a theatrical bow in front of VS. "Then I leave you to your private session. Have a good day." Both the clerk and his guards stepped outside the chamber. After VS performed one last expedited sweep, he became confident that the chambers contained no more unexpected surprises, at least without bringing in a massive man-sized scanner normally used to identify traces of damage through a mech's exterior. "There's no way I can delay this any further." A creeping dread crawled up his back as he faced the console which had already loaded in the communication protocols by the clerk. Only a single press of a button awaited his impending conversation with one of the upper-level figures of the Ferris Star region. VS created a strong impression of the Skull Architect in his mind. A senior mech designer, a driven researcher, an ambitious explorer, a strong-willed fugitive, a perfectionist in pursuit of efficiency, a cunning trapper, an impatient madman. What else could he add to the complex sides of the man that managed to survive and thrive in the lawless frontier? The more he dove into the Skull Architect's story, the more VS became sympathetic to his cause and drive. Though VS tried hard to steel his mind and resist this mental contamination, he hadn't entirely succeeded, considering the direction of his recent thoughts. His disgust at the criminal mech designer's misdeeds became less severe. His sympathy for the man's largely fruitless attempt to impose an impossible level of efficiency in his designs caused VS to contemplate giving out a hint or two about the X factor. "What am I thinking?" He shook his head. "These thoughts are dangerous." He refocused his mentality and tried to regain clarity in his mind. This was really hard because VS identified strongly with the Skull Architect. They shared so many traits in common that VS saw his future self with the older man. "The design philosophy I'm forming is too radical. Nothing can hide forever. Once I inevitably go public with it, the principles I'm espousing will undoubtedly clash against the sensibilities of the more conservative and heartless mech designers. Will I be driven out from civilized space as well? What if my discoveries and advancements are actively suppressed by my peers?" This might be his eventual fate in the next couple of 100 years. VS snorted in admonishment to himself. "There are still differences. For one, if I am to attract opposition, it will be on the debate floor and on the mech market. The MTA won't send their compliance department against me anytime soon. The second difference is that Mr. Jimenez butchered thousands of mech pilots, while the most I'll be guilty of is offending the sensibilities of close-minded mech designers. Of course, if the naysaying mech designers started to become an actual threat to his life and career, then he wouldn't mind employing his shadow force against them. A shadow force won't come into being out of thin air, he chuckled to himself. I'll have to secure access to stealth tech first. Obtaining the specifications for an ultra-compact battery is also necessary if I want to kit myself and my men with high-powered gadgets. The key to obtaining these scraps of knowledge was to set a bottom line. VS reminded himself not to get caught up with the upcoming negotiation. It might take a very long while, but he was pretty certain he could exchange the desired knowledge via the system's skills. The cost may be unbearably huge, but at least it offered him a viable alternative. Stealth tech can actually wait, but learning how to build ultra-compact batteries is something which is immediately useful in my current situation. His priorities should be to secure the latter first. After that, he could try to fish for the former, but if the price became too troublesome, VS would rather try his luck with researching the stealth fragments, or wait until the mech core discharged him so he could return to using the system. I'm procrastinating, he uttered. I can't keep pushing this call back. People are waiting outside the door and I've got other matters on my agenda. He pressed the button. A small hum rang through the larger chamber as the massive Chianti crystal began to shake. It vibrated and also started to glow from within. The faint white glow looked as if the crystal had birthed a star. The entire phenomenon slowly built up, and eventually reached its limit several minutes later. An invisible wave of something thrummed from the Chianti crystal, and washed over his body like the caress of a feather. The console lit up. A projection came into view. Unlike the modern projectors that were ubiquitous in the entire galaxy, this one appeared much less lifelike. The lag, noise, and extremely limited bandwidth turned the projected image into something that resembled a vintage projection from the age of stars. The man that appeared had dark hair just like VS and looked to be in the prime of his 40s. His sharp face and aristocratic demeanor looked down on VS with a neutral and restrained set of eyes. His years in exile in the Ferris Star region had marked him deeply. Gone were the clean clothes and the superbly tailored lab coat he routinely wore as a mech designer from the Vermeer Group. Instead, he wore a tight vaxxit surrounding with what appeared to be a pirate admiral's coat dyed in some dark purple shade. The bloody mathematical symbols adorning his coat added a maniacal quality, while the panels of armor interspersed over the garment added some hard armor to complement its unseen defensive measures. VS failed to spot a single symbol or mark alluding to skulls or bones among the skull architect's clothes. However, the projector happened to capture a pyramid made out of human skulls in the background. The entire pile of skulls seemed to have been stacked into this shape with care and precision. A mech designer that stacked skulls in his free time was obviously not a normal human being. Only now did VS realize the magnitude of what had happened. Reno Jimenez, the man that gained the mantle of the Skull Architect, the senior mech designer that most people in the Komodo Star sector thought had died or fled to the other half of the galaxy, accepted a live call from VS. For a moment, VS didn't know what to say. He simulated this conversation many times in his mind, but seeing the notorious mech designer in a live transmission disrupted his rhythm from the start. The Skull Architect suffered no such affliction. You are the mech designer whom Myra referred to my doorstep. Mr. V.S. Larkin's son? Ah, that is correct, sir. V.S. immediately adopted a humble tone, though he took care not to overdo his reverence. The last thing he wanted to do was to portray himself as a pushover. I am honored that you've accepted my call. The infamous mech designer sneered at V.S. Honored, are you? Be careful of what you say, Mr. Larkin's son. I do not tolerate lies, nor the lips from which they are uttered. I speak the truth, My admiration for your work is boundless. The ingenious liner gray design you've sent me has given me endless inspiration. VS swiftly replied. Political instincts that VS had always been ignorant of came to life, urging him to stay on the Skull Architect's good side. His deferential stance clashed powerfully against his dashing appearance. Regardless of the reasons why you've parted from civilized space, experiencing your design philosophy has enriched my perspective. The Skull Architect's face loosened a bit. Maybe he bought it, maybe he didn't, but the praise spewing out of VS at least decreased the tension in the air. Interesting boy. Master Olson has chosen an interesting apprentice. She's always the lucky one. I don't think she even realizes what a treasure she has picked up. Did you know we used to be colleagues? We even collaborated on a number of designs back in the day. VS widened his eyes. He should have made the connection sooner. Both of them hailed from the Vermeer group of the Friday Coalition. A few decades ago, the Skull Architect was a respectable senior mech designer, and Carmen Olson shared the same rank. I wasn't aware, sir. Your record doesn't mention any mech designs with her name on it as a collaborator. Records lie. The pirate mech designer stated firmly. You young ones are too reliant on the galactic net. Unless you've witnessed an event with your own two eyes, always be skeptical. The MTA only tracks public mech designs, which is accurate at your level, but becomes increasingly less reflective of reality once you advance. The best mechs are always designed behind closed doors. I see. VS already knew that, but not to this extent. Nonetheless, he adopted a suitably surprised expression, as if this revelation was worth gold to him. For whatever reason, the Skull Architect's mood had swung to a teaching mode. This personality was infinitely better than any of the other possible options, so VS was content to play the eager student to the generous teacher. Chapter 659 Intensive Questioning. Despite his appearance as some pirate princeling in dark and menacing armor, VS acted like an eager pupil in front of the Skull Architect's sage advice. The man who pulled off the pirate look much better than many other mech designers had dropped his belligerent tone. For now. Boy, it is clear to me that you are unaccustomed to collaborate projects. Have you ever jointly designed a mech? No, sir, not if you count out competition mechs designed in a matter of days or hours. The Skull Architect scoffed on the other side of the low-quality comm channel. Working together with other mech designers to design the best mechs your abilities can produce is a complicated song and dance. It takes trust and sincerity to design a mech that expresses multiple design philosophies without clashing against each other. Done well, and the end product can be the most rewarding mech design that has ever graced from your hands. Done poorly, and the design not only wasted your time, but might lead to a schism with your fellow designer. I shall take note of your warnings. VS dutifully nodded, and he did mentally record the man's lessons. I have not had the privilege of collaborating with another mech designer, but it is inevitably on my agenda. About that topic. The Skull Architect's face abruptly grinned. The man peered closer into the projector, magnifying his face and crowding out the skulls piled in the background. We are Kindred mech designers. The statement along with the change in expression came out of the blue. VS became floored for a few seconds. What did the Skull Architect mean by that? VS stayed silent, allowing for the other mech designer to explain. Our ethos, our willingness to pursue the mysteries of reality, our insatiable curiosity for the unknown, are we not alike? The Skull Architect listed out with a cackle. Ha ha! Every mech designer that approached me did so with ulterior motives. Fine. I like ambitious mech designers. Yet when they finally demonstrate their designs to me, they are utterly consumed by petty thoughts and personal gains. It is the same for you. Ah! Do not deny it, you whelp! The man growled at him, before abruptly switching back to a grin. However, compared to those useless pieces of trash, you are from a cut above. Your design for the liner gray has revealed much to me. I can read you like an open book. I must say that the motives I've sensed from your design is close to the ideal that mech designers your age should strive for. I can sense your hunger to transform the entire mech industry. You yearn to prove yourself at the highest level, is that right?
That is true. VS nodded modestly. Even though he already knew that the Skull Architect could read a lot from his work, he felt awfully exposed right now. The design philosophy that I've been forming goes contrary to many established conventions. The Skull Architect smirked at VS. Your design philosophy. Very interesting. I have sensed an unfathomable depth underneath the surface that even I can't understand. A mech designer at your stage shouldn't be thinking so ambitiously. Yet you do not appear to be someone who adheres to the rules if they become inconvenient. Dangerous. Very dangerous. A chill ran through his spine as VS noted the underlying warning. The importance of a mech designer's design philosophy could not be overstated. It was literally the core of their beliefs on how mech should look like. A critical flaw in someone's design philosophy might irreparably ruin their design careers because the flaws doomed all of their designs. Collaborate projects are an essential part of a mech designer's development. The senior continued, having switched back to teaching mode. They reveal shortcomings through contrast. They polish the strength of our design philosophies through collisions. They can result in a mech design that is greater than what we are able to design on our own. Let us consider the work you have submitted to me. Compare your liner gray to mine as it was originally envisioned. Which design is better? VS thought a lot on this topic himself, both as a way to judge his disparity with the senior mech designer and also as a way to process the puzzles in his mind that had cropped up. The question of which design won over the other was actually a comparison between visions. Senior Jimenez envisioned a land-bound light skirmisher that stood head and shoulders above similar mech models in terms of performance. It had been designed to function as a high-powered killing machine that almost rivaled the power of custom mechs in the package of a standard product. Right out of the box, the liner gray had been designed to awe and overcome expectations. The ruinous demands put on the mech pilots be damned. This mech demanded the utmost in order to display its full potential. Your vision for your mech is extreme. He finally spoke when he saw that the Skull Architect was getting impatient. It is not a direction which I am inclined to take. While I like to pursue performance like any other mech designer, I believe the best mechs are those designed from a holistic perspective. A mech is not a closed system in itself. It is an ecosystem which includes the bare mech frame as well as the mech pilot and the support structure that services and repairs the mech. I design an ecosystem, not just a mech. It was a convoluted way of saying that VS looked beyond the technical and took note of demands outside this sphere. The Skull Architect displayed no surprise at his answer. Elaborate in your own words, please. A mech does not operate in isolation. Every movement, every attack, every tactical decision requires a human mind behind the controls. A mech can be defined as a large weapon platform that is largely directed by the human in its cockpit. To me, the mech pilot is an indispensable part of a mech, and should be taken into account from the start whenever I design my own mechs. That is an understandable perspective, the Skull Architect murmured. A mech that is controlled by an AI or some other substitute is a bot. However, the fallacy that you are falling for is assuming you are able to model the reactions of a mech pilot. Your design is suffused by deep insights of a mech pilot's perspective. This can be a blessing, but it can also be a shackle. How can mechs seek to surpass their predecessors if they are not pushing the envelope? The Skull Architect must have been referring to the masteries that VS had applied when putting his own spin on the liner gray design. The first-hand insights of several mech pilots continued to exert its influence on almost every design choice. VS had no cause to doubt the wisdom gained from them. To hear the Skull Architect question their usefulness was insulting. However,
he also knew what the skull architect was trying to say. The man attempted to warn VS that he might have become too smitten in his gains from his mastery. A mech pilot and a mech designer occupied two very different kinds of professions. A good mech pilot might not always be the best mech designer, and vice versa. I appreciate the inquiry. You have given me some food for thought, VS eventually answered. My conviction hasn't changed, though. We design mechs to supply the mech markets and serve the needs of mech pilots. Calibrating our designs to take into account our target market is a fundamental necessity. The mech market is not perfect, the skull architect suddenly roared, fury suffusing his very expression. It is a heavily regulated puppet show where the mech manufacturers with the biggest pockets muscle out better designs through abusing their superior market power. The overwhelming majority of the mech markets in the galaxy is dominated by the same transgalactic enterprises that are virtually impregnable in the galactic center. To V's dismay, the man was just starting with his rant. Your faith in the so-called mech market is wholly misplaced. You rely too much on the assumption that demand is fueled by humans who can be trusted to act rationally. That is a complete lie. The market is overflowing with idiots and imbeciles who chase after the shiniest TOI instead of sound and proper products. The ugly truth is that mech buyers have no idea what they really want. If I had my way, each person who buys a mech ought to leave their purchasing decisions to a pre-programmed AI. This will always result in the most optimal and most rational mech selection in 99 out of 100 cases. The second fault you are overlooking is that the mech market is myopic in scope and always fails in predicting future trends. Earlier I said that mech markets are populated by orangutans who don't know the difference between a light skirmisher and a heavy artillery mech. This goes double for new mech types and radical innovations. You haven't looked at the market that way, haven't you, boy? Then open your eyes. Think about assassin mechs. Those stealthy mechs have long been dismissed in the early days because of their complete lack of armor and their primitive implementation of stealth technology. Their stealth barely lasts a minute, and they can't suppress alternative ways of spotting mechs such as gravitic sensors. However, those who kept developing assassin mechs never gave up, and through the hard work and constant accumulation over several generations, they have finally cracked the code and succeeded in developing principles to design viable stealth mechs over the decades-long protests of the rest of the mech industry and the stupid consumers who think they know best. The advantages these pioneers have built over many years of research and design work have paid off for them in spades. Some of them have gained an immeasurable advantage in this field, and they succeeded in transforming their head start into an enduring position of leadership. However, for each success story, there are thousands if not millions of outright failures. There are research directions that sound incredibly promising and ambitious, but never see the light of day because their mech designers are incompetent. However, there are also mech designers who pursue a worthy goal that, if successful, can transform the entire mech landscape. These brave souls require support and investment, not ridicule or premature condemnation. Many great ideas are suppressed by close-minded idiots, while many awful ideas receive entire shipments of money because their mech designers are born with silver spoons in their mouths. That said, the latter is more of an exception than the rule, because by far the entire mech industry is a snail in terms of innovation. There is no appetite for risk-taking, and the drive to design radically better mechs is actively suppressed by the tyrannical know-it-alls of the MTA. Countless virtually identical mech designs are published each year, and all of them perform no better than their closest equivalent. The forces of inertia is too strong in the mech industry, and the unnecessarily high standards of validation by the MTA is to blame. By raising the quality bar too high, they are actively strangling too many radical new mech concepts in their cradle before they can be tested on the market. Apprentice mech designer V.S. Larkinson. V.S. practically jumped out of his skin. Why, yes, sir. Tell me. The man leaned closer to the sensor, capturing his projection until his entire sneering face filled up the projection. Do you still trust the sanctity of the mech market after hearing what I said? The rant put VS on the back foot. He barely followed the threads espoused by the Skull Architect as he vented his biases against the entities he developed grudges against. VS had never cast his thoughts that deep, and to ask for his opinion immediately after hearing them for the first time was like asking him to design a complete production mech after his first day of attending his mech design classes. Chapter 660 Human Behavior. Some much-needed clarity injected into his mind for a moment. VS had been put out of his comfort zone after being on the receiving end of a passionate rant. Economists of all stripes can write entire virtual libraries on the subject of the mech industry and the mech market. I know what I am. I'm a mech designer. I know what I am not. I have not dived too deeply into questioning the model of the mech market in my mind. Is that your answer? The Skull Architect scoffed in a disdainful manner. You throw your hands in the air because matters of economy is beyond your scope of expertise? While I have a low opinion of the mech market, they set the rules that mech designers such as you must follow. For better or worse, every independent mech designer that has the power to publish their own designs must conform to market standard, however stifling they turn out to be. Doesn't that rankle you? The man's response gave VS some much-needed time to formulate a response. While he could have bopped his head and agreed with whatever the wise and mighty senior said, VS wanted to preserve his own ideas. If he let the Skull Architect roll over him, VS might as well convert to the gospel of the Skull Architect. VS calmed his mood and disregarded the other mech designer's high-strung mood. Let me turn this argument around, if I may. You say that the mech market is made up of conservative copycat mech designers and buyers that are anything but rational. Does that not make the two of us fallible as well? Who are we to tell that we know what is best for mech pilots? That argument may hold some weight if the number of suppliers of mechs is only limited to a handful of mech manufacturers. That is the exact opposite of the current market supply. There are so many mech designers attempting to make their mark on the mech market that it is straining the MTA's practically unlimited resources. Ha! Serves them right. Those control freaks are being brought down by the weight of their own success. The Skull Architect's grievances against the Mech Trade Association must run very deep. Hardly any mech designer dared to say anything ill about one of the two most powerful organizations in human space. Though the MTA presented a friendly and accessible face to the public, VS heard they were rather firm in keeping the industry under their benevolent supervision. My experiences with the Mech Trade Association have been shallow so far, VS cautiously said. I cannot say my experiences with them have ended on a bad note. You're still a cub in their eyes, Mr. Larkin's son. You still need to jump out of the spawning pond before the MTA will start to take you seriously. When you reach journeyman, their scrutiny on you will intensify by 1,000-fold. While the stereotype describes them watching over every mech designer through spy bugs and other high-tech means, the real snake is hidden among your employees and associates. Do not trust a single of your men no matter how well you've secured their guarantees. Especially do not trust the supposed ironclad contracts of the MTA to enforce non-disclosure agreements. VS turned speechless for a moment. The idea sounded absurd, yet awfully plausible. The MTA actively violates the confidentiality agreements they are supposed to uphold? They are their own judge. There's nobody in the galaxy that is accountable to the MTA. The Skull Architect cackled as if he achieved a victory. Ha ha! That's it. There's the rub. Too many mech designers have fallen into their trap of placing total confidence in their integrity and impartiality. The MTA is anything but a sober and united institution. It suffers from the same infighting, nepotism, corruption, incompetence, and bias as every other organization ran by humans. As long as humans are involved, the worst-case scenario will always take place without fail. It is in our nature to screw up. VS read the underlying argument. The skull architect evidently held a deeper grievance against humans in general. In particular, their irrational and emotional behavior hampered his own research ventures many times. Still, VS did not agree with that sentiment. Humans are fallible, yes. But we are also the race that have managed to conquer half the galaxy during the Age of Conquests. Our many screw-ups aside, our breadth of life and our wealth of emotions has driven us to greater heights than almost any alien before us has achieved. Although I respect your opinions, I really can't agree with your pessimism with regards to the imperfections of human behavior. Life is inherently dynamic, and while that makes our society imperfect, it's at least better than living like bots. His words expressed his beliefs that human diversity of thought and preferences could be a boon for mech designers. After all, if humans always chose to purchase the best mechs on the market, wouldn't they exclusively purchase the optimized-to-death mass-market models? Small-time craftsmen and up-and-coming mech designers such as VS stood no chance of entering the market with his creative but suboptimal mech models. His words had a measurable impact on the skull architect. The pirate mech designer scowled even more, but VS knew the man's anger wasn't directed at him. The senior couldn't refute VS, not without sounding as if humans would be better off if they all turned into emotionless bots. Be that as it may, boy, the Mech Trade Association should have been held to a higher standard. Jimenez calmed down. 'Cause custodiat ipsos custodes? Who watches the watchers? The MTA and CFA were initially conceived to split their powers and keep each other in check. Instead, they have decided to treat their area of interests as their exclusive domain in exchange for not bothering each other. The MTA is a tyrant within the borders of human space, while the CFA gets to terrorize the frontier on a regular basis. The original balance of powers envisioned at the start of the Age of Mechs is broken, and the cracks have already started to show in this last century. I wouldn't know, sir. Of course not, you're just a small apprentice mech designer. In our perspective, you are still a child. No matter. You will be apprised of the true state of human civilization when you reach my rank. Let me impart you with a free tip. Once you advance to journeyman, which you inevitably will, do not participate in any of their initiatives. They are all traps designed to pull you into there. The way the senior spoke started to grate on VS. While he sensed that the skull architect genuinely wanted to help him out, the older mech designer actually tried to pursue his own interests. The skull architect was a huge hypocrite. He was guilty of the same kind of political maneuvering and backbiting that Hay laid at the feet of the MTA. VS grimaced a bit at the realization, but he felt no need to confront the very dangerous mech designer of his faults. I will take your warning into consideration, he spoke. If the skull architect wanted to plant some doubt into V's mind, then he certainly succeeded. VS could never look at the MTA in the same way again. With that minor victory in his belt, the skull architect grinned and leaned back from the projection. He didn't appear so menacing now, though his garments reminded VS that the man was more than just a mech designer. He was speaking to a powerful influence among the pirates. I misspoke. The man surprisingly admitted a fault. At the beginning, I stated that we were kindred mech designers. It is clear now that our differences are larger than I have anticipated. Nonetheless, despite our divergent beliefs, we are of one mind when it comes to making progress in mech design. How far are you willing to go to climb up to the next level? That was a complicated question that might lead to the question whether VS had the guts to kill in order to achieve his goals. I prefer to keep the damage to the minimum. I am perfectly willing to be flexible if that gets me closer to my goals, but the most important priority is for me to stay alive. I can't do that very easily if I challenge the MTA. The senior smiled at him. I don't expect you to. Not when you haven't experienced how stifling the MTA can be with regards to your research interests. Follow my earlier advice and keep the MTA as out of the loop as possible. The less of a grasp they have on you, the longer you can advance your research without getting caught. Noted. Enough about the MTA. You are still too indoctrinated into worshipping the ground it walks on. It will be difficult for you to recognize the ugly truth when you have not yet touched upon its rotten core. The man turned around for a moment and rummaged through his pirate admiral's outfit. He drew out a data chip and inserted it into his interface. The low-quality projector split up, showing both the skull architect's face and a pair of identical designs. "Let's discuss your test, shall we?" he began, and pressed a button that highlighted the differences between the mechs. "It is interesting that our liner grays differ remarkably in performance and piloting ease. Where my design excels in the former, yours focuses on the latter. From a technical perspective, the divergence rate between our designs is less than 2%. Yet the impact these differences have on performance is more than 15%. As for the jumps in piloting ease, since this is a subjective criteria, it can't be measured in exact terms, but I estimate that the difference in that aspect alone is over 200%. VS did not look too surprised at those dramatic figures. As he designed the Liner Gray Simplified Edition, he always compared it to the Liner Gray Original Edition in his mind, or at least what these dumbed-down set of designs could achieve. The drop in performance is regrettable, but if the piloting experience is at least 3 times better than before, then I believe this trade-off is more than worth it. My design philosophy cares more about accommodating mech pilots than squeezing the last drops of performance." The skull architect tooted at VS in disapproval. The man had switched back to teaching mode. "Your casual disregard on the priority to maximize the performance of your mech is one of the most egregious flaws in your mech design. How naive! The notion that you can coast through your career designing artful, ergonomic but ultimately useless trinkets is a reckless one. Wake up! If you had to present your variant of the Liner Gray before a council of senior mech designers, they would laugh at you in the face before booting you from the hall and from their minds." "Performance is relative, sir. The Liner Gray performs 15% weaker than yours. That can't be argued with. But the potential mech pilots that can actually make use of it is multiplied by at least 1,000 times. Usability and practicality are important qualities on their own, and should be taken into consideration as well when deciding what constitutes good performance." The older man scoffed for the umpteenth time. Much of what VS espoused seemed to rub him the wrong way. "Ah, the old everything is relevant argument. Well, when you bring your relatively good performing mech models to the market, we shall see whether the mech market you place so much affection on possesses any appetite for your products when there are thousands of competing mech models that perform significantly better. I'd like to remind you that I am still at the early stages of my career. My mech designs can never match the performance of mainstream mech models and those designed by talented seniors and masters. Struggling to compete on them in terms of hard performance numbers is an exercise in folly. It is never too early to start chasing after the best. Back when I was your age, I was already dreaming of beating those seemingly perfect mainstream mech models that you so dread competing against. Certainly, many of my early products were failures. But I persisted, and persisted, until I finally broke through to journeyman and published a respectable mech design that has closed the gap by an enormous margin. These experiences have shaped my design philosophy into a long and sharp spear that I can use to drive directly into my impregnable competitors." The skull architect confirmed the speculation. Once a journeyman formulated a design philosophy, it affected the remainder of that mech designer's career. As an apprentice, your philosophy is still malleable and can be shaped into a different form. Think very hard before you decide on its final shape. The progress you make today will save you years of stagnation in the future. Chapter 661: A Simple Transaction. VS had no idea how an attempt to acquire knowledge of stealth tech and how to fabricate an ultra-compact battery spiraled into a full-blown lecture and tutoring session. If he ignored the fact he was wearing a heavily embellished suit of light combat armor that could have been torn straight from a modern-day pirate drama, he might have thought he traveled back in time to his student days. Of course, with a professor like Reno Jimenez instructing him on how to do better, in a pirate admiral's uniform no less, the situation turned into a completely unbelievable event. Though the Skull Architect may not be the most pleasant individual to converse with, he took a surprisingly patient attitude with VS when the topic shifted to the technical aspects of their liner gray design. They did not have to converse that much, since both of them had tasted each other's design philosophies. They also read through each other's design choices and characteristics. Reading a mech design was a fundamental ability of any mech designer. VS knew of most of the secrets of the liner gray, and could say with confidence he could reproduce an identical light skirmisher with a 70% similarity. The only aspects he failed to get a grasp on were those that concerned higher concepts, areas in which VS could only begin to touch upon when he advanced to the rank of journeyman. As for his counterpart, the Skull Architect might have grasped up to 99% of his design style. The two stood at different stages in a mech designer's career. Practically nothing VS had implemented in his own version of the liner gray could be hidden from an elder mech designer's sight. Considering the vast experience gap between them, VS had made several notable errors in his design. The Skull Architect highlighted the joint sections near the waist. One of the more egregious loss in performance is the way you handled the leg joints. I can understand why you've thickened these sections, but this size increase leads to a whole cascade of changes. The man brutally pointed out several of these major errors, each one illuminating VS even more. It couldn't be helped, as VS had been handed over the liner gray design without any manuals or instructions. He inevitably misunderstood some minor details which turned out to have an enormous effect. As the senior found nothing else worth noting on, he waved his hand, causing the projections of the designs to fade. Learn from this experience. Seek out active collaborations. There is no rule in mech design that states that a mech designer ought to work alone. Some of the best mechs come about through combining the strengths of several mech designers. While each contributing mech designer adds another complicating element, the reward is often worth the effort. Tell me, boy, what is your evaluation of your version of the liner gray if it were to be published on the market? VS frowned at this question. The liner gray is one of the best put-together designs I've had the pleasure of working with, but it makes use of outdated alloys and techniques. It won't gain any traction on the market except for a possible role as training mech, but even then its premium material costs makes it unsuitable for that task. My apologies, it is hard for me to make accurate estimates of the market performance of a second-class mech design. The market for second-class mechs is more diverse than the market for third-class mechs. An abundance of wealth and vastly higher budgets allow for greater combinations of exotics to be used. Other than that, the market for more mundane mech types is more similar than you think. Let me put the question in a different context. What if I decided to publish your variant of the liner gray instead of my original creation as its original design all those years ago? I have not performed any detailed market research about how the Friday Coalition's mech market worked like. I'm missing too much information to make a confident judgment about its market performance. That said, even if the simplified version of the liner gray performs 15% worse than the pure version, the design's base specs have always been higher than the average. Therefore, the decrease in performance should still put the liner gray in an acceptable range. Yet the cost of the liner gray is too high. The Skull Architect jabbed. The market may be filled with fools, but if the disparity between your liner gray and its direct competitors is too big, introducing this model on the market will result in more losses than gains. That unfortunately rang more true for VS than he'd like. What he did was to take a high-performing mech built with high-quality performance and simplified its operation so that it became more suitable for the mass market. Yet one of the defining traits of a mass-market mech was that its price had to be within a reasonable range. This demand directly contradicted with the high-quality components of the liner gray. VS had to admit defeat in this aspect. The liner gray that I've designed won't do so well because it utilizes expensive, high-performing parts that I'm not using to their full potential. If I had more control over the design, then I would have swapped those unnecessarily expensive parts with cheaper ones that can do the job just as well. The impact on performance will be small, but the costs can easily be reduced by a third. A mech that is modified to such an extent can no longer be called the liner gray. The senior shook his head, as if disappointed at the solution VS had come up with. No matter. This is merely an exercise with an outdated mech design. I have no interest in putting the liner gray for sale again. Let us move to a different matter. VS already had an inkling of what Jimenez had to say. From Myra, he gained the impression that the Skull Architect valued his time highly. He wouldn't waste a single second on VS if the possible gains from the conversation didn't surpass the opportunity cost of spending time to improve his designs. Almost mech designer from the older generation that came in touch with VS gained a good impression of him. VS didn't fit the mold of an average mech designer, and that tickled their interest. However, being different didn't matter if VS couldn't gain any concrete benefits from the contact. He worked carefully to incorporate subtle elements in his liner gray design that may have been picked up by its original designer. That the Skull Architect already cleared out this much time from his schedule to talk with VS was a hopeful sign. However, VS knew very well that he himself did not merit this treatment solely because he put an interesting spin on the liner gray. The man VS was talking to was anything but an altruistic teacher. The Skull Architect wanted something from VS, and the price may be steep. The demonstration of your design abilities have caught my interest. It is very strange to sample your work, boy. I sense a small element of Carmen's influence in your design choices, yet you treat her teachings as a supplement to your own style of designing mechs. While your design philosophy is on the opposite spectrum of mine, I can respect the direction you have decided to take. Thank you, sir. I wasn't finished yet. Your design philosophy is woefully immature and just a seed compared to the blooming flower that represents my own. However, strength and maturity aside, the intrinsic qualities of both our design philosophies are incredibly suitable to be combined in uneven collaborative projects. The work you have done with the liner gray has already proved that. Out of every test I've issued, yours is one of the few that brings out different facets to my design while adding value to the product. VS treated the liner gray as a serious design project. The mech had to be usable and marketable. While he hadn't quite succeeded with the latter, that was mainly because he lacked the permission to implement wider changes in the design. Myra brought to me because you have need of something of mine, correct? Yes, sir. I'd like to obtain 2 pieces of knowledge if you have them. My first demand is to obtain the design specifications of an ultra-compact battery, preferably one that I can fabricate with materials available for sale in Manraftoft or in the frontier. My second demand is to obtain practical knowledge of reasonably up-to-date stealth technology. I am in the possession of many fragments of stealth shuttles, but reconstructing them into a working vehicle requires theoretical backing that I currently lack. He decided to be fairly open in his demands. He doubted that the Skull Architect appreciated any obtuse word games on this matter. Besides, the senior must have already heard what he wanted from Myra. The only element that was new was his demand for the design specs of an ultra-compact battery. That must have tripped up the Skull Architect's expectations, because the deadly man began to frown in a severe manner. Stealth tech is already restricted knowledge. It is unthinkable to pass it along like a piece of cabbage on the street. As for ultra-compact batteries, it is technology that is ruinously costly to acquire and even more demanding in its application. Are you certain of your demands? Don't ask for what you won't be able to use yourself. I'm certain, sir. If you can help me acquire them at a reasonable price that is within my means, then I would be very grateful. The Skull Architect chuckled. Besides mech designers, we are both businessmen. It comes with the territory. I am not in the habit of giving out favors for free, let alone two extremely valuable pieces of knowledge. I like you, boy, but not to the extent to waive their prices, as there are troublesome repercussions I allow them to be spread. What? Are your prices? A simple business transaction. The skull architect smirked as the discussion finally reached the most interesting part. You have already demonstrated the result of what our work can do when we combine our strengths. Our design philosophies are opposite and have little overlap with each other, but this creates the condition for some of the best kind of collaborate end results. The biggest issue that is hampering us is our differences in maturity, so for now the only practical collaborate mech designs that we can produce together is for my design to take the lead and for you to develop a variant. VS widened his eyes. He had never thought that the skull architect valued his work so highly that his work might actually become for sale. What the skull architect suggested was to do the same he had done with the liner gray, but do it with an up-to-date mech design that was part of the man's current mech catalog. In essence, merely had to accept the offer to become the contributing designer of a pirate mech design. Many apprentices and journeymen dreamed of becoming a contributing designer to a mech design that came from the hand of a senior. VS already had a taste of the benefits from working on small but key sections of the liner gray. If his autonomy extended throughout the entire mech frame, then he would be able to test his own nascent design philosophy against a much more developed one in a controlled environment. This alone had the potential of polishing his design principles and strengthen them in a way that made them more cohesive and competitive. He felt really mixed about this offer. It was both an opportunity and a really bad idea. If word got out that VS not only sought out the skull architect, but voluntarily helped the man improve his pirate designs, then VS was no different from a pirate mech designer himself. His reputation. Let alone ruining his reputation, VS might also suffer the same fate as the skull architect and get booted out from civilized space. The cost was too high. Chapter 662 Negotiating Power. I'm honored that you have considered me worthy enough to value my work to the extent of adding it in your catalog. He began carefully. But I cannot afford to associate my name with yours. The skull architect dismissively waved his hand. A name is a name. I do not even need to mention you in the first place when putting your variant on the market. Many mech designs that are published each day claim to have been designed by a single designer, but have secretly benefited from assistance from other mech designers. The only reason their credit is absent is because they are paid extra to keep quiet or because they've been coerced in some way. In any case, it is no issue for us to leave the market guessing. Even so, there are other hindrances plaguing such a collaboration effort. The liner gray design you've handed over to me is a lower-level version that doesn't properly convey the majesty of your design. If my contribution is to be ready for sale, I will have to work on the purest version of your designs. VS didn't need to continue. Apprentices were generally kept away from those high-level designs for a good reason. They couldn't handle the profoundness hidden within. Even if he possessed a much higher tolerance due to his spirituality, it was still a highly unpleasant experience for him to work on something that carried the touch of a senior. These are trivial issues to overcome. The skull architect dismissed his protestations. It was in his interest to do so in this negotiation. Many mech designers dream of contributing to designs of a higher level. Don't think I haven't noticed your eyes light up when I mentioned it. Not only will you be able to experience advanced design concepts that will give you a head start in designing higher-ranked mechs, you will also be able to hammer your design philosophy into shape. While I admit those benefits sound attractive, the practical limitations remain. I don't dare to study your designs too closely. As I said, this problem isn't impossible to solve. Otherwise, collaboration between mech designers of different ranks aren't as prevalent as today. The senior mech designer patiently explained the methods that would allow them to work on the same design without repercussions. The skull architect was responsible for the main design as the lead designer. As the contributing designer, VS merely had to tweak some aspects to his style. As long as he kept the changes marginal, say, 5% or less, VS would not have to expose himself too much to the new design. You can pace your work over a longer stretch of time. A typical apprentice can easily perform 30 minutes to an hour's worth of work before requiring rest and recuperation. This can be repeated multiple times in a day. You can also wait until the next day to fully recover your mind and work for a slightly longer stretch of time. If I can only work an hour or so a day on a higher level design, I won't be able to finish it promptly, VS replied. With your proficiency, you don't require too much hours to develop a variant with a divergence rate of less than 5%. I am handing complete designs with nearly complete documentation and logs to you. You will hardly be expected to do your own research and experimentation. I will have to experience it for myself, but from my experience with working with another senior's mech designs, I will not be able to make too much progress every day. The two quibbled over this issue for a bit before moving on to the skull architect's demand. The price that I can offer for a concise and modern textbook on stealth technology will not be low. Its market price at the very least amounts to billions, if not trillions of coalition credits. The only way a small mech designer can make up for that price is if you collaborate with me on 30 of my mech designs. As for the design specifications of an ultra-compact battery, its value and rarity is even higher, so my price for that is 50 of my mech designs. VS practically had a heart attack upon hearing the ridiculous cost for the two pieces of knowledge. He might as well sign over his entire life to the skull architect and become his slave. That's preposterous. It's inhuman. It will take decades to work my way through so many designs. Do you even have that many mechs in your catalog? Years. Decades. Centuries. It matters little to me. The skull architect brushed off his outrage. If you can pay me in K-coins or coalition credits, then I am happy to accept them. I haven't offered these two valued pieces of knowledge to more than a handful of mech designers, so you should feel honored that I'm opening up my knowledge bank to you. The opportunity to work on a senior's design definitely benefited VS, but it was not as if he could find other ways to refine his design philosophy. The best way to improve his design ability was to design his own mechs from scratch. Please, sir, let's be real here. VS shook his head. You value my input because of their research and input value. Also, the mech market of the frontier is very different from the Friday Coalition's mech market. The material quality is mixed, but is generally of a far lower standard, something which I am very proficient with. Also, the vast majority of mech pilots are vastly less skilled than can be found in the Coalition. Your pure designs are geared towards elites, not trash. Catering to lower-skilled pilots is something which I am very adept at already. VS put forth a position which stated that his held much higher value to the skull architect than the man had initially priced in. Though he may be just an apprentice, if his suspicions were right, the skull architect might have gotten a glimpse of the greater depth within his work. If that were so, it basically meant that VS possessed something which the older mech designer badly wanted to experience. This gave VS the grounds to negotiate better terms. The skull architect grudgingly nodded. Your words have merit, but remember that I have several alternatives. Many mech designers in the frontier look up to me, and I can pick any of them to perform the same of what I ask of you. I have my students to count on as well. They are they. I am I. Each mech designer is unique. If those other mech designers and students of yours possessed a valuable quality, then you wouldn't be asking me. As you have mentioned earlier, our design philosophies are diametrically opposite to each other. With how obsessed most mech designers are regarding the pursuit of maximum performance, I don't think you can find a single other mech designer in the frontier with a design philosophy that resembles mine. Let alone that, but their skills and talent likely leaves much to be desired. This is the frontier after all. The reason why the Skull Architect acted disdainfully against most mech designers who approached him was because they weren't worth his time. There weren't many mech designers in the frontier. Those that were exiled to this uncivilized region of space usually consisted of losers, eccentrics, or indigenous mech designers, each of which came with a different set of problems. An indigenous with talent like Myra was very hard to come by. VS didn't know this for certain, but he could make an educated guess. He was thankful that he took the time to discuss the awful situation of mech designers in the frontier with Kedis and Myra. The lack of schools, security, MTA supervision, a readily available supply of materials, and a stable mech market all hampered the growth and proliferation of mech designers. It was at least 10 times harder for mech designers to operate a business here, especially without any backing from the established pirate organizations. Pirates weren't exactly the best employers either. The Skull Architect scowled. His face began to take on a frightening aspect. Do not presume to ask too much. Greed is responsible for the downfall of countless mech designers. VS steeled his mind and remained calm. He held his ground and did not show any sign of being intimidated. I merely wish for fair compensation. My work is of far greater value to you than what the sales of your mechs can bring in. Considering the immense difficulty for me to work on a higher level design, perhaps working on 5 designs is suitable. Ridiculous! A contribution on merely 5 of my designs isn't enough to cover the bribes I have to pay. 75 designs, no less. A long round of bargaining subsequently took place. Though the Skull Architect possessed an advantage in status, experience, and business acumen, VS figured out that the older man really wanted to close this deal. It couldn't be helped. Even though countless mech designers existed in the galaxy right now, only a minuscule fraction arrived at the Ferris Star region. Of this portion, none of them possessed his unique qualities. His exclusive specialty alone might be unique in this galaxy. With a virtual monopoly on his hands, VS represented the only hope of solving the fatal flaw of the Skull Architect's high-performing mechs. The senior mech designer practically hungered for his 25 designs. An incredibly haggard and angry pirate mech designer said. This is my last ultimatum. It is a burdensome amount of mechs to work with, and it will still require some decades to work through them all. But this is an extremely generous price considering what you are able to obtain in return. VS paused for a moment, weighing the offer in his mind. He really wanted to bargain down the Skull Architect further, but it appeared that contributing to 25 designs had reached the bottom line. Anything less might provoke a violent reaction from this unstable mech pilot. VS still possessed some scruples about the Skull Architect. He was negotiating with a mass-murdering criminal after all. It felt like dining with a serial-killing cannibal. If VS attempted to suggest they eat all vegetarian meals, perhaps his chopped-up body would be served up as the next course. However, VS sensed it hadn't reached that point yet. His sense of preservation urged him to accept this figure, but his risk-taking instincts urged him to make one more attempt. Just do it. 10 designs. 15 designs. Not one less, you little brat. Otherwise, I'll put a bounty on your head and sick my personal retinue on your trail and drag your broken body back to my lab so I can cut off your bones while you're still alive and incorporate them into a commemorative liner gray. Agreed. VS did not ask whether the liner gray his bones would be incorporated in was the high-performing base model or the simplified variant that VS had put forth. The Skull Architect might go through with his threat if VS kept egging the man on. This was one of the most frightening negotiations of his life. Ta! The awful-looking Skull Architect spat. You little punk! It seems you finally know your limits. Don't forget your agreement. Collaborate with me on 15 separate mech designs, and I will wipe out the debt you owe for obtaining knowledge that you came for. Are you happy? Certainly, sir. Objectively speaking, it was a generous offer. Subjectively speaking, VS was underselling his own uniqueness. To a bystander's perspective, the deal heavily favored VS. In fact, it could be argued that collaborating with a senior mech designer for 15 times wasn't a price at all, but actually a benefit that could vastly propel VS to a higher level. However, VS truly believed his specialty should be enough to repay the debt he owed to the Skull Architect after collaborating 2 or 3 times at most. Neither side regained their cheer. Both of them felt as if the other secured the upper hand in the negotiation. The fact that neither side ended up satisfied spoke of a decent compromise. Chapter 663 Devil's Bargain. In the next couple of minutes, the Skull Architect acted decisively once the deal had been reached. He poked at his comm for a minute before he looked up again. The documentation on what you came for is being sent through the Tsianti connection right at this moment. I've included only the bare minimum of files on both pieces of technology, and cut back on both the duplicates and extremely profound theories that you have no business dealing with at your stage. What I'm already sending should be more than enough to get you by, so don't be greedy. I understand, sir. VS trusted the professional integrity of the Skull Architect to send what he promised. Certainly, if VS didn't bargain so hard, the senior may have kept in some freebies, but he got what he paid for. For the price of just 15 collaborations, he obtained condensed knowledge on 2 key technologies that formed the essential cornerstones of his future plans. Due to the low bandwidth of the connection, it took some time for the files to completely transfer. While they could have performed this transfer a billion times faster through the galactic net, that would basically be broadcasting their dirty deeds to the comm consortium. Both of them would rather put up with the slow connection. The Skull Architect seemed less likely to chop VS up and use his skull as a decorative piece for his next mech now that they closed the deal. I am sure I do not need to remind you of the consequences of reneging on your part of the deal. Even your vaunted Master Olsen won't be able to protect you from my wrath if you are stupid enough to do so. From what I know of Carmen, she will even take my side. A contract between mech designers requires no guarantee from the MTA to hold force. Yes, sir. I have always upheld my contracts. I am not about to break this track record. Let us discuss the practicalities of my demands. I won't go easy on you, especially since I only have 15 opportunities to obtain variants of my designs from your hand. They got down to the nitty-gritty details. As if to compensate for his less-than-stellar deal, the Skull Architect imposed numerous harsh demands and conditions on the work that VS had to perform on his behalf. First, the deal needed to be kept a secret from both sides. It didn't benefit VS at all to be connected to designing pirate mechs. Getting booted out of the rolls of the MTA and being ostracized by the entire mech industry was virtually guaranteed in that event. Though the repercussions were less severe to the Skull Architect, his deal with VS may be construed as weakness since he was chasing after the abilities of an apprentice mech designer of all things. For a pirate designer that constantly needed to project strength, it was in his best interests to keep quiet. Still, out of the two of them, VS was in the worst position. In some way, VS had entered a situation where the Skull Architect could possibly blackmail him by airing their dirty dealings to the public. The risk was only tempered by the fact that evidence was easily fabricated, therefore VS could still fight back by doubting the evidence, or flooding the galactic net with similar stories. In recent days, he learned the best way to fight an accusation was to flood the media space with as much nonsense as possible. In the flood of data, hardly any useful information could be found. Besides, if the Skull Architect had any integrity as a mech designer in his bone, then he wouldn't resort to such an unprincipled method. The man's own warning earlier reminded VS that Master Olsen would likely intervene in person if necessary. He still enjoyed backing of his own, though it was easy to forget that crucial fact. In a situation where both sides stood to suffer severe losses if they breached the contract, the best option was to play within the rules. VS briefly wondered what relationship Reno Jimenez used to have with Master Olson. A few decades ago, they were both seniors, and from his own words they collaborated on some unregistered designs, likely for the Vermeer Group. Perhaps they regarded each other as peers back then, but now their statuses couldn't be more different. One was a fugitive pirate designer, while the other advanced to the ranks of an exalted master. There was a lesson in their divergent career paths. The Skull Architect quickly moved on to enumerating his other demands and conditions, with VS occasionally putting in his own requests. Time became the second most important factor. The Skull Architect really didn't wish for VS to take his sweet time in formulating his variants. Each time VS received a design, he needed to complete it and send it back within 3 months. The entire duration of the contract only held for 15 years. Within this period of time, VS needed to complete the handover of 15 variants of the Skull Architect's designs, or else be regarded as a contract breaker. VS was expected to complete his work if given a design, but only one at a time. This obligation would be paused if VS became indisposed due to his obligations. For example, VS was still expected to travel with the Vandal fleet for a couple of months, and they would certainly be shutting down their quantum entanglement node and maintain a total communications blackout. In such a harsh environment, VS gained some leeway. Besides time, quality was another major factor. This criteria was harder to determine, but overall the Skull Architect needed to be satisfied with the end product. The performance hit shouldn't be too large. The mech types being considered in the designs encompassed almost every possibility. The only classifications of mechs that VS managed to strike from the list of contenders was aquatic mechs and heavy mechs. He possessed little depth in both, and for the former he didn't even master the most preliminary designs. The only reason why the Skull Architect conceded on those points was because heavy mechs and aquatic mechs never sold well in the underdeveloped frontier region. Setting up an aquatic mech unit was a huge hassle for pirates, and the only users of heavy mechs consisted of the larger pirate blocks who relied on their own in-house mech designers. Overall, the Skull Architect expected VS to meet every challenge coming in his way without complaint. No matter whether the mech consisted of a space-borne medium striker or an aerial medium multipurpose rifleman mech, VS ought to deal with them all with the same level of proficiency he showed with the Liner Grey. That might be a tall order to fulfill, but VS actually looked forward to working with different mech types. He already benefited hugely from working firsthand with the Liner Grey. The limited freedom of the previous test provided him with vastly more leeway than he ever enjoyed when he worked with the inheritor design of the Vandals. Having worked with 2 senior-level light skirmisher designs in pretty great depth, VS felt raring to go to design his own light skirmisher mech. Getting a taste of different mech types and gaining proficiency in designing them therefore became a hidden benefit to him. Though the risk was high that he would inherit many of the Skull Architect's design traits, in essence turning him into his second teacher in proxy, the benefits outweighed the costs. Without the guidance of those designs, VS would have to fumble through each design in an attempt to understand their essence. The only way to take a shortcut in this comprehension process was to undergo another mastery process. This might be fine for the first few times, but the ruinous DP costs started to grate on VS. The things he learned from each subsequent mastery would be less as more and more of his gains started to overlap with his existing insights. If VS wanted to round out his catalog with at least 12 mech models, then he didn't need to acquire a mech mastery for each mech type. It might instead become an easy crutch for him. Becoming dependent on this tool would cripple him if he somehow lost access to it or didn't have any time to go through it in the first place. For some reason, his profound discussions with the Skull Architect prompted him to reevaluate his entire outlook on mech design. VS never had any cause to doubt his dependency and faith on his masteries, but the arguments he heard planted some suspicions in his mind. A mech designer ought to accommodate mech pilots, but at what point did this priority become a detriment? Too much coddling turned mechs away from their role as brutally efficient killing machines. The last outcome VS wanted to achieve was to become known for designing big, giant, cuddly, pilotable teddy bears. Almost an hour passed before they finalized their contract. They covered almost every term, and VS barely had the opportunity to argue against some of them. In any case, working under these restrictive terms was a necessary price to pay to placate the man's anger. By now, the transfer of all the files should be done, the pirate designer stated. In account of your military duties, I have refrained from passing along a design to you. Do note that the 15-year timer starts now, and you better find a way to start collaborating with me on my designs as soon as possible. VS nodded. I shall try my best, sir. The bright visual wars have never dragged on for more than 5 to 6 years. Wars are inherently unpredictable, boy. Don't ever make the mistake of seeing patterns in them. A war that operates like clockwork is no war at all. It is a very lethal form of theater. Isn't that a point of favor in its predictability? You see, even the best theater performances can sometimes go awry. Minor deviations in the script happens more often than you think, and there may come a time when the plot is derailed completely. After that ominous note, they finally ended the call. VS looked up at how long they spoke and saw that he was pretty much engrossed in the conversation for over 2 hours. Damn it, the total bill for this call is almost 1,800 K coins. That didn't sound like much until the strength of the currency came into play. Each coin was worth more than a coalition credit, so the final bill amounted to more than 500,000 bright credits. The B counters over at the Vandals are going to be annoyed at this expense. Still, he got what he wanted, so this conversation was definitely worth the money. VS drew out an encrypted data chip and inserted it into a slot on the console. A short second later, the files sent by the Skull Architect finished transferring through. He put the data chip into a secure pocket on his tool belt hanging around his armor, and began to wipe away his traces on the console. He outright removed the storage banks that served as the interface's temporary data storage location and crushed it within his armored grip. The storage banks may have been designed to take a beating, but it couldn't withstand his extraordinary strength boosted by the servos of his light combat armor. He considered chucking it to the nearest garbage chute, but held off. His paranoia warned him that someone could intercept the crushed remains of the databanks and reconstruct them from their fragments. It's best to hold on to this junk until I return to the ship where I can melt the pieces down in the workshop. He stuffed the fragments into the empty pockets of his tool belt. A deal of this nature, and the data he just received was enough to plunge this space station into chaos. VS needed to let as little people know about it as possible, though this would be hard to achieve against the Vandals whom facilities he needed to borrow to build his gadgets. I'll cross that bridge when it comes to that. Besides, I didn't gain anything they already know. Chapter 660 for Eroding Peace. VS exited the comms center with Keddies and his 4 hulking security escort in a contemplative mood. The others waited far longer for VS to hold his call than anticipated. Nalson and the other security officers didn't blink an eye at this delay. Their entire job consisted of standing guard for hours on end when absolutely nothing happened. You dolt! If I knew you were taking your sweet time talking with Myra's mentor, I could have spent my time in the arenas. Keddies growled as she kicked aside another faulty cleaning bot brushing against her armored feet. The cleaning bots somehow became drawn to her feet. VS himself only needed to kick aside a single bot so far. Were they being directed? So what did you talk about with the Skull Architect that left you stuck there for 2 hours? She asked. Lots of important matters, none of it your business. VS replied absently. Let's drop by the bank. I need some K-coins myself to do some shopping. Right now, VS needed to purchase the exotics and other materials required to tinker together an ultra-compact battery or 3. While he didn't possess any device right now that could read out his secure data chip, he had already skimmed the shopping list of which exotics and rare materials he definitely needed. To be honest, VS didn't even recognize half of the names on the list. They were so rare and short in supply that VS never had the opportunity of obtaining them. These must be strategic materials that were either under the strict control of the states, or only found in the most inhospitable parts of the Ferris Star region. No matter what, he at least gained a starting point. "So what's it like to talk with the Skull Architect?" She pestered him from the side, grabbing his arm as if she didn't care for her appearance. Were it not for their intimidating suits of armor, they might have resembled a quarrelsome pair of brothers and sisters. "I heard he's really moody sometimes. Did he blow up on you? Did he threaten to sick his goons on you and bring your body back to his lab so he could slice it up and use your bones as parts for his next mech?" "How did you know?" "Ha! Myra introduced me to her once and I didn't need his approval." She sighed at that. "The Skull Architect never really did explain to me why, though Myra made some good guesses. I still fall short compared to my older sister." VS put his gauntlet against her armored back, trying his best to avoid her scabbard. "There's no point in comparing yourself to Myra. The two of you are completely different mech designers. Agonizing over who is better will only make you stuck in the past. It's better if you focus your attention to the future. That's the only way to close the gap." A mech designer always had to accept the fact that better mech designers existed over their heads. Even masters faced the same prospect when they thought about star designers. As for that last, exclusive group of mech designers, VS had no clue whether even the star designers needed to bow down in the presence of an even greater mech designer. The two navigated through the busier sections of the space station. The open streets inside a vast cavernous artificial hollow gave out the flavor of a compact city center. The tallest structures started from the deck and extended all the way to the ceiling, giving the interior of Manraftoft the strange illusion that they were underground. The solidity this illusion imparted upon the visitors and residents of Manraftoft caused many of them to feel grounded. This was an extremely valuable effect because it distracted everyone from the fact that they were spinning around in space. They were only 1 or 2 hull breaches away from explosive decompression. Most humans couldn't handle long-term living in space. Even VS yearned to walk on solid ground. Stepping aboard this space station somehow suppressed this hidden fear inside him. For that alone, this visit already paid off. The space station was a melting pot of pirates, suspected pirates, treasure hunters, those looking to get a job with them, errant traders looking for a bargain, and more. An abundance of people frequented the busy stalls and shops, showing that business was booming right now. The unexpected increase of visitors since last time VS arrived in Manraftoft must have added to the station's current prosperity. "There are a lot more visitors on this space station than normal," he said as they waited for a small crowd to disperse after noticing VS, Keddies, and their escort. Their combined image intimidated many bystanders into backing off. "Did someone come across a treasure mine in the frontier or something?" "As far as I know, some pirate group inadvertently leaked the coordinates of a newly discovered star system," Keddies explained, though her tone revealed she wasn't too sure about these rumors either. "Supposedly, the coordinates leads to a desolate star system with its planets baked in extreme heat due to their proximity to the sun. That has given off an intense reaction on the exotics exposed to the surface, baking them in the heat of the full sun for many millennia. Now, they're some of the most heat-resistant exotics available in the Ferris Star region." Heat-resistant exotics sat high on his shopping list. If he could get his hands on whatever made these treasure hunters mad with greed, then VS could design a much better ultra-compact battery. "Have the pirates or treasure hunters already returned with a haul?" "Not here, apparently. The ones who made it back with the haul dropped it off at the nearest pirate stations before going back for another try. The fighting there is becoming increasingly chaotic. It sounded like the Glowing Planet campaign all over again, but this time no state-backed military force came in to claim the best ore deposits. The immediate repercussions of the boom meant that the outfits chasing after the Starlight Megalodon wouldn't face as much harassment from errant pirates. With everyone distracted by the shiny heat-resistant exotic bounty, who wanted to go back to their old life of terrorizing the shipping lines or raiding a hollowed-out settlement. The only issue right now was that so many shady outfits had congregated at Manraftoft right now to load up on supplies and partner up with others before departing for the treasure planet. This not only crowded the space station, but also ratcheted up the prices for the most commonly sought goods. "Why are there so many outfits in Manraftoft?" VS asked. "It's because this is the most decent place I've seen in a while," Keddies exclaimed with a curious eye towards all the pirates and treasure hunters walking past each other without more than exchanging firm glares. "Shopkeepers are more honest than dishonest here, and the Bozies are some of the least ruthless station owners of this region of space." "How worse off are the other pirate stations?" "It depends on the owners, but none of them are completely safe. Either the structural integrity is full of holes, or the owners don't hesitate to brainwash you into their loyal minions in the case of the Dragons of the Void. The vendors there all charge 10 times more for the same products that you can find in civilized space. Manraftoft is actually a great destination to stop over for the Sworn Maidens, as we're some of the few pirates allowed to cross the border." VS suddenly understood why the CF8 patrols didn't lay a finger on the shady outfits that visited the station orbiting the next planet over. Manraftoft was a reward. It served as a safer, cheaper and more convenient stopping point for pirates that had not yet crossed the line into complete depravity. Compared to squashing down the pirates en masse, only to see them shoot up in the same numbers a couple years later resulted in little change. However, by letting the Manraftoft Independent Harbor operate like now, the CFA could at least provide an incentive for shady outfits to toe the line and keep their excesses to a minimum. He still found it strange that the pirates boldly dared to visit a star system that is patrolled by actual CFA warships. That was like placing a police station next to a villain's den. "Why doesn't the CFA do anything to pirates?" "So far as I'm aware of, the CFA garrisons haven't been doing anything than guarding their bases and going on sporadic patrols." Keddy shrugged. "That's what all the pirates are thinking. Commander Lydia once told us that the CFA is in the midst of a major policy shift. To what, I don't know, but they're being less heavy-handed about stomping the pirates and have focused more on suppressing the aliens. According to Myra, the CFA is busy with the MTA trying to keep the Terrans and Rebarthans under their thumbs." "That's new. Why haven't I heard of that?" "Why would I know?" she said in an exasperated tone. "I barely know the difference between the Terrans and Rebarthans. All I know is that this slice of space is in the Rebarthan sphere of influence, but if that's so, I hardly notice anything." This rumor sounded more plausible than anything else VS had heard so far to explain the CFA and MTA's decreasing presence in society. They used to enforce their laws aggressively at the start of the age of Mechs, but after a long period of relative peace and stability, they started to fade in the background. This retreat accelerated in recent decades, with VS questioning many times why the MTA and CFA possessed all that power but refused to bring their fangs to bear. A simmering disagreement between the Big Two and the two first-rate superstates had the potential to blow up the entire interior of human space. If fighting truly erupted in the open, then both the Greater Terran Confederation and the new Rebarth Empire stood to lose badly. Unless the only way these two mammoth human states could fend off the Common Fleet Alliance was by building up their own warships in secret. Yet VS could not fathom how they could succeed given the CFA and MTA's omnipotence. Building enough warships to take on a galactic force required an immense amount of resources, manpower, and space. How could they ever keep this industry hidden from the big two? A shudder ran through his back. What if, after more than 400 years of enduring peace, humanity had started to slide back into their own habits? What if a civil war was brewing underneath everyone's notice? Nothing of the sort had ever been mentioned on the Galactic Net or any of the major news portals, but VS knew better than to turn to them to find out the truth. What he did know was that he only heard a single third or fourth-hand rumor from a young sword maiden who wasn't exactly the most reliable source herself. At some point, they happened to reach a street lined with shops selling mechs. VS slowed down a bit and stared at the storefronts. He immediately noticed the difference in quality and emphasis of mechs aimed towards proper outfits. Not all of them are good mechs. The shops catering to the visitors that frequented Manraftoft largely consisted of budget and bargain bin mechs. VS spotted hardly any mech that cost the equivalent of over 20 million bright credits. The few high-quality mech models on display seemed more like vanity projects that were meant to awe the opposition instead of defeating them through battle. While this was merely a single street, VS figured that the other areas that sold mechs offered similar product ranges. Demand and supply. The sellers only bother with the products that sell the best. What was that? Keddies asked. VS shook his head. Nothing. I'm just noting the differences between different mech markets. Chapter 665 Sanity is overrated. What kind of mechs does the Skull Architect have in his lineup? Well, nothing like this, obviously, Keddies answered. He's always known for his radically high-performing mechs, though a lot of mech pilots love to complain about them. You can buy 5 decent mechs for the price of one of his mechs, so he doesn't sell that many mechs. According to Myra, he still makes a decent killing, and a lot of pirate mech officers favor his mechs. The real reason why he's such a big deal in the Ferris Star region is because he designs some of the best custom mechs that pirates can get. For expert pilots? Do the pirates even have those? It's rumored that the big pirate alliances all retain their own experts, but no. At least we don't have any. Keddies shook her head. Myra's mentor is merely the best place to go if you just scored big and want to waste it on the best mech you will ever be able to pilot. Each of the Skull Architect's custom mechs have shown off strong fake resonances. This explained the senior mech designer's success formula in the frontier. With a severe deficiency in higher-ranking mech designers in the frontier, anyone with the ability to design a custom mech was a valued asset to pirates. Excelling in this aspect meant that some of the best neutral pirates in the Ferris Star region wanted to maintain friendly relations with the man. This desirability gave the Skull Architect the grounds to remain independent. If VS had learned one big rule about surviving in the frontier, it was that friendships and relationships worked better than any laws or agreements. Backstabbing someone was hard if that person could call up a dozen outfits to retaliate. How far up does he rank among the top-level mech designers in the Ferris Star region? He's among the biggest hitters, if that's what you're asking for, but he's on his own. Both the Dragon Alliance and the Ravian Alliance each have 3 or 4 senior mech designers on retainer, though that's what they say in public. Every pirate is guessing they are holding a couple more seniors back. The 2 pirate blocks of the Ferris Star region sounded really domineering, but there were actually way more independent pirates lurking in both the Ferris Star region and the Komodo Star sector. Pirates were notoriously independent and unruly, so utilizing too much force against these fierce and headstrong bunch of people would only provoke a backlash. VS counted the Skull Architect among their ranks. If he wanted to, the senior could have easily taken a highly desirable position at the design teams of either alliance. That he stuck it out alone and tried to stand on his own 2 feet spoke of his resolve to be unaffected by factional strife. A pure researcher wouldn't be interested in the pursuit of luxury or wealth. As the Sword Maiden and Vandals slowly browsed past the mech stores, VS became increasingly depressed at the mechs on sale. Most of them seem to have been designed by listless, robotic mech designers who designed the simplest and cheapest mechs possible. And that only applied to the brand new mechs. Much of the stores devoted more of their space to used mechs and salvaged mechs. Is this the kind of mechs that are popular among the pirates and the treasure hunters? No wonder pirates always fold so easily. Some of these mechs are literally walking junk piles. Don't look down on these mechs, big boy. There are 3 advantages to these mechs that make them worth it. First, they're really cheap, and I mean super cheap. The second advantage to them is that their designs all come with high tolerances. It's extremely easy to modify them, and nothing will break down even if you don't have a mech designer to design proper modifications. The third advantage to them is that they're extremely easy to service and maintain in the frontier. This is the most important point, as the frontier is seriously a desert when it comes to places where you can service your mechs. His low opinion towards the mechs on display reverted a little once Kedis enumerated her points. As much as VS wanted to close his ears, she mentioned valid arguments in favor of these low-quality mechs. It was hard. Their designs grated against his design sensibilities. The demands Kedis mentioned imposed a particular way of designing mechs that treated them even more like commodities than they ought to be. Their drab appearances, blocky mech parts, and lackluster performance fostered no affection from their new owners. They were merely mechs, built solely for the purpose to be abused as much as possible before being thrown away or recycled down to their base materials like pieces of trash. No wonder the Skull Architect focuses on premium mechs. It's probably unbearable for him to design mechs that go beyond his lowest standards, he muttered. It also illuminated him more of the senior's intentions for suggesting collaborative projects as a way to repay his debts. While the Skull Architect was certainly out for the variance due to their research and comparison values, the pirate designer could also earn a tidy sum of K-coins by entering the middle segment of the pirate mech market. He doubted that any of his variants could be dumbed down to the point of competing with these trash models. However, selling them in the price segments above the budget tier should be doable if he was allowed to replace the more expensive components with cheaper ones. It was a step in the right direction, but it didn't fully solve the Skull Architect's giant void in his mech catalog. Since he originated from the Friday Coalition, a prosperous second-rate state in the Komodo Star sector, Reno Jimenez never felt the pressure to design low-tier mechs. There were plenty of buyers for his high-quality mechs. The mech market of the frontier was the exact opposite of the mech market of a second-rate state. Thrown from paradise to hell, though the senior did his best to carve out his own niche in the untamed stars, it remained a fact that his design philosophy inherently clashed with what the vast majority of the pirate mech market demanded. Let's go. VS sighed. I've seen enough. The press of people on the streets grew increasingly more crowded as VS neared the bank office. Something up ahead formed a powerful attraction that drew the visitors of Manraftoft like a moth to the flame. Even his bulky security guards experienced some trouble in keeping the riff-raff from coming too close. What's going on? Haven't you heard? A grudge match between Deathless Roland Deathless Reich and Sonora Hellvoice Bridges is about to take place in the Mech Arena. Hurry up, we can't miss this! VS turned to Kedis again. Who is this Deathless and Hellvoice? 2 famous pirate mech champions from rivaling pirate gangs. The Deathless is from the Castle Breakers and the Hellvoice is part of the Omen of Misfortune. Both of their names are among the ranks of famous mech duelists. I'm a fan of the Hellvoice myself, she replied as she perked up her head. Can we skip the shopping? I really want to witness this grudge match. VS almost moved his arm to whack her head. No. Absolutely not. We are here on business, not pleasure, and I have plenty of business to conduct. We aren't here for a sightseeing tour. Our comrades back at our combined fleet is waiting for us to finish our errands quickly and return to our ships. Oh, come on, I've been stuck on that boring ship you call a flagship with nothing to do the entire week. I deserve some fun, you know. If I recall, you spent the last week working on the test I've handed out to you. Hasn't tinkering with the Caesar Augustus design been enough fun for you? Arg. Keddy's practically wanted to tear her hair out right now. You call sitting behind a desk all week fiddling with schematics and numbers for hours on end fun? What is wrong with you? VS stopped and turned to the recalcitrant girl. I'm a mech designer. Someone who designs mechs for a living. While I understand that many people don't enjoy their jobs, it is one of the basic requirements if you want to go far in this profession. Let me tell you right now, I have never seen a journeyman mech designer who doesn't love their job. Each and every mech designer I've met that's at least journeyman is so driven about mechs that they can work for years on end on a single design for fun if the circumstances allow it. That's crazy. How can these mech designers stay sane? You're asking the wrong question, VS retorted calmly. The question you should ask instead is if every higher-ranking mech designer is even normal. At some point, sanity can become a hindrance to progress. VS left the young woman with her gaping mouth as he turned around and resumed trying to press through the crowd. Keddy's quickly caught up, but she still appeared stunned by his radical statement. He had thought long and hard about this matter ever since he first touched upon the liner gray design. Talking with its designer for almost 2 straight hours had solidified his suspicions. A good mech designer needed to let go of their sanity. Of course, that didn't mean they should all bash their skulls with a hammer. The argument that VS put forth was that great design could only be shaped by extreme beliefs, which in mech designers was expressed by design philosophies. A design philosophy was a mental construct that contained the crystallization of a mech designer's rules and preferences for designing mechs. A strong, distinct and unique design philosophy could only be formed by strong, distinct and unique thinking patterns. To put it simply, a boring and normal mech designer would never think of taking risks. Their designs firmly adhered to common sense and did not deviate too much from the norm. Their thoughts and experiences subsequently shaped their design philosophies into a weak, generic shape that might as well not exist for all the difference it made. Perhaps this might be the key reason why unadventurous mech designers never advanced to journeyman. Normality and common sense served the common people fine, but transformed into hindrances when it came to designing mechs that were outside the norm. For a mech designer to design an exceptional mech, they needed to take risks as well as step outside the comforts of common sense. That old quote about genius and madness being separated by a thin line rang more true than ever in this theory. VS even considered them the same thing, only separated by what outside common sense deemed acceptable. This may even be the universal route to human advancement. What separated beasts and bots from humans and their alien rivals? Sentience. VS believed that spirituality was intrinsically involved in the advancement of all kinds of professions, not just mech designers and mech pilots. Whatever differences they may carry, the unifying factor in both was that it required one's mentality to undergo a transformation. In other words, they needed to depart from the mundane and shift their thinking patterns into becoming something extraordinary. Mech designers are like wizards, and mech pilots resemble gods in their evolutionary paths. Different roads lead to similar outcomes. This slow and gradual process of retreating from the norm could be regarded as a managed descent into madness. The key was to retain control over which pieces of sanity a mech designer let go, and which ones they absolutely had to retain. This was why each higher-level mech designer was so eccentric in various matters. Their unusual thought patterns bled through their normal way of life, and turned them into freaks. Some just hid their abnormalities better than others, but VS had no doubt that each had been touched with the twin jewels of genius and madness. Someone like the Skull Architect has lost grip of his morals, while the rumors surrounding Master Olson make her out to be a spendthrift. That moon-sized titanium garden of hers can't be cheap. Compared to them, I haven't even noticed anything weird from other mech designers such as Horatio and Professor Velton. These differences illustrated that some mech designers controlled their abnormalities better than others. It also suggested that certain mech designers were able to channel their worst sides into more innocuous disorders. After all, between the Skull Architect and Master Olson, casually ordering the killings of thousands was a lot worse than spending too much money. If those are the possible excesses resulting from advancing into a higher state, then what is my excess? Chapter 666 Frontier Banking. The grudge match between the so-called mech champions of the Castle Breakers and the Omen of Misfortune consumed the entire independent harbor. Practically every pirate, treasure hunter, trader, mercenary, and so on had a high inclination of being fans of mechs, and nothing excited them more than witnessing a duel to the death. It was as if the same thing on Harkinson 3 happened all over again. VS ignored the dueling fever growing hotter around him as he pressed his escorts to push aside the bystanders a little further. The poor interior planning of the space station caused the streets to become more crowded than normal. There were too few routes to the mech arena. The Vandals' security officers had to move exceptionally delicately if they wanted to avoid injuring or crushing any of the clueless visitors pushing against their exoskeleton suits. One wrong move could easily rip a man's arm off his sockets or cave in an entire skull. How far is it to the bank? Just 500 meters more. Damn it, it will take half an hour to reach it at this rate. Meanwhile, VS turned his mind back to contemplating his recent insights. His latest one happened to sound crazy, but it happened to fit with his observations. To be a good designer, one had to be crazy. Every good mech designer he met possessed a lot of depth. Some kept it better hidden than others, but VS made a bold guess that not a single mech designer above the journeyman rank could escape this fate. Not even the star designers idolized by trillions of mech designers throughout the galaxy. When VS recalled the biographies describing the extremely eccentric behaviors of the armorer or the polymath, it all made sense to him. Obsession and faith had propelled these extreme mech designers into reaching a height few humans had ever reached. If this inescapable rule applied to everyone, did it apply to him as well? How would his fatal flaw look like? VS didn't have to wring his mind to obtain his answer. He quickly came to the most probable conclusion. If there's any negative trait that has defined my career so far, it has to be my penchant for risk-taking. Several times now he faced important choices where a rational outlook of the situation should have pushed him to take a safe or normal option. Instead, VS acted like an addicted gambler at a shuttle race, and spontaneously put his entire fortune on one of 10 racers. With the odds of winning only amounting to just 10%, it simply didn't make sense for him to place a bet at all. Somehow, the risks and danger involved enticed him a lot. It threw him into Graining 4, it compelled him to take part in the Glowing Planet campaign, and it was responsible for a lot of unnecessary risk-taking during his time with the Vandals. VS craved excitement. And he couldn't even blame the system on that. Perhaps it had always laid dormant in his mind, but the moment he gained a stroke of sudden luck and obtained his father's gift that allowed him to change his fate, he had been pursuing these moments of serendipity with a feverish breath. He was being too greedy. He wanted more, and he had a disturbing tendency to disregard all kinds of warning signs in the pursuit of greater profit. Perhaps in his warped mind, the warning signs had the opposite of cautioning VS away from a reckless choice. They instead acted as enticements, luring him closer into the abyss. Out of every possible negative trait that could have been magnified, the design gods have forced me to embrace the lust for excitement from my Larkin Sun bloodline. Of course, it was pretty dubious to blame his affliction to the metaphorical existence of the Larkin Sun bloodline. Even within the Larkin Sun family, Many believe their tendency to volunteer for service or seek out other opportunities to prove their courage came from the constant stories their aunts and uncles constantly repeated to the young ones. Nurture, rather than nature, was to blame for their adventurous spirits. Still, regardless of its origin, the craving of excitement hidden deep within VS had taken a life of its own. As VS continued to develop his mind through his experiences and attribute upgrades, his thoughts grew stronger but also more extreme. While he optimized his mind to design mechs with greater proficiency, the side effects also amplified everything else. This was the root of the issue. To become a better mech designer, his mind needed to be transformed, and this process was anything but surgical and precise. Now that he formulated this theory, everything related to mech design became increasingly more sense. The explanation not only explained the eccentric behavior of well-known mech designers, it also offered a recipe to develop a mech designer's mind. VS automatically threw a glance at Kedis, who was helping the group push through the crowd. If there was anyone who could test out his theory, it was Kedis, a newly advanced novice with practically no track record to speak of. She was as blank of a paper as VS could obtain. Though her personality already exhibited some strong traits, VS gained the ambition to mold her according to his desired shape. Instead of designing mechs, VS graduated to designing mech designers. The stupendously absurd prompted him to burst out in laughter. Bwahahaha! What genius! This is brilliant! Ha ha! He abruptly stopped laughing when he realized what a fool he was making himself out to be. It didn't help out he looked like a decked-out pirate VIP either. Nalson, Kedis and the other Vandal guards looked at him with aghast expressions. How could their normal and friendly-looking mech designer suddenly display an outburst of madness? Ahem, let's continue on. We've almost reached the bank. By now, the grudge match between the two mech champions already commenced. The arena had already filled up to capacity and refused the entry of those who came too late, causing many of them to be bummed out. It didn't help that the arena was part of the underground, therefore no footage of the battle would emerge on the galactic net. This isn't fair. If I came 1 minute earlier, I would have gotten in. Those stingy bozies deserve to be hanged. Why can't they upgrade that tiny mech arena of theirs? Let me in. I'm the Helvis #1 fan. I can't possibly miss the death match involving my idol. The streets around the mech arena became unruly due to the poor arrangements of the space station. Though the Manraftoft independent harbor profiled itself as a fourth-rate state, in truth its size and capacity barely matched one of the larger space stations of Bentheim. The space station had been built long ago, and while many modules enhanced its size and structure over time, it had always been done in the cheapest way possible. The best description of its growth was that it occurred somewhat organically, without any of the long-term planning that characterized most cities these days. The Frontier Bank of Manraftoft was conveniently located next to the Mech Arena complex. The reason for this was evident, as gambling addicts poured in constantly to draw out their money reserves and exchange their illiquid valuables for cold hard K-coins. Of course, the wealthier among them declined to carry around sacks or crates of K-coins and K-bars around them. That would just provoke a savage feast from the surrounding pirates. The bank provided a convenient vault for them to stow away their processed cabinet. Naturally, this service came with all kinds of fees and conditions. The subject of banking for pirates was a rather complex one. In general, many pirates didn't trust banks with their money, and instead buried them under plots of land at some obscure frontier star system. Even if they stashed some of their wealth at a bank, they could be notoriously violent when it came to fees and such. It wasn't unheard of for them to go mad and raise an entire bank branch because they had to pay a 2% transaction fee whenever they wanted to withdraw their money or something. For a frontier bank to prosper, they needed to be more circumspect in their profit-generating methods. One of the major revenue sources of the bank was actually their right to confiscate the belongings of clients who turned up missing or deceased without an heir to take over their spoils. And even if the deceased selected someone else to inherit their wealth, the bank assuredly received their own cut. Considering how prevalent pirates died in battles or random accidents in space, VS could see how Manraftoft's bank prospered to the point of becoming one of the main revenue sources of the Bozy clan. It wasn't as if most pirates cared where their riches went after they died.
Do you have a bank account here, Keddies?
No.
The higher-ups manage all the money. We've never received a salary or anything like that. Serving as a sword maiden is enough of a reward.
VS silently shook his head. The sword maidens indoctrinated their sisters well. All of them had been brainwashed into becoming their slaves without their notice.
Wait in the foyer while I get my money.
VS approached one of the humanoid bots that served as one of the receptionists of the bank and proceeded to undergo the complicated dance of accessing his locked bank account. Because his money was stashed at several different banks, it took a lot of procedures as well as the assistance of an actual human manager to complete it all. Half an hour later, VS walked away from the bank manager's office 2,500 K-bars richer. This was the equivalent of 1 billion bright credits. Of course, he wasn't stupid to bring all of that exotic metal out, so he stashed them in the Frontier Bank of Manraftoft's vault.
Stupid exchange rate. I think I lost 10% of my wealth from that alone.
Even in the future, banks still prospered. There had been plenty of calls to establish a unified human currency, possibly based around especially valuable exotics or units of energy, but it never caught on. Much like how humanity resisted unification into a single nation, they also wanted to maintain control over their own petty currencies. This led to the current smorgasbord of currencies.
How many currencies are used in the Ferris Star region?
He asked his now regular frontier guide.
Independents like us mostly get by with K-coins. Each of the pirate alliances use their own currencies instead, but no outsider accepts them, so they mostly spend K-coins as well whenever they come out of their space stations.
This made K-coins the dominant currency of this region of space, which was convenient for VS because he didn't have to waste money converting them into other currencies. Still, there was one more issue puzzling him.
The purchasing power of a K-coin is very high. How are you able to buy something as simple as a glass of beer with a coin that's worth at least a keg of beer? A few pirates stash the K-coins in a bank and let them handle the payments. Most of us simply break up the coins into fragments and pay them by their mass. Every store on this station has a machine that can take a standard K-coin and shave off enough fragments to cover the payment. Still, most pirates are fools if they trust the shops to calibrate their machines correctly. They mostly break up their coins into fragments beforehand and stuff them into their pockets.
It sounded incredibly primitive. VS felt as if he had traveled back in time to the point where gold coins became the dominant currency of the land. The repercussions of this backwards currency handling was very clear to VS. Every pirate was hoarding their wealth, and they didn't easily trust others to take care of it. Liquidity flowed very slowly in the frontier, thereby indirectly depressing the already anemic Mech market. It truly wasn't easy to do business in the lawless frontier. Chapter 667 Key Materials. The foundation of most pieces of advanced engineering lay in their material composition. Powerful exotics with myriad effects not accomplishable by mundane metals such as titanium and palladium lent their abilities to achieve powerful effects such as all-encompassing stealth, or reaching an unheard of amount of energy density. In order to simplify the application of mature technology systems, they each listed out recipes of must-have exotics. Without a set number of these exotics and a set combination, the technology couldn't be substantialized. It was like how someone wouldn't be able to bake an apple pie without getting their hands on an apple.
Of course,
one didn't need to follow the recipe strictly if they were proficient bakers. If they wanted to, they could replace the apple component of the pie with pears or berries. As long as the user of the technology knew what they were doing, they could perform endless tweaks on the recipe. The list of key materials therefore listed out several key materials, each divided into low, medium, and high quality tiers. The better the material, the better the performance. An apple pie tasted better if it was made out of fresh, organically grown apples grown from natural rather than something mass-produced in a cheap, overstuffed greenhouse and then spent months rotting in the middle of maggots and other vermin. The same applied to applications of any kind of technology. Some of the most crucial pieces of information contained within the condensed data packages the Skull architects sent over were simple listings of the key materials. As long as VS was able to obtain the ingredients, it wasn't a stretch to derive the recipe for an apple pie by himself. Of course, he'd have to spend years baking thousands of pies before he nailed down a good recipe, so he wasn't looking forward to fumbling around in the dark on his own. Fortunately, while the condensed set of files only contained the bare-bones principles on both technologies, they were sufficient for VS to bake at least a basic pair of pies. For now, the basic-level applications already satisfied his simple palate. At this stage, creating something more complex was out of his means. I still have to bleed a lot of K-coins in order to gather all the core materials. VS frowned. I'll have to budget carefully and bargain hard for the materials that I want. For now, he didn't have to procure new materials to reconstruct a working example of stealth tech. The stealth shuttle fragments recovered from the battlefield should have already covered it. Up until now, VS missed the essential theory to make sense of the fragments, but he had just obtained the missing link, so he was already satisfied in that area. Now, all he needed to shop for was enough low-grade materials to construct at least 3 basic ultra-compact batteries. I already invented 2 little gadgets that hunger for energy. I can reserve the 3rd battery for another gadget, or better yet treat it as a spare. He mentally tallied the number and amount of different lowest-tier exotics he had to get his hands on to fabricate 3 complete batteries, with a small amount of margin to spare for emergencies. He grimaced a bit. Even the cheapest form of ultra-compact battery is a money-sucking pit. There was a reason why ultra-compact batteries were considered higher technology, rank even above the predominant form of stealth technology in this region. Some recipes were intrinsically simple and made do with nutrient packs, while others were more elitist and demanded the use of quality organically grown ingredients. The differences in cost was massive, but VS couldn't do anything about it. An ultra-compact battery couldn't be called that anymore if VS resorted to lower-tier materials instead. Right now, his shopping list consisted of 3 rare exotics that were rumored to show up in the frontier. Since Manraftoft was a trading station, it inevitably sold much of the spoils from treasure hunters returning from the untamed stars. VS hoped to get lucky and encounter the desired materials. Keddies. What is it now? She replied, a little ticked off that she was being used as a walking search machine by VS all day. I'm on the lookout for the following 3 medium-grade exotics: Solamnium, Beta-Otracin, and Flesh's Tears. Her eyes widened and her breath shuddered at the mention of some of those exotics. I haven't heard about Beta-Otracin before, but both Solamnium and Flesh's Tears are some of the most valuable exotics you can score in the frontier. Any treasure hunter that manages to stumble upon a couple of grams of the former and a handful of micrograms of the latter has struck the jackpot. Do you know how much they cost? Why did you think I dropped by the bank? I know how much they cost, that's why I've pulled out my savings. Keddies, remember what you are supposed to be. Every mech designer is a money-making machine. Acquiring a few 100 million credits is as easy as breathing to me. Journeymen like Myra have it even better. They can each become the foundation of a large mech manufacturer in civilized space. As long as you work earnestly to advance your mech design abilities, acquiring expensive exotics will become as trivial as shopping for clothes to regular people. VS had ulterior motives when he said those words. He wanted to spark her greed. Unfortunately, he saw no signs this particular vice caught on to Kedis. As a sword maiden who had grown up in a primitive settlement only to be picked up by Lydia and inducted into her organization as a teenager, Kedis never dealt a lot with money before. Concepts of wealth and income disparity was as alien to her as becoming an obedient housewife to a lucky husband. If VS wanted to corrupt Kedis into the cult of mech design, then he needed to grasp onto another handle. No human was perfect. The female mech designer already possessed a warped personality by dint of her sword maiden upbringing. VS merely had to stimulate the right personality trait to ignite her passion in mech design. Their group tried their best to pass through the crowd of mech fanatics and head down into a lower deck which mainly sold industrial materials and equipment. Much less people ventured on this station level, which comfortably gave VS, Kedis and his escort room to move. As they browsed through shop to shop, thunderous cheers rang throughout the station. The grudge match had come to an end. The Hell Voice triumphed over the Deathless. The man who could not be killed is finally slain. The castle breakers are claiming that the Hell Voice has cheated. They're furious. Damn it, their fleet is starting to come online. Let's get back to our ship's getaway. VS quietly cursed. It was just a mech duel. Couldn't the sore losers swallow their pride and take their defeat with dignity? These castle breakers sound like a big deal as well. The damage they could do if they went mad was enormous. Still, the Bozy clan wouldn't let some random pirate outfit run amok in the vicinity of their space station. That was bad for business. Still, the unrest about the outcome of the duel slowly started to spread towards the fans. Grumbling mercenaries walked past obnoxiously loud groups of pirates celebrating their chosen champion in plain sight. Eventually, the situation came to a head. Just a stone's throw ahead of his group, two pairs of gangers confronted each other in the middle of the crossroad. The surrounding bystanders and vendors smelled a fight and scurried away like rats. All the storefronts lowered armored shutters in record time, as if they had performed the same action for decades. VS, I'm afraid we can't go further. There is an incident up ahead, Nelson stated as his faceplate automatically descended onto the helmet. The exoskeleton guards entered battle mode. This conflict doesn't have anything to do with us, so I highly recommend we deter. Let's go, then. VS nodded. As long as those hooligans were determined to duke it out, there wasn't any opportunity to shop here. There are plenty of vendors in this space station. We can always find what we want elsewhere. Kedis spoke up then. I've visited Manraftoft several times before. I know a few big stores that deal in some of the rarer goods, the kind that is normally left under the counter. The ones with the best relation is Big Dixon's, as they're a branch office of the Delta Grind Collective. Their store on Manraftoft is right at the junction of that crossroad over there. The collective does a lot of business with mines and resource deposits. They're some of the bigger material suppliers in the Ferris Star region. So if there's any place that has the exotics I need, it's Big Dixon's? Better yet, if I show them that I'm a sore maiden, we can get a sweater deal from them. I don't know how much of a discount they're willing to give us, but I've seen Myra drive down the base prices by about 5% every time. That sounded fairly impressive. VS did not despise this 5% discount, as when it came to bulk purchasing of raw materials, even a 2% discount was significant. The procurement of smaller amounts of exotics was slightly different, but even there the established traders had a tendency to adhere to standard market pricing. Considering the delays they might face if they let the two rivaling groups posture around, VS preferred a quicker solution. Kedis already started to grin as she closed the faceplate of her own suit of medium combat armor. A silent command caused the sheathed greatsword on her back to jump out of its scabbard and land upon her waiting gauntlets. With a firm grip, she experimentally flourished her sword.
Let's chop up some degenerate scum!
VS quickly placed his palm over her shoulder pauldron.
Hold it right there! Let's not resort to violence if we have to. It's sufficient for us to scare them off. After all, what can they do against our armor and firepower? PFF, these guys are trash, she dismissively declared. We don't need to waste any more time with them. They won't listen to us. If you're afraid they have backers, they don't look like they have ones, or else they would have boasted about it by now.
The two groups of pirate gang members all brandished their cheap rifles and pistols against each other. Almost everyone wore standard vaxsuits with regular clothing on top. Only the leaders wore something resembling a suit of armor, but it looked more like something a drunken armorer improvised together. VS calmly held Kitty's and the rest back while he looked up the figures before him. Through his calm, he wanted to be certain of their background before engaging them. If it turned out that both of them were backed by the pirate alliances, then VS would immediately drop his plan and turn around.
They don't come from any notable outfits at all,
VS revealed as his research bore fruit.
The leftmost group hail from the Riller Dollar, while the group to the right are crew members of the Whisper Current. Both are the names of converted carriers. Their outfits are so small that they only consist of a single ship.
These kinds of pirates were barely eking out an existence in the periphery of human space. A converted carrier was nothing but refurbished cargo hauler or large transport that had reached the end of their lifetime. After confirming that neither pirate groups had a big brother watching over them, VS confidently commanded his security escorts to move up. They brandished their heavy-caliber rifles and cannons like they wanted everyone to know how much firepower they could pump out. Their heavy, intimidating footsteps clanged against the deck with so much noise that it easily disrupted the drawn-out argument between the pirate groupings.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, there is no need for you to act like this at this important junction.
VS stepped forward with his caped and armored form. Surrounded by his exoskeleton guards, he looked like a prince under the protection of a quartet of uplifted gorillas.
I have business with the proprietor of that store over there. If you could please take your argument elsewhere, it would be much appreciated.
The vast majority of the pirates at the crossroads displayed varying amounts of fear and apprehension. The escorts, along with his sophisticated words, gave them the impression that they faced a big shot, which wasn't entirely wrong. Chapter 668 Regressive Society. Pirates were very sensitive of outer status. The more impressive someone looked, the higher their importance, and thus the higher the cost of offending them. So far, it seemed his plan was working.
Who are you?
One of the half-drunken pirate sergeants cautiously asked.
I'm an envoy of the 6th Flagrant Vandals. Have you heard of us?
What?
Who?
Vandals?
Never heard of them. Are they strong?
I don't know.
They sound kind of weak if they haven't developed a rep around here. Yeah, maybe this guy is faking it. It won't be the first time some spoiled brat from civilized space has come out here to muck around with us lowlives.
Surprisingly to VS, most pirates scratches their heads or looked befuddled. These lazy bums didn't even keep up with the news. Practically everyone in Harkinson had heard of the Vandals, but these country bumpkin pirates never even caught wind of their exploits. How shameful! He realized he made a mistake. He needed to speak the language of the frontier. His hand quickly gestured for Keddies to step forward, which she did.
All right, you boys, scram already. On behalf of Lydia's sore maidens, I'll chop you idiots into pieces right now if you don't get your scrawny butts off this street.
That caught everyone's attention. More than half of the pirates recognized the sore maidens by name or appearance. The huge sword held before her loomed against them as if they could already feel their bodies being cut. The rivals put down their animosity against each other and tread back against the intimidating forms of the Vandals and the lone sword maiden. I don't think my rifle can even scratch their coating. That's real exoskeleton armor. Hey boss, let's split. We can whack the bastards from the Riller Dollar later. The pirates from the Riller Dollar and the Whisper Current already started inching away from each other. Against the intimidating newcomers, their courage had fled their nerves like ice pouring down onto their bodies. All their instincts warned them that they wouldn't like it when they stayed. However, pirates weren't known for their intelligence. The more drunken idiots swayed on their feet before turning their weapons at the newcomers. Hey Missy! One of them called with an obscene leer. I could use some company in my bed. Can I interest a tough gal like you to come with me? My buddies can come too. 5K fragments for the entire night, what do you say? Both the pirates and the vandals halted for a second, amazed at the sheer stupidity of that drunken pirate. Damn it, he doesn't mean it. I can apologize. I'll pay 5K coins to make you forget about this, is that alright? Keddies shook in her armor, which caused her sword to vibrate and emit a tone. Nobody knew what she looked like because she slammed her skull-faced helmet shut, but it was obvious she took the insult badly. Shut that fellow up before he runs his mouth. One of the loudmouth's comrades already started to bash the man's head with the stock of his rifle, but it was too late. Hey doll, stop diddling around with those sore maidens and come aboard the Riller Dollar. We've got real men in our crew, and I bet that each of them will want a piece of you. Why, I know at least 3 buddies who, why are you behind me? Crack. The lewd man's skull practically caved in, but Keddies had already gone mad with fury. The sword maidens are not your whores. Die. Keddies charged towards the pirates, who to their credit responded quickly and shot back. While the crew of the Riller Dollar held their ground, the pirates of the Whisper Current tried to sneak away. Fortunately for all of them, Keddies was content to let the crew of the Whisper Current go away scotch-free. She's too fast. What does it take to stop her? Keddies arrived in front of their group within seconds. With one huge horizontal sweep, her extremely sharp great sword cut through the haphazard ranks of the pirates, bisecting 3 of the unlucky pirates right through their waist. Weak! She had grounds to say that, because her quality combat armor combined with her quick and unpredictable movements simply made the pirates weep. Blood spilled by the torrents as her sword cut straight through flesh, bone and more with contemptuous ease. The casualties quickly surpassed a dozen, and there was still a lot more to go. VS stood back while stuck in the dilemma. It was absolutely idiotic for Keddies to go off like that on a perceived insult. It had obviously been an accidental outburst. Don't tell me that being prone to violence is one of her negative traits. A mech designer wasn't supposed to throw themselves into battle. If such a trait got magnified, then Keddies might not even live past another decade. Don't just stand there, help her clean up the trash. Upon his urging, 3 of his guards began to assist. They moved forward in their heavy suits and started unleashing their heavy rifles at full blast. Explosive bullets started blasting the pirates into a shower of flesh and blood, while the lasers vaporized and flash-heated the body moisture within their bodies to explosive results. It was a massacre. Even as the pirates broke and ran, Keddies cackled like a witch and used her superior speed to run them all down and hack their backs into pieces. The Vandals, not wishing to leave an enemy to take revenge, contributed their prodigious firepower into mowing each and every one of the poor sops. VS meanwhile took cover behind the corner of a shop. The armored bulkheads had been built with street fights in mind, so they hardly suffered a scratch even with all of the weapons being fired. Nalson remained with him to guard against any sneak attacks, not that these pirates were coherent enough to come up with such a plan. What an awful mess, he sighed. Is this what the sword maidens do for fun? We could have totally avoided a conflict. It was too bad that everyone took their posturing way too seriously in frontier space. Pirates depended heavily on their pride. If they let someone walk away after such an insult, their deterrence value instantly plummeted in half. From this angle, VS knew that Kitty's wasn't being too selfish or hadn't gone mad just because someone mistook her for a whore. At the heart of it, she was simply defending the honor and reputation of Lydia's sword maidens. This is still a wacky system. Pirates were pirates. Some of them simply couldn't keep their mouths shut. Pride and dignity forces pirates to make a stand, thereby decreasing the chance of avoiding a fight. Unless an intermediary stepped in to defuse the tension, an escalation was definitely probable. The attrition rate among pirates must be horrendous. If they constantly fight at the drop of the hat because of stupid reasons, it'll be a miracle if they survive. The bloodbath quickly ended. The pirates of the Riller Dollar stood no chance against properly equipped men and women in armor. The disparity between the two forces was so enormous that even their overwhelming number advantage didn't avail them much. As soon as Keddies carved out the spine of the last pirate, the Bozies finally showed up. An entire squad of station guards in exoskeleton armor appeared at the crossroads. One of them retracted their faceplate, revealing a worn, dark-skinned face which increasingly grew into a frown as it beheld the carnage. "Sword maidens. Figures," he muttered while spitting out a glob of slimy spit. It landed on the coagulating pools of blood and blended in the darkening liquid. "Seems like you vandals got dragged as well. What's your story here?" VS knew that the Bozies must have witnessed the entire events via their sensors, but he knew what was going on right now. While the Bozies were largely ineffectual at stopping fighting aboard their space stations, especially between members of powerful factions, they still had to maintain the pretense of keeping the peace. Image mattered the most. Knowing this reason, VS stepped forward and gave a succinct and neutral summary of the event. While he didn't lie, knowing it was useless, neither did he cast any blame on Keddies. He pushed all responsibility for provoking this conflict on the lewd loudmouth that just couldn't shut up. The Bozy Guard captain spat again. "The crew of the Riller Dollar got what was coming for them. Serves them right for drinking their butts off until they can't distinguish head from tails. Case closed." With that, the nominal police force of the space station marched off to put out another fire. Numerous incidents had popped up that continued to threaten the peace of the independent harbor. With a flick of her sword, which abruptly vibrated and shook off all the blood staining the blade, Keddies marched back to VS like a cat who got the canary. "I told you, the Bozies don't care a single whit about spilling blood on the streets as long as it doesn't affect their business. Hell, we're practically doing them a favor chasing them off the crossroads." While she may have a point about the latter, as the shops started to retract their shutters and reinforced barriers as soon as the fighting cleared, VS was still displeased at her eagerness to fight. "Just because these pirates don't appear to have any backers, doesn't mean they can bite us back later on. You killed those people way too easily. If you want to chop someone in half, at least limit your venting on the actual culprit." Yeah, whatever you say, buddy. This is how we take care of the riff-raff in the frontier. Your soft ways will get you killed someday." He shook his head. "I don't believe that. I'd rather believe that you'll end up dead because you ran headlong into an enemy you shouldn't have provoked." "Ha! That won't ever happen," she chuckled. "Any pirates who are strong enough to pose a threat to us won't dress like washed-up pieces of trash. Just look at this garbage." Her sword gestured towards the gruesome bodies on the floor. Heavy-duty cleaning bots emerged from nowhere and started to drag the bodies and their meager gear to a recycling point. The smaller kickable cleaning bots worked to slurp up all of the blood until the deck returned to its regular rust and patina-marked surface. "These bunch of people were weak. They deserved to die. Coming here armed with nothing but a bunch of light weapons and a couple of layers of clothes, they had no right to stand in our way." So that's your criteria whether you can slay them or not, keddies? If they're clothed like, I don't know, normal people, you just chop them off whenever they do something you don't like? No one cares about the trash. Neither you, nor me, nor the Bozies care a single bone about these lowlives. If they wore suits of armor like ours and toted heavy guns in our directions, then yeah, I wouldn't have gotten close to them in the first place. That's the thing, though. In the frontier, we always show off our strength. If you don't look the part, you don't deserve to be treated like the part. This argument went nowhere. After a bit more admonishing from VS, he metaphorically threw his hands and gave up. Keddies genuinely saw nothing wrong with what she did. While VS agreed that the pirates were probably scum that were guilty to various crimes, that didn't mean she earned the right to callously butcher them whenever she wanted. It was reckless, pointless, and entirely unnecessary. What am I getting into? He asked to himself. The more he dove into the frontier, the more he felt the misconception he was traveling back in time. Civilization? What civilization? All pretenses of law and decency for human life could be thrown right out of the airlock. The sons and daughters of the frontier only abided by the rules of the jungle. And the frontier happened to be the biggest jungle in the galaxy. Chapter 669 Big Buyer. The noises of fighting, shouting, and weapons discharges spread out chaotically in the distance. Even in this lower shopping deck, which mainly hosted shops and facilities catering towards technical and industrial purposes, the different bars and watering holes attracted drunk pirates like a moth to flame. And when fans of different mech champions showed up in a single place, bodies tended to drop. The repercussions of this seemingly inconsequential grudge match between the Deathless and the Hellvoice was much more severe than VS expected. Damn it, what is up with these folks? He asked while he waited for Big Dixon's to completely retract its barricades. The sheer amount of them protecting the shop front took some time to stow away. What's the big deal with those mech champions? Keddies looked at VS as if he was a Sandman. You really don't know? They're famous. They're one of the two biggest names at the top of the dueling circuit. Roland Reich, otherwise known as the Deathless, is famous for never dying even during the worst matches of his life. That man is an old geezer who made it all the way to his 60s while squashing mech champions left and right throughout his entire career. He's the poster boy of the castle breakers, who are even larger than our sword maidens. He's 60 years old? And made it out alive through all kinds of mech duels? I have to admit, that's really impressive. Even in the rule-bound sanctioned mech arenas, the average mech athlete never risked their bodies when they started to suffer from the first signs of old age. Retiring in their 40s became commonplace and expected for these faltering mech pilots. What's even more impressive is his dueling opponent. Sonora Bridges rose up from the omen of misfortune like a rocket and beat established mech champions one after the other. Everyone knew she was going to challenge the Deathless sooner or later, but she was still too green. She pilots her own custom mech which have these weird sonic attacks. That's why she's called the Hellvoice. The only thing I can't figure out is why the duel turned into a grudge match. That's a duel to the death. Maybe the Deathless mistook her for a whore and asked her to get into bed with him for a couple of K-coins. VS morbidly joked. The joke fell flat, especially since the cleaning bots were spraying some deodorizing agent that wiped away the coppery bloody smell and replaced it with the scent of blooming sunflowers. Ha! Keddies replied flatly. Nah, she wouldn't be provoked that easily. I've been following her career, so I know she's always careful about challenging mech champions above her tier. In fact, did you know I met her once? We're a little chummy with the omen of misfortune. Commander Lydia made some deals with them a couple of times. Maybe they'll call on us to back them up if the castle breakers start to go to war with them. I can easily see that happen. VS almost palmed his face before he remembered that he would be smacking himself with an armored palm. Something like that would definitely dent his softer features. He still groaned though. Why can't I go anywhere without anything going wrong? VS, this space station is looking increasingly hairy. Nalson spoke up. Don't underestimate the capacity for stupidity among the people who have spent too much time in the frontier. While regular people back in civilized space know when to back off and get away as fast as possible when they see an exoskeleton soldier, you can't be sure of anything when it comes to pirates. I suggest we immediately return to the fleet and skip the shopping for another time. I appreciate your concerns, Nalson, but Big Dixon's is almost opening up. If we spilled blood trying to reach this store, the least we can do is enter it. Besides, I'm not returning until I obtain what I want. It took a few more minutes until the store tidied up its interior and let customers inside. In order to convey the right message, he left his security guards at the entrance while stepping inside with keddies. The woman immediately walked ahead and approached the proprietor of the store. Hey, Big Dixon! Sorry about the red carpet on the street. Do you recognize me? PFF, you're that brat who follows Myra around, right? The skinny fellow behind the counter replied. You sure grew up the last time you stopped by here. Slain your own exabeast, and used its remains to spiff up your armor and all. That makes you a real adult now, right? Keddies glowed with pride, though she still looked a bit awkward interacting with a man by herself. Yeah. Anyway, I'm here for business. My pal over there with the fancy cape wants to get his hands on solamnium, beta-otracin, and flesh's tears. Do you have them in stock? The thin fellow scratched his messy brown beard and his eyes stared off into the air. To be honest, there was nothing big about Dixon at all. If there was anything about him that was big, VS couldn't find any sign of it so far. I think we recently received a shipment of flesh's tears. You're lucky it shipped to us recently, because they're always a hot seller. As for solamnium and beta-otracin, we've got both of them in stock, though not in any great volume. All of them will cost you an arm and a leg, though. I have K-coins. VS took over from here. As long as you have the goods, I'll take some off your hands. I need 735 grams of solamnium, 450 milligrams of beta-otracin, and 90 milligrams of flesh's tears, all in medium-grade quality. I don't accept any of that substandard stuff. The experienced Big Dixon nodded several times and eyes VS like he already figured out what kind of customer he was facing. It helped that VS looked a bit larger than life right now with his extravagant outfit. Here at Big Dixon's we guarantee our products come from the finest suppliers in the frontier. All of our exotic products are carefully inspected by bots and by hand to ensure our clients leave our doorstep with a smile. We have a range of multiscanners and mineral scanning devices available for you to borrow if you feel the need to inspect our products thoroughly. No thanks, I brought my own multiscanner. He carried a variety of gadgets on his tool belt. The convenience of carrying them made VS grew more attached to wearing these kinds of belts. Not only did it allow him to bring his useful stuff while keeping his pockets and hands free, people's perception of him also started to shift. Everyone trusted that VS knew what he was doing because he wore a tool belt. Its effect of enhancing everyone's perception of his competence was the same as if he wore a professional white lab coat. It was another case of function following form. In other words, as long as VS looked the part, the people who saw him instantly believed the role he was trying to play. A couple of decently constructed lab bots brought 3 sturdy alloy lockboxes from the store's vault and placed them side by side on the counter. Various codes and other incomprehensible symbols marked the lockboxes. Big Dixon retrieved a big decryption device from his jumpsuit pocket and held it onto their surfaces, causing them to unfold in a matter of seconds. They revealed numerous transparent thumb-sized cubes, each of them holding a standard amount highly valuable exotics. The store proprietor then proceeded to measure out the exact mass for each exotic, transferring them into 3 larger cubes for transportation. He made sure to keep the exotics within their transparent cubes in order to protect them from exposure and to protect the environment from getting exposed by them. These trace exotics were incredibly volatile in the open. Here you go. You can measure the mass, volume, and integrity of these exotics yourself. You can also bring a third-party appraiser if you want to verify the contents. My multiscanner will do, VS said and proceeded to scan with his own device. He didn't expect a store that looked as big and respectable as Big Dixon's to pull a fast one on him, but it never hurt to make sure. Looks like it all checks out, though the volatility of your selenium and beta-utracin has gone a little stale. The store owner shrugged. That doesn't detract from their uses. Besides, the sample of flesh's tears is so lively that it makes up for the other two materials. That should compensate for their age. The negotiation had already begun. What's the price? 2,372 K bars. What? That's ridiculous. I've already factored in a friendly discount on account of Lydia's sore maidens, but that's where we draw the line. Company policy, you see. No matter how much VS argued, Big Dixon truly didn't mean to lower the price he quoted at the start. From his estimates, VS knew that while the price was on the high side, it was already somewhat fair. By the time these exotics got shipped back to the Bright Republic, or the Reanald Republic, the total price might get jacked up by at least 20% or more. If VS wanted to be really thorough, he should put this deal on hold and visit some of the other stores that sold the exotics he wanted and obtain their price quotes as well. However, VS figured the differences wouldn't be too big, as these exotics already carried a somewhat static price. Another factor that played a role was that VS needed to finish his business quickly. The flagrant sore maidens didn't wish to stick around in the Manraftoft system, and the independent harbor itself had been thrown into turmoil due to the aftermath of the grudge match. VS felt as if he had entered a ticking time bomb that was ready to explode at any moment. Fine. Please put the exotics in a sturdy container like those lockboxes if possible. That'll cost you an extra K-bar. Now that was a ripoff. Hell no, I'm not that gullible. 10 K-coins. 500. 50. 250. 800. No more or I'll take my luck elsewhere. Fine. Big Dixon breathed out in exasperation. If you want to bring out a lockbox with you, you'll need a decryption key as well. That's an additional 100 K-coins. Oh come on, I'm an ally of the Sword Maidens. Give me a break, please. Can I get a freebie? Moments later, VS stepped out of the premises of Big Dixon's cradling a heavy lockbox with Keddies following behind him like an eager kitten. She made a few attempts at grabbing the lockbox, but VS firmly kept it in his grasp. He paid 2,372 K-bars and 150 K-coins for it all. That was practically 900 million bright credits worth of precious materials, 2 of which was smaller than a strand of his hair. He was not about to entrust his valuables to others. His waiting security guards took up position around him. Do you have additional errands to run? No. This is everything I need, Nalson. Let's get back to the fleet as fast as possible. I'm carrying some very hot cargo. That lockbox is very conspicuous. It's going to attract a lot of unwanted attention if you keep holding it like that. Then what do you suggest? We should wrap it around a less conspicuous package to camouflage its value. Good idea. I think there are some general stores around here that sells various knickknacks. 10 minutes and couple of K-coins later, they left another store with a scrappy second-hand cargo bot in tow. The pony-sized bot carried numerous cheap composite boxes containing neat stacks of nutrient packs. If there was anything the people on the space station ignored, it was nutrient pack. Cheap as dirt, hard to chew through, awful taste, the list of why people hated them went on and on. Their only merits were that they cost little to produce while containing all the necessary nutrients to survive. They became more palatable if used as raw materials to form imitation meals, but in emergencies that was a luxury they couldn't afford because the processing destroyed valuable nutrients. Thus, while they were a necessary fact of life in space-borne environments to the point they were everywhere, everybody hated them. VS took advantage of these traits and buried his lockbox deep inside the open boxes, revealing what they contained on the surface. Not even filthiest pickpockets lifted nutrient packs if they could help it. I think that's good enough. Let's head back to the shuttles. Chapter 670 Bad Bee. The group, along with their cargo bot, trundled along the nearest route back to the shuttle bays. Their progress was hampered by the fact that Manraftoft station's ad hoc upgrades and expansions never planned for rapid transit. Normal space stations at least incorporated tunnels of fast-moving trains that brought people from one side of the station to the other side within minutes. Other stations, particularly those built within hollowed-out asteroids, allowed the use of air cars which brought people from place to place without disturbing the foot traffic beneath. Manraftoft had to make do with cramped corridors and a schizophrenic station architecture that changed every 500 meters or so because of the addition of different modules over the years. Each station owner had different intentions for the independent harbor, so VS could practically read the history of his surroundings. Throughout their silent journey home, they passed by thousands of frontiersmen and adventurers, each of them wearing different styles of clothes and armor. Manraftoft was a melting pot of cultures, just like Harkinson. The difference between the two was that the latter hosted more people from civilized space, while Manraftoft became a microcosm of what the frontier had to offer. People grouped themselves around their outfits rather than their origins. Pirates who looked as if they grew up on the same dusty planet acted like enemies against each other, as they belonged to rivaling pirate gangs. They eagerly forgot their shared birthplace, and shifted all of their loyalty to their fellow comrades and brothers. Another noticeable difference between the crowds of Manraftoft and Harkinson stood out to VS. A high proportion of the scum on the space station consisted of men. This made sense to VS, as the conditions and technological conveniences that equalized the differences between the genders was absent in the frontier. In a more primitive society, women lost more advantages than men. In a society ruled by the law of the jungle, the physical strength of men alone already placed them in a leading role. Therefore, while female pirates existed, they formed the exception rather than the rule. Those that did join looked like they were able to take care of themselves. Much like the Sword Maidens, the women who were able to escape the settlements and prosper in the stars needed to be at least twice as ferocious as their male counterparts. Still, male or female, a pirate remained a pirate. Almost none of them earned an honest living. Even in the remote galactic rim, the sheer amount of commerce that took place constantly attracted robbers, who could easily become instant millionaires after pillaging a single unsuspecting shipping vessel. Sadly, the glamorous life of a pirate was anything but the unrealistic dramas portrayed. Logistical and practical issues such as maintaining your own ships and mechs as well as keeping unruly, badly educated subordinates in line consumed an awful lot of time and money. By the time the rank and file finally obtained their share of the spoils, only breadcrumbs landed in their hands. Perhaps their total earnings didn't even surpass 1K coin. It was no surprise, therefore, that the pirates on shore leave at Manraftoft all sought to distract themselves from their less than glamorous career choices. Some were constantly drinking or injecting themselves with stimulants. Some threw what pitiful money they saved on carnal pleasures or the feeble chance to win more money at the gambling venues. Right now, their gambling woes became the biggest concern to VS and his increasingly tense security guards. The majority of the pirates placed their bets on the deathless, a significant portion even going all in. The stupid pirates trusted the deathless of never dying on the arena grounds to double their savings. Gosh, the sheer brainlessness of these dolts rankled VS. Hadn't they ever heard of making a proper risk-reward assessment? Couldn't they have one little lick of common sense in them? Just because an event was 90% certain to happen didn't mean the remaining 10% could be ignored. Naturally, clueless idiots who went all in on their bets vented their frustrations in public. My life savings! I lost all my life savings! I was saving them up to pay for my daughter to attend an elite school. The entire grudge match was rigged. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. Both the Bozies and the Castle Breakers are in on it. They took all of our money in one fell swoop. The Hell Voice cheated. The Hell Voice cheated. The Hell Voice cheated. Everyone who lost out, this isn't the end. Don't let the Bozie goons shut us up. As long as we make ourselves heard, the Bozies will have no choice but to return our money. A handful of exoskeleton-suited Bozie guard arrived from nowhere and approached the latest loudmouth in an indomitable march. Their loud footsteps thundered against the rusty deck with implacable force, causing everyone's footing to grow to sense the rumblings come closer. Look! The riggers of the grudge match are coming to shut us up. Don't let them keep our life savings. All right now, this matter ends here. You come with me, you'll be spending the night in the brig. Never! The pirate who lost everything shouted back and yanked out a laser pistol from his shoulder holster. Zap! Before the pirate could even bring his weapon to bear, a shoulder-mounted electrorod from the Bozie Guard captain fried the man to a crisp. Electrorods were short-ranged weapons that could zap people or objects from a distance. They worked instantly, though required a fairly careful aiming mechanism to ensure the electric bolt it projected didn't hit anything it wasn't meant to. If anything went wrong, it could have easily diverted and hit VS. Mech-sized electrorods generally didn't show up in third-class mechs because of the high stresses needed to generate an electric bolt strong enough to damage a mech. The melee version of the electrorods, called electrifiers, did show up now and then. VS knew a thing or two about electromagnetism, and knew enough about electrorods that the Bozie Guard captain could have opted to dial down the power to a non-lethal setting. Evidently, the patrol leader didn't want to bother with taking the desperate pirate into custody. Right now, everyone stepped back from the epicenter of the incident as the foul smell of cooked human flesh started to proliferate. They also didn't want to implicate themselves. Move along, folks! The guard captain growled. Unless you want to join your pal that's smoking like a barbecue, I suggest you move elsewhere right this instant. The message was clear. The Bozies liked their space station to be orderly, and they really didn't want to hear about refunds. This kind of scene repeated many times as VS and his escorts made their way back through the main shopping streets. The closer they got to the arena, the more they stumbled upon the aftermath of brutal executions. The reign of terror from the station owners succeeded in cowing the reckless gamblers into silence, for now at least. However, whenever VS looked into the eyes of the aggrieved visitors of the space station, he saw anything but resignation. Nalson noted the same thing. These losers will never be satisfied until they get a refund or bailout. Humph! Keddies huffed. I don't get all the fuss. They placed a bet on a candidate who's strong, but not invincible. Didn't they get their just desserts? It's their fault they lost all their money. Serves them right for emptying their entire savings for a gamble. VS kept a wary eye to his surroundings. The people milling on the crowded streets resembled a powder keg that was about to blow. It's not as simple as that, kiddies. Think of how much they worked for to accumulate their savings. It represents months and years of serving aboard a crappy ship, risking their lives to rob a trade vessel, fending off assaults from rivaling pirate gangs and more. Almost literally all their lives had been wasted due to one awful decision. Even if it's their fault for making such a stupidly risky bet, these bankrupted pirates don't want to hear anything about why they are to blame. They're looking for a chance to go back in time, or failing that, a scapegoat. Pirates embodied selfishness. If anything went wrong, they were never to blame. It was always someone else's fault. The nature of gambling made it so that the most committed suckers sometimes tended to be the people who managed their money the worst. Gambling was a pretty dubious way to earn more money in the first place. It didn't surprise VS that the people who were the least qualified to manage their money often splurged out the most. And underneath it all, a different threat lurked. The shouting about the possibility that the Hellvoice cheated her way to victory came from the most ardent fans of the Castle Breakers. If the fans all thought this way, what about the outfit itself? An alarm tone suddenly rang throughout the entire space station. It quickly cut off, but each and every individual stopped what they were doing. Moments later, word spread out why the space station suddenly rang an alarm. The Castle Breaker fleet had lurched into action. It abandoned its stable orbit in the vicinity of the independent harbor and started to move towards the ships belonging to the Omen of Misfortune. "Not good!" Keddies exclaimed. "The Castle Breakers are larger and better than the Omen of Misfortune in almost every way. The Helvis outfit is going to lose badly if it comes to a fight." Already, a minor panic broke out in the space station as worried visitors scrambled to get to their parked space vessels and move them as far away from the impending battle as possible. Even though thousands of kilometers separated their ships in orbit, that was still too close for comfort. Worse, the losers who were irate at losing their money over their bad bets saw an opportunity. Instead of following the visitors who were worried about their rides, the rotten gamblers started stirring up trouble again, brandishing their weapons and shouting calls for refunds. "Oh, you fools!" VS sighed, already imagining the carnage that would ensue. "Everyone! Projectiles and laser beams will start flying at any moment. Get ready to fight our way out." They pulled down their faceplates to form an airtight seal. VS retrieved his ballistic handgun from his holster and deactivated most of its safeties. While the military-issued firearm wasn't as good as his Amistendera, it was a lot less conspicuous. The others prepared their weapons as well. Keddies unsheathed her great sword and flourished her naked blade as a deterrent and a threat. Nalson and the Vandal guards readied their heavy-caliber rifles to fire at the drop of a hat. None of this was their fault. The flagrant sword maidens just happened to stop by the independent harbor just as a prominent grudge match between two famous Mech champions commenced. If VS knew the significance between the two duelists, he would have suggested to Major Verl to skip the space station. News continued to pour in from the situation out in space. VS and the others had to rely on second and third-hand information to learn what went on outside. "The Omen of Misfortune fleet is on the move. They're trying to run away, but they're filing because the Castle Breakers have a head start. The Bozy clan's space-borne forces have deployed all of their reserves. They're holding their ground before their space station, but aren't moving in to stop the fight. Those useless cowards! Did you expect any different?" The grumbling of the visitors didn't change the stance of the Bozys. Their highest priority was to keep the peace in the space station and to keep it together in one piece. If they intervened in every petty conflict between two rivaling pirate gangs, then they would have lost all of their men and mechs from attrition within the year. Too many fights erupted for all sorts of reasons that it was better to stand aside than to play the hero. Chapter 671 Alternative Solution. Manraftoft Independent Harbor had never been a popular tourist destination like Harkinson for a reason. The Bozy clan had a much worse track record of safeguarding the lives of their visitors than the Reinaldans. The latter dealt extremely well with minor incidents, and only broke when an attack beyond their wildest expectations occurred on one of their strictest paradise planets. With angry gamblers looking to force the Bozys to reverse their losses, the last thing VS wanted to see was someone else trying to stir the pot. Unfortunately, the Castle Breakers didn't get the memo. Mr. Larkinson?" Keddies stammered all of a sudden from their internal calm channel. "What is it now?" I just got a message from Myra. She told me that the Omen of Misfortune is asking us for help. Commander Lydia is negotiating with their Misfortune Seer right now.
Damn it! VS erupted. I hope to hell that Commander Lydia informs the Seer that they are already preoccupied with other matters. That's not going to pass muster, teacher. We aren't known for abandoning our allies in the lurch. If the Omen of Misfortune are our pals, or if we owe them a favor or something, then we have to lend a hand. Otherwise, our other friends won't come and lend a hand when we call for help. VS was glad that kiddies finally called him teacher, but their current circumstances left him with no time to celebrate. This station might descend into a bloodbath at any moment.
Well, it's their fault they're being targeted by the castle breakers. Didn't you just say they're bigger and stronger than the Omen of Misfortune? Serves them right for provoking a bigger bastard than themselves.
Keddy stubbornly took the other side.
Even if they're to blame, the castle breakers are going too far. There's no way they can justify attacking the Omen of Misfortune after losing a public duel. The Hell Voice won the match fair and square? Are you sure about that? Because half of the monkeys screaming out there are yelling that the match was rigged in her favor. Doesn't matter. The Sword Maidens have always backed up our allies in a fight, and they have always returned the favor. The only times when we didn't lend a hand was because our friends provoked someone they shouldn't have. That was their own fault and had nothing to do with us. And the castle breakers? You just told me they're fairly strong. Oh, they are, but they shouldn't be able to deploy more than 200 space-borne mechs. If our Sword Maidens combine forces with the Omen of Misfortune, then we'll outnumber the castle breakers for sure. And that doesn't count in you guys as well. What makes you think the Vandals will participate in this foolish escapade? You guys have no choice. Keddies chuckled through the comm channel. If you don't help us back up our friends, why should we trust you to cover our backs when we travel deeper into the frontier? I know pirates like us get a bad rap when it comes to trust, but it's important to us. Pirates who act like fair-weather friends don't survive very long in the frontier. Besides, what's the risk? As long as we combine our forces, we can beat the castle breakers black and blue. If the Sword Maidens can call for backup, then the castle breakers call in their own friends as well, VS retorted. I doubt so. They're acting like sore losers now. There's no way anyone wants to risk their lives to take revenge of the Deathless. He was great when he was still alive, but all that's left of him is a broken body and his broken mech. He's completely useless now. Backup or not, the castle breakers sounded formidable enough to be a handful by themselves. The last thing the Vandals wanted to do was to fight a completely unnecessary battle. His mind inadvertently cast back to the moment where his group had just arrived at the crossroads one deck down. Back then, Keddies felt compelled to act because her dignity and the burden of reputation of the Sword Maidens expected her to do so. The situation out in space played out in almost the exact same way. Both these stupid fights are about reputation and posturing, he complained. Why can't you pirates learn how to swallow your pride and let bygones be bygones? Are you kidding? She responded in a befuddled manner. If you don't stand your ground and fight back, everyone is going to walk all over you. We've lost many sisters over the years, but they died gladly to keep the rest of us safe. The rep we built from then still protects us up to today. VS accepted that argument, but he couldn't really fathom it even now. This way of dealing with others sounded intrinsically foreign to someone who grew up in the comforts of a civilized society. He had no choice but to drop the matter, as it didn't concern him anyway. Let Major Verl and his officers decide whether they should join this circus. All VS wanted to do was to bring back his purchases to the ship. Nelson, how far away are we from the shuttle bay? 3 kilometers. With all the people and debris in the way, it might take an hour or two for us to get through. That's way too long. We need to find a way to hurry up. Despite the unruliness of the pirates and other people who lost all their money, VS harbored no doubt the Bozies had the situation in hand. While they weren't the first owners of the independent harbor, they did manage to hold on to it for a few decades, so they should have prepared an appropriate response. The only problem was that the chances were high that the response involved a gratuitous amount of violence. After all, the simplest solution to a problem in the frontier was to shoot it into pieces. The shenanigans about to unfold within and outside the space station left VS with little patience. "Hey brothers! Wait a moment! We need your help!" A random gaggle of wasted thugs stumbled into view. They looked as pathetic and ill-composed as the last batch of pirates who Keddies sliced into bloody pieces. VS already groaned. He was too tired to deal with this nonsense. Nalson stepped out with his intimidating exoskeleton armor and brought his huge rifle to bear on the stupid pirates. "Move! Or die!" he broadcasted through the amplified speakers in his helmet. An awkward pause ensued. The drugged-up minds of these lowlives couldn't process the script going awry from the start. Most of them cowered, but there were a couple of pirates who looked so intoxicated that they couldn't even recognize the massive threat posed by 4 exoskeleton soldiers with enough firepower to lay waste to this entire section. "You don't want to mess with us. Leave!" When the thugs dithered because their thoughts moved at the speed of a snail, Keddies growled and started to step forward while brandishing her sword. This time, VS latched his gauntlets onto her waist armor, halting her from escalating the standoff. "What do you think you are doing, teacher?" she hissed through the channel. "If another fight breaks out here, it can easily escalate to a point where the Bozies are forced to step in. I doubt they'll hold back their trigger fingers when they see us in sight. Don't intervene. Nalson and his men are professionals." After a few seconds of trying and failing to persuade the dim-witted thugs to stop blocking the street, the Vandals' security officers resorted to action instead. A hidden module in their exoskeleton armor suddenly came to life. Engaging sonic attack. 4 ear-squealing screams erupted from the speaker grills of the exoskeleton suits. They thundered in a cone in front of them and blasted the unsuspecting pirates with enough noise to deafen a man twice over. All of their eardrums instantly erupted, and they all collapsed to the deck, in pain and insensate to the outside world. Problem solved. The Hellvoice wasn't the only one who possessed sonic weapons. In actual fact, sonic weapons had been primarily developed as a way to subdue rioting crowds of humans. The Bright Republic's planetary guard heavily favored sonic weapons as an alternative when their fluid projectors ran empty. The limitations of this weapons were many, though. A modern suit of enclosed armor insulated wearers from painful and deafening noise, and obviously it only worked in atmospheric conditions. In space, sonic weapons turned into nothing but ornaments, because there wasn't any air for sound to travel through. Fortunately, VS and the others didn't face such an extreme situation right now. He gestured for the group to resume moving. Keddies grumbled under her breath for leaving the scum alive, but she hardly cared about them in the first place. Similar incidents happened 3 times more along the way. Every 100 meters or so, a different gaggle of lowlives approached the deathly-looking Vandals and asked for their help in storming the Bozie-owned gambling establishment next to the Mech arena. VS didn't even have to lift a finger for Nalson and his security guards to move into action. Like a caped prince letting his royal guard clean up the riff-raff, the exoskeleton-suited security officers utilized the diverse arsenal of their weapon platform to full effect. From sonic weapons to resorting to blasting the ringleaders with a wrist-mounted laser cannon, the operation of the exoskeleton suits reminded him of multipurpose mechs. The scale is different, but the shape is roughly similar. The only difference is that suits of exoskeleton armor are employed as main infantry combatants, while multipurpose mechs are considered jack-of-all-trades that are replete with compromises. Multipurpose mechs didn't have a good reputation in the Galactic Rim, but it was a different story in the Galactic Heartland and the Galactic Center. Better funding, better wealth, and smaller parts with higher performance made it popular to blend many different weapon systems into a single mech. There, every mech possessed some sort of flight capability. The Galactic Center even declared land-bound mechs extinct. Every mech designed in those prosperous regions of the galaxy came with at least 3 different weapons, and some might even carry dozens of small-scale weapon systems. The mech landscape there was different, and required a different breed of mech designer to navigate the complexity of designing mechs with such a diverse arsenal of weapons. That didn't mean that the purer, simpler way of designing mechs in the Galactic Rim was inferior. If there was one thing Rim designers were good at, it was pursuing the highest efficiency and squeezing the maximum amount of performance out of a limited set of materials. In this perspective, what the Skull Architect's design philosophy pursued was the embodiment of every Rim designer's hope. He carried the torch of the most cherished dreams of every mech designer who needed to turn trash into treasure. VS found it ironic that exoskeleton armor had obviously succeeded in reaching the sweet spot in terms of performance and cost, while multipurpose mechs still had a long way to go in the Galactic Rim. Of course, everyone could see that multipurpose mechs would eventually become more practical and ubiquitous as technology levels continued to advance. The days of designing a pure swordsman mech or a pure knight mech would soon become an exception rather than the rule. These pure mech types still existed in regions where multipurpose mechs became the dominant form of mechs, but only weirdos and eccentrics still stuck to them. VS found that to be a shame, because mechs specializing in a single weapon system corresponded closer to human limitations. The birth of multipurpose mechs represented a shift away from the concept of mechs as war machines in human form. VS shook his head, returning his mind back to the chaotic streets of Manraftoft. The issue of multipurpose mechs would only come to a head at least 100 years from today. Right now, he needed to worry about making it out of this space station with his life and his cargo intact. Chapter 672 Bots Gone Wild. On their way back to the shuttle bay, they encountered several dangerous situations. Most of the time, VS and his group only reached the aftermath of a violent incident. People as well armed as them gunned down the pirates that were stupid enough to get in their way. Different gangs clashed against each other over when one gang revealed they supported the Hellvoice. Fights between these gangs lasted the longest and led to the most frigid butchering. Overworked cleaning bots worked overtime to haul away the bodies and clean up the blood. It didn't help that their programming malfunctioned a few times due to the sheer amount of bodies in the way. Sometimes, the larger cleaning bots mistook living people as corpses, brutally grabbing onto their bodies with razor-sharp pincers and lifting them off in the air as their very living bodies floundered in pain. The smaller bots, on the other hand, swarmed by the dozens. They converged at the ankles of people who had waded through the pools of blood and aggressively wiped or sucked away the traces, not even caring if their cleaning routines penetrated straight through the clothes and broke through human skin. Something very horrendous ensued at that point. The wounds inevitably started to bleed, which put the stupid bots into a supercharged cleaning mode. They intensified their cleaning routines and practically bore through the ankles until the hapless victims couldn't stand any longer. Upon falling, the bots kept chewing away at their unprotected flesh, their simple artificial minds only fixated on cleaning blood, no matter if it came from a dead or living source. "What the hell?" Ketty stammered as her armored foot kicked a pair of small cleaning bots down the corridor. Her sights firmly fixated on the runaway bots and their misguided attempt to clean the space station by cleaning the blood-soaked humans that polluted the place. Someone should shut them off. "It won't work," Nelson said. "I've already ran my military-grade automatic hacking module on them. Though they look rather cheap, their security suites are impenetrable to me. My guess is that the Bozies were tired of script kiddies hacking the bots to change their programming so they can pull off a prank. They invested heavily in upgrading their software security. This doesn't look like a normal malfunction, VS observed with suspicion. Any manufacturer of cleaning bots will program their products to ignore living humans. In fact, they should go out of their way to avoid them in the first place to prevent any harm. Well, unless I'm mistaken, these bots have become man-eaters now. Look at how they're dissolving that poor guy in highly acidic cleaning solution. Unless a skilled professional hacker was around, these bots would continue to follow their faulty programming. VS truly had no clue what was going on. Did some malfunction cause the bots to get stuck in a faulty logic loop, or had some nefarious super hacker twist the programming of the bots as a deliberate attempt at sabotage? Personally, he leaned towards a case of vandalism gone deadly. Perhaps some juvenile trickster had introduced a tiny error in their programming regarding their treatment of living humans, and kept it buried there for some time. Whatever the case, they needed to be destroyed before they could do more damage. The horrified screams of hapless station visitors already seared his mind with nightmares. Nalson, take down the bots if you can. If we can't hack them, we can kill them instead. The security officers didn't argue and immediately opened fire. They mainly fired penetrative kinetic rounds in order to pierce through the tough exterior that protected the bots from kicking and other acts of vandalism. Sometimes, the projectiles overpenetrated the bots and hit the humans cowering behind, but the vandals took little mind of these slip-ups. They already did their best trying to minimize the collateral damage. Half a minute later, their weapons ceased firing. Around 40 bots lay prone and steaming with several new holes decorating their shells. They conveniently ignored the dying and the wounded. In any case, it was up to the Bozies to provide medical help. There are no more obstacles in the way. Let's continue moving. They stepped past the dead, dying and wounded as if it didn't concern them at all. VS had long lost his empathy for random strangers, let alone the folk who frequented the independent harbor. Anyone willing to visit a hive of scum and villainy was either a scum or a villain. A part of him felt bad for generalizing the entire population of the space station this way, but VS really couldn't bring himself to care. His mind had already been doused in the blood of the frontier, changing his perspective closer to the standard of the frontier. Amidst the untamed stars, there wasn't any distinguishment between the guilty and the innocent. The only difference that mattered was whether someone was strong or weak. As they stepped past hordes of bots that ran out of control, the vandals destroyed them all with extreme prejudice. VS and Keddies didn't even have the opportunity to bring their own weapons to bear, as the exoskeleton soldiers proved to be brutally efficient at wiping out the erratic bots. As they rounded the corner of another street, they inadvertently stumbled upon a pacification attempt by the Bozies. Armed with exoskeleton armor that was just as deadly as those worn by the Vandal security officers, they fired off their electrorods with casual disregard, as if they didn't care if their electric weapons misfired and arced towards a bystander to the side. Their rifles and wrist-mounted gun barrels blasted the rioting crowd of pirates with a variety of ballistic projectiles and laser beams. One powerful laser cannon raked half of the crowd with a saber-like beam. The weapon immediately overheated, but the shock it gave to the survivors had been enough to break their drunken and drug-fueled courage. Run! The Bozies are gonna kill us all! Ravian will hear about this, Bozie dogs! She'll come down on your stupid space station like the wrath of a battleship. None of the wailings of the pirates mattered. By now, the only people on the street consisted of troublemakers aiming to force the Bozies into reversing their gambling losses. After losing their entire savings, they pretty much had nothing to lose. The saner and more careful pirates, as well as the treasure hunters and the other visitors, all scurried off into one of the many shops and venues before they all barricaded up their entrances. Naturally, VS and his escorts formed the exception, because they really needed to return to their shuttle. Whatever the case, the odds were high that the Bozies might paint everyone on the streets with the same brush. VS cursed again. Damn it, let's back off before they shoot us. We can't get into a fight against the entire Bozie clan. They hustled out of the place before the trigger-happy Bozies could direct their weapons in the direction of the Vandals. VS figured the heavily armored Bozies already spotted them, but let them go because they were a tough bone to chew. Let's follow an alternate route. They took a small detour, only to run headlong into a bot apocalypse. They entered a former market plaza centering around a fountain and a sculpture of some self-important Bozie elder. Such an idyllic location was usually the favorite of romantics and young adults. Now, the entire plaza along with the fountain had been drenched with endless amounts of blood and body parts. More than 100 bots, both large and small, performed gruesome butchery on the helpless populace. Oh, the bots noticed us! A quarter of the bots immediately diverted from their dead or screaming prey and moved towards the blood-soaked newcomers. Somehow, the blood splattered on their armor was more enticing to these bots than the fresh blood pouring from the wounds of their helpless victims. Don't open fire yet, Nalson! And you, Keddies, hold your horses and don't swing that sword! They could handle 100 bots, but how many more did they have to destroy? Their ammunition stores only lasted up to a point, and killing these bots was futile as VS estimated that Manraftoft may be hosting up to 100,000 of these machines. VS had been so engulfed by the massacres perpetrated by the bots that he almost forgot that they were dealing with bots. What was a bot? It was an automated machine that ran on pre-programmed instructions. They were often built as cheaply as possible as they broke down fairly often for some inane reason or another. A place like the Manraftoft Independent Harbor had no reason to commission high-quality, durable and expensive bots because their own visitors would steal them if that was the case. Thus, the only threat they faced were cheap, mass-produced bots assembled out of the cheapest parts possible. The only part of value to these bots was their sturdy, vandalism-proof outer shell. VS retrieved one of his newly fabricated tools from his tool belt. The jamming device he fashioned out of his own 2 hands was a far cry to the one demonstrated by Calabas back at Harkinson, but it should still do the job at a given range. I've got a jamming device that should work effectively against these bots. Their programming might be airtight, but their crappy sensors shouldn't be that good considering they bump into people's feet all the time. Gather within 4 meters around me if possible. This proved to be rather difficult as the huge exoskeleton suits really didn't leave much margin for error. Still, they squeezed tightly enough for all of them to be within effective range. Alright, I'm about to activate the jamming device. Make sure your suits are hardened against jamming interference, and you don't have any fancy systems active. Make sure you switch your visor viewing mode from electronic to optical. It wouldn't do to blind his own guards, though VS doubted the ECM-hardened exoskeleton armor could be affected by a handheld jammer. That was also one of the reasons why he urgently sought to upgrade its power supply with an ultra-compact battery. 3, 2, 1, get ready! A nauseating field of what felt like supercharged static electricity came into being around the jamming device. The little thing hummed and vibrated even as it emitted an invisible field of electronic mud and fog. Will this even work, teacher? Be patient. Don't attack yet. The bots that hovered within range neared the 4-meter mark. Even before they crossed the line, several already veered off like drunken pirates. The closer they approached, the higher the odds of them going blind. It works! The jamming device messes with their sensors and other unhardened systems. Everyone breathed a little easier, though VS noted that the pitiful standard battery of his device wouldn't last very long. He activated a function on his light combat armor, which caused its palm to heat up slightly. If the tiny battery couldn't supply enough power, then VS just had to supplement it with his suit power. Ignore the bots and pass through them. We don't have to address those dumb machines anymore. With the jamming device working its magic, their progress sped up at least threefold. The prevalent amount of bots scouring for blood managed to sniff out the solidifying blood that splattered their armor suits, but whenever they got near, they turned into complete idiots. One of the downsides was that their cargo bot completely malfunctioned as well. The jamming field was simply too strong for the simple and basic floating bot. VS heartlessly abandoned the useless bot and dug up his lockbox guarding his exotics from the pile of nutrient packs. Let's go! They ran through a field of blind and confused cleaning bots. The Vandal security officers managed to kick all of the bots out of the way before Keddies could use her legs to good effect. We've almost reached the right pier. The shuttle bay is just ahead. The health checkpoint that usually barred the way to visitors bearing infectious diseases had been completely blasted open. The group ran past the destroyed barriers and obstructions. If some kind of infectious disease was spreading around, well, at least their airtight suits of armor kept them safe. They finally reached the end of the station proper. At this point, they passed beyond the main body of the space station and stepped into one of the exterior modules extending at a perpendicular angle from the surface of the station. Bozy custom officers already secured the area here. They gunned down rioting pirates and rioting bots alike. The defensive forces formed a defense cordon that enabled each visitor to run back to their shuttles without worrying about being shot at by random thugs or chomped at their legs by rampaging bots. We're here! VS could finally turn off his jamming device before it drained his entire suit battery. Chapter 673 Useless Bozies. The pier extended for several kilometers out of the space station proper. Ships and transports bringing in bulk cargo that couldn't conveniently be brought via shuttles often docked alongside one of the many piers of the independent harbor. Some even docked at one of the specialized dry docks alongside the more exclusive piers. Whatever the case, hundreds of vetted and pre-inspected ships docked alongside the piers at all times. Many of them began to evacuate from the troubled space station. Who were they kidding? Their ship captains outright dropped all of their obligations and the crew or passengers they left behind on the station and tried to run without proper authorization. My dear San Ortha! You thief! Where are you taking my freighter? That's my ship! I paid for it. This is mutiny, I say. Our captain has left us behind. For all his talk about valuing our loyalty, he was the first one to get out. All the stranded folk wailed at their misfortune, but VS and his escorts walked right past their useless forms. The shuttle bay was situated at the very end of the pier, extending directly into deep space. As they walked the final stretch, VS asked a pertinent question to Nelson. What do you think just took place? At one moment, a grudge match between two famous mech champions was about to take place. The next, thousands of pirates started to riot about their gambling debts of all things, all the while the previous harmless cleaning bots turned into murderous blood-sucking fiends. At the same time, the Castle Breaker fleet is moving up against the omen of misfortune right at this moment, possibly drawing in the Sword Maidens to the conflict as well. You're barking up the wrong tree if you think I have all the answers, Nelson replied through their calm channel. However, my gut feeling says that whoever threw the Harkinson system into chaos might have followed us here. They might have even assigned other saboteurs to lay the groundwork. I don't know what their overarching goals look like, but disrupting the entire Komodo Star sector is definitely on their agenda. Calabast. It might have been her, or agents from the same unknown faction that was still shrouded in fog up until today. The sabotage might have something to do with the game to track down the Starlight Megalodon. This entire hidden game had thrown several star systems into complete turmoil due to the intense greed on the part of the hidden players that controlled their chosen outfits like puppets on strings. The timing served as powerful supporting proof in favor of this argument. Though VS failed to identify a direct connection, the timing was far too coincidental for him to dismiss any relations to the game. The alternative was to blame it all on his rotten luck, but his rational mind didn't believe in such superstitious concepts. The multiverse ran on a particular set of rules, and none of them stated that it should give VS a bad day because he stepped out of his bunk with the wrong foot or something. Perhaps the accusations of cheating or match-rigging possessed some merit. If the saboteurs wanted to provoke a lot of unrest, what better way could there be than to rig the overwhelming favorite candidate into a dubious loss? Did the saboteurs have no shame? They even resorted to something as dirty as tampering with the sanctity of the Mech games. VS felt irrationally peeved at Calabast and her shadowy colleagues at desecrating this honored form of dueling with mechs. And he didn't even know if she and her ilk had even stepped foot in Manraftoft. He shook his head inside his helmet. I'm spitting theories on threads of conjecture again. There's not enough proof for what's going on. For all I know, all of this madness is the result of a domino effect of bad coincidences. Up until now, they only faced scum and bots that his security guards easily dispatched. If the saboteurs seriously wanted to hamper their fellow competitors to the Starlight Megalodon, then they needed to bring the big guns. Another alarm rang throughout the entire space station. This one sounded much deeper and much more serious. Highest priority alert! A battle between two major mech forces is taking place within 100,000 kilometers from the Manraftoft Independent Harbor. The risk of mech weapon discharge reaching the Manraftoft Independent Harbor is minor but not negligible. It is advised that every resident and visitor make the appropriate preparations against loss of power, atmosphere, temperature, and gravity. The warning repeated twice after another, as if the loud droning voice and the alert messages spamming their comms wasn't enough. PFF. Those dumb pirates probably still wouldn't get the message after all of that prodding. Fortunately, the visitors at the pier were a little more sober than others. Many had already unfolded their vaxits into covering their entire body, with a flimsy, flexible helmet covering their heads. The thin vaxits wouldn't be able to protect them against flying debris, but it at least kept them alive if they got flung out of space. Mere seconds after the warning message stopped blaring against their ears, a volley of explosive rounds impacted the surface of the space station. The entire superstructure shook minutely, causing VS and the others to pause in their steps. They looked at their helmets for a single moment before they simultaneously erupted into a run. With the space station itself at risk, they had to reach their shuttle as fast as possible. Come on, faster, you vandal slowpokes! Keddy surprisingly turned out to be their fastest runner. She had even sheathed her great sword behind her back to aid in her running. Coming up close behind her was VS. His light combat armor impacted him minimally, and these suits had all been designed with speed and agility in mind. The cape flapping behind him billowed in the air and formed a minor annoyance, but VS was too preoccupied with running to cut the distracting thing off his back. The slowpokes Keddy's mentioned turned out to be the exoskeleton-suited security officers. Some of the slimmer, speed-focused exoskeleton suits could run even faster than Keddy's. However, Nalson and his subordinates had come with heavy-duty exoskeleton armor this time. The toughness of their armor made them impervious to small arms fire, and their heavy-caliber weapons and weapon mounts made sure that any opposition turned into shredded meat. Their suits of exoskeleton armor had been built like sluggers, able to absorb a lot of hurt and reciprocate with overwhelming firepower. Speed had been relegated as a distant priority. Their thunderous footsteps echoed against the decks, but no matter how fast they tried to move, their lumbering forms couldn't surpass the running speed of a senile old man. The Bozies actually did a great job at intercepting incoming weapons fire. They possessed plenty experience in suppressing troublemakers, and the readiness of their space-borne patrols made their Rinaldan counterparts resemble a bunch of lazy bums. Wherever the incoming weapon fire came from, the mech pilots who discharged them didn't seem to pay too much attention to where they ended up if they overshot their targets. This reckless degree of weapon handling and muzzle discipline could only be shown by pirates. Isn't it too much to ask for them to train their mech pilots properly? The pier was largely enclosed, and the main battle between the castle breakers and the Omen of Misfortune took place way beyond a range visible to the naked eye. Nevertheless, the nature of space-borne combat effectively compressed all distances when it came to vulnerability. The Manraftoft Independent Harbor might as well be situated a few blocks away from the developing mech battle in high orbit. With hundreds of mech sparring and exchanging weapons fire against each other, the odds of weapons fire affecting the station was small but very much possible. 1 second, everything was okay. The next, a huge volley of laser cannon beams sliced through the base of the pier, connecting it to the main station. "Drop down to the deck and activate your mag modules!" Nalson instantly shouted. All of the security officers had been extensively trained in various emergency situations, so they already moved even before Nalson issued his warning. To her credit, Keddy's moved nearly just as fast. As a daughter of the frontier, she often had to deal with the reality of traveling aboard old, unspaceworthy ships that could keel over at any time. Preparing for these kinds of emergencies was as natural as paying taxes in civilized space. VS reacted the slowest. His training in responding to crises only reached a rudimentary level, something which was a severe oversight that he intended to remedy once he was safe. Right now, he awkwardly tumbled to the deck, more propelled by the mag modules of his combat armor than anything else. The mag modules attached to his boots, knees, palms, elbows, and waist secured his entire body to the deck with magnetic force. He moved just in time, because the giant holes burned through the pier sucked out the air inside the pier like gigantic cleaning bots on stimulants. Many vaccinated visitors helplessly got sucked out along with the escaping air, their cheap suits unable to fix them into place on the deck. The smarter fellows always stayed close to benches, poles, and other solid objects affixed to the deck. They hugged their bodies against the fixtures, holding onto it for their dear lives, as there was no guarantee that anyone was going to pick them up once they launched into space. The situation was slightly more complicated for VS because he also needed to secure his lockbox and its valuable contents. The lockbox inconvenienced him a lot because it was a large, solid cube the size of a human head. The only upside to its huge size was that it protected its contents very well. Not only would it be difficult for small arms fire to penetrate the lockbox, it also contained various sophisticated shock-absorbing systems that negated all the effects of rough handling. Their suits rang an internal alert. Manraftoft had broadcasted another emergency message to their comms. Pier 34 is partially disconnected from the main station. Due to the weakening of key structural supports, Pier 34 must perform separation with immediate effect. Please remain at your current location as separation starts. The Bozy clan does not and has never guaranteed the safety, security, and health of its residents and guests on the Manraftoft Independent Harbor. The Bozy clan apologizes for this inconvenience and hopes you enjoyed your stay at the Manraftoft Independent Harbor. Please come again. The almost worthless corporate message conveyed a key message. The pier they currently resided on was about to be blown away from the main station. Brace for, whatever the Bozys are up to. Don't separate. The entire flimsy pier structure lurched as a series of drastic procedures took place. First, the docking clamps holding the parked ships next to the pier retracted all of a sudden. To the docking clamps that couldn't do so because of a loss of power or a faulty connection, they simultaneously blew up or disintegrated into tiny fragments. Whatever the case, this had the effect of pushing away the parked ships that still hadn't been able or willing to get clear. The sudden release of the docking clamps forced the dithering ships to make a forceful separation from the unstable pier. They boosted away from the dangerous structure, giving it enough room to commence with the next phase. Tiny explosions ran through a pier section that was just beyond the checkpoint that the Bozy guards had hastily thrown up. All of them huddled far apart from each other with the mag boots fully online. After a few seconds of constant explosions, the entire pier lurched as it finally blew away from the main body of the independent harbor. The pier had been flung away into space by the final explosion. The pier lost power and air, plunging it into near-total darkness. The only light came from the giant holes burned by the laser cannons. Still, that didn't hamper the armor-suited men and women much. They merely switched to a different observation mode on their visors. The pier has lost power, VS stated the obvious. But that shouldn't stop us from reaching our shuttle. According to the latest status report the crew sent us, our shuttle is still waiting for our arrival. Come on. It's just a small distance up ahead. Chapter 674 Unmoored. VS figured out a fundamental rule in the galaxy. The further away from the galactic center, the lower the average intelligence quotient of the people he met. Certainly, exceptions to the rule existed. Great leaders and driven individuals such as his Uncle Ark, his grandfather Benjamin, Colonel Lowenfield, and every senior and master mech designer he met soared from the muck and mud. But these exceptions only emerged from 1 out of a million or 1 out of a billion people. Such low odds condemned the vast majority of the galaxy to the vagaries of the stupid. No matter which mech pilots fired those laser cannon beam that almost separated Pier 34 from the main superstructure of the independent harbor, VS had no doubt that the threat could have come from any of their comrades fighting in space. What was their fight all about anyway? It practically made no sense to VS. The castle breakers would be idiotic to force a fight with the omen of misfortune in the vicinity of Manraftoft Station. Just those errant laser cannon beams alone made them persona non grata to the Bozy clan. The gains, whatever they were after, could never match the enormous losses they were about to suffer. That's not true, is it? He rhetorically asked himself as his light combat armor clung for dear life on the free-floating pier that had just detonated itself away from the main superstructure. The pier even threw into a light spin that it couldn't compensate for because it hadn't incorporated any boosters. I can think of one object to gain that is worth fighting for. It may even be an enormous enticement for the Sword Maidens and the Vandals. What else could there be than an encrypted data chip from the Starlight Megalodon? Even if the flagrant Sword Maidens gathered a sufficient amount of data chips to figure out the route to the derelict capital ship, there was no harm in securing more, if only to deny their competitors the chance to follow the same route. Ugh, no wonder Manraftoft went to hell in a handbasket. It's possible that there are 6 pawns in this star system. He mentally tallied them up. The flagrant Vandals, Lydia's Sword Maidens, the Caged, the Red Tongs, the Castle Breakers, the Omen of Misfortune. None of them sounded weak, though the flagrant Vandals had the edge in numbers, quality, and martial tradition. Yet even then, sheer numbers could easily overwhelm them, attracting the ire of hundreds of the smaller pirate outfits that congregated at Manraftoft at this time would certainly lead to an assured loss. The Vandals aren't the top dogs here. They've never been the top dogs whether they are in civilized space or in the frontier. The older and more established mech regiments in civilized space could easily trounce the Vandals, while the big pirate blocks were enemies the Vandals could not afford to provoke. These complicated circumstances meant that the Vandals shouldn't easily get entangled into random fights. However, if the castle breakers were after an encrypted data chip, then that almost guaranteed an intervention by the Vandals. If that's the case, this battle might have a ripple effect. If the Omen of Misfortune can drag in some friends, why not the castle breakers? The latter pirate gang might have been an independent outfit, but if there was one thing he had learned from Keddies, it was that no independent outfit survived without friends. With the stupid cultural expectation that you backed up your friends if they fell into a spot of trouble and called for help, this battle might very well drag in half a dozen outfits more. This certainly explained why his comm blared out messages sent from the Vandals through their internal network. Lydia's Sword Maidens answered the call to battle on behalf of the Omen of Misfortune. The flagrant Vandals followed their obligation to back up the Sword Maidens and indirectly lend a hand to the Omen of Misfortune. The Caged and the Red Tongs both joined the side of the Castle Breakers. A random collection of names representing small, single ship or double ship outfits joined the side of the Castle Breakers, or the Omen of Misfortune. The Bozies and everyone else tried to stay as far from this pissing match as possible. They already had their hands full in trying to subdue the unrest and regain all of their crew. They had no time nor desire to join a battle that didn't concern them at all. The Vandals sent another message to his comm. Take caution around the members of the outfits opposing the flagrant Vandals. If possible, take them out before they take you out. The flagrant Vandals are currently enemies of the Castle Breakers, the Caged, the Red Tongs. VS cursed, because weapons fire already flew over his head a few seconds earlier. A small group of pirates in red heavy combat armor had magged themselves to the deck further down the pier and spotted the conspicuous Vandals first. Like the idiots they were, they opened fire on VS and his escorts without considering their relative strengths. Big mistake. Open fire! Wait! They're the Red Tongs! Keddies shouted over the command channel. If we fire at them, we'll be. I don't think they care, Keddies. I'd rather survive this day than risk a puncture in my armor suit. Lieutenant, keep firing. Disable them if you can, but kill them if you have to. In a fight like this, holding back was a sin. One benefit of the heavy exoskeleton suits of the Vandal security officers was that its strong legs provided solid and stable magnetic footing. They could even walk upside down in a metal corridor under standard gravity if needed. Thus, the security officers were virtually unhindered by the free-floating pier and its slight, uncontrolled spin. They fired their heavy guns at the armored Red Tongs, who numbered around 12. The durability of their heavy combat armor matched Keddy's combat armor, but that didn't count for much as the heavy firepower overwhelmed them quickly enough. The numbers advantage of the Red Tongs didn't account for much in the end. The quality difference between heavy combat armor and exoskeleton armor was too vast. The only complications the Vandal security officers faced was that they needed to protect their VIPs. They positioned their sturdy bodies around the prone forms of VS and Keddies and made sure to block any angle that could get at the two mech designers from the Vandals and the Sword Maidens. Keddies and VS added their own firepower as well, not that it made much of a difference. The medium-caliber ballistic pistol VS fired in the direction of the red-armored pirates hardly managed to land a hit. His marksmanship improved lately, but he hadn't spent enough time to become proficient with ballistic weapons. Each time he fired his pistol, he managed to control the considerable kickback with his muscle strength with a dollop of help from his armor servos, but the round landed meters away from his intended target. Laying just next to him, the brightly armored form of Keddies methodically focused her own ballistic hand cannon on a single target at a time. Despite her enthusiasm for swordplay, she wasn't a slouch in marksmanship either. Combat practically ran through her veins despite her occupation as mech designer. "How are you so good at landing those hits?" he asked with evident puzzlement in his tone. "Ha! It's not me, but my auto-aim system built into my handgun and my personal armor. I only have to program in the targets and pull the trigger, and the auto-aim system will do the rest." Okay, he revised his original assessment. Perhaps Keddies wasn't as good of a shot as he thought, but she certainly equipped the right gear for the right situation. VS should have thought about incorporating an auto-aim or aim assist system in his loadout as well. Still,
VS grew up in a society where dependence on automatic systems was frowned upon. Though the same function existed on Mechs, there were too many ways to fool or mitigate its effectiveness. The worst-case scenario was that someone managed to hack the auto-aim system and configured his enemies as friendlies while switching the statuses of his allies as his opponents. No automated system was infallible. Plenty of horror stories and cautionary tales had taught humanity the folly of entrusting too much of their work on virtual dummies. The recent cleaning bot apocalypse was a case in point. The best solution would be to train his marksmanship the old-fashioned way, but then again he risked falling into the same trap that kiddies had stepped into. VS only had a set amount of time at his disposal. Hours being spent on anything other than furthering or developing his mech design career only wasted his potential. Fortunately, between the choice of relying on some AI system to do the fighting for him, or spending thousands of hours practicing his marksmanship in the firing range, a third solution presented itself. Rather than force a non-combatant like himself to defend his life, he could instead follow his original plan and leave that job to the professionals. The 12 red tongs who thought their numbers availed them an overwhelming advantage had all been mowed down by the Vandal exoskeleton wearers. Their armor suits might have been awfully slow, but anything short of another exoskeleton armor or something even heavier had no chance of inflicting any serious damage to their tank-like exterior. The Vandals achieved another complete win. Fragments of red armor along with morbid body parts floated around in vacuum. The blood and flesh of the former Red Tongs flash froze in the awful condition of space, limiting the potential mess that could have ensued if the battle took place in a pressurized environment. Keep a lookout for more members of the Red Tongs and the other outfits that have arrayed against us. I don't want us to be taken off guard like that again. VS spoke in a commanding tone. Yes, sir. His group began to move forward again. VS tentatively rose to his feet, but was unable to deal with the shifting inertia caused by the slight spin of the detached pier. He was forced to bend to his knees and crawl forward like a baby. It was a wholly undignified sight, especially when contrasted against his majestic caped armor. He felt a little jealous of Keddy's, whose combat training and heavier armor afforded her a much steadier footing on the rolling deck. For a moment, he considered asking for a helping hand from Nalson, but the security lieutenant already bent down to grasp it inside his strong, armored grip. Though his new position looked a little undignified, it beat crawling on the deck like he was less than 1 year old. Thanks. You were slowing us down. Heh. The Vandals and the Sword Maiden cautiously proceeded forward at a clip pace, which wasn't easy under these circumstances. Fortunately, besides that first group of Red Tongs, no one else summed up the courage to attack their group. After 5 long minutes, they finally reached the shuttle they initially rode to the space station. The pilot and its passengers hadn't left them behind. The shuttle was active with its thrusters and modules ready to go. The passengers slid open the head by a tiny slither, from which the muzzle of a rifle extended out. The shuttle occupants had been on the lookout for trouble. We're here! Open up and let us in! The hatch slid open, revealing exoskeleton-suited security officers identical to the escorts accompanying VS. Their hulking forms thudded aside to let the latecomers pour into the shuttle. Immediately, they found themselves on solid footing as the shuttle's artificial gravity asserted itself over the complete lack of the pier's own artificial gravity. VS could finally stand on his own power now. Thank the heavens for that! Are we ready to go? You're the last delegation to arrive, VS. Lieutenant Commander Soapstone said from the side. She was clad in a slightly scuffed version of his armor, and had already strapped herself into her seat. Strap in, boys and girls. We're about to blast off. They quickly secured themselves to the seats or the bulkheads and deck in case of the exoskeleton wearers.
As soon as everyone confirmed they were secure, the shuttle blasted off at the highest maximum acceleration. VS felt pressed into the seat as the shuttle raced out of the unstable and vulnerable pier with thousands of visitors and Bozy clan guards still trapped inside. What met them in space was a chaotic space battle spanning over thousands of kilometers in orbit of the lifeless rock that anchored the Manraftoft independent harbor. Getting back to the Shield of Hispania might prove challenging to a single, vulnerable shuttle. Chapter 675, Riding the Storm. The shuttle pilot faced an uphill struggle trying to get back to their mothership. VS, Keddies, Soapstone and their escorts wanted nothing more than to return to the safety of their well-armored combat carrier. A shuttle in the middle of a space battle might as well be flying naked, because a single hit from a mech-sized rifle could instantly blast it and its occupants into pieces. Shuttles were meant to ferry passengers and small cargo between different ships and between planets and ships. Their designers built them small, light and energy efficient in order to fulfill a vital logistical role in any fleet or settled planet. They were expressly ruled out as active combatants in a space-borne mech battle. They were barely better armored than air cars in their standard configuration. Heavier variants such as combat shuttles may have been used to drop squads of infantry into hostile territory, but the purpose of their slightly less flimsy armor was to protect them against small arms and man-portable missile launchers. Against the might of mechs, they might as well be naked, because literally any mech could tear them to pieces. The shuttle jinked from port to starboard, up and down, and spun on its own axis for some reason. The pilot in the cockpit didn't hold back anything in reserves and pushed her shuttle's mobility past the threshold where the anti-grav modules and inertial compensators prevented its passengers from feeling any G-forces. They were basically riding a barely controlled shuttle that was one step away from spinning out of control in an inevitable crash. I really hope the pilot knows what he or she is doing. Trust in our comrades, VS. Soapstone spoke from the side. This isn't any different from entrusting our lives and our safety to the mech pilots who sortie out into the battlefield every time. Yeah, but at least in those cases, I'm safely tucked inside the protective embrace of a big fat combat carrier. Now I'm riding a supercharged shuttle that is approaching the direction of the main battle in orbit. Hundreds of mechs slugged it out on each other, and VS had no clue how the battle progressed. His limited feed to the Vandal internal network cut off, as local jamming from both sides of the conflict threw the local information sphere into turbid noise. The shuttle's sensors captured some of the battle, but it didn't have the resolution or processing power behind it to fully resolve the details of the fight taking place many thousands of kilometers away. The pilot already drew out the full resources of the shuttle to help in navigating the chaotic battlefield. Soapstone. Yes? Since this battle erupted so suddenly, did you manage to secure the final batch of fuel and supplies for the fleet? Oh, the last batch already shipped out an hour ago. Back then, it wasn't so clear if the flagrant vandals would be dragged into this fight. I'm sure the transports have dropped off their cargo at our logistics ships. At least they didn't have to worry about missing out on their final resupply. Did you manage to secure anything else? He asked. A few knickknacks here and there. You're not the only one who went on a detour for personal reasons. The only difference is that I was much closer to the pier when the fighting truly erupted. Wading through all of those malfunctioning cleaning bots was a slog. That's the weirdest thing about this entire incident. I can imagine why the pirates who lost all of their life savings stirred up trouble. I can even imagine why the castle breakers would be impulsive enough to attack the omen of misfortune out of the blue. What I can't wrap my head around is why the bots were able to rebel in the first place. He already formed his previous guess that whoever hacked the bots did so as a prank gone out of control or to destabilize the entire Manraftoft independent harbor. He wanted to hear what Soapstone had to say and if she concurred with his theories. She paused for a moment. I don't have a solid explanation about the bots. My experience suggests that it's unlikely that a bug in the programming is to blame. Cleaning bots may look cheap to you, but they are sold and used in every single indoor location in human space. Do you know how many cleaning bots are used in the Bright Republic alone? Some estimates put their total number at 5 times the Republic's total population, and that is just a conservative estimate. So because a cleaning bot is so prevalent, a lot more care is put into their design than other products? Exactly. They are some of the most bug-tested, optimized, and abused bots the galaxy. They are frequently employed in sensitive rooms where matters of great import to a state, planet, or company is discussed. Will their buyers allow these bots to clean these sensitive rooms if they are embedded with hidden sensors and recording devices? Absolutely not. Therefore, the integrity and soundness of the hardware and software of cleaning bots endures some of the most rigorous tests in the galaxy. It made sense. Soapstone rambled a bit about all the certifications a cleaning bot had to go through before being pronounced ready for use. A silly bug like mistaking open wounds on living bodies as a stain to be wiped away really shouldn't have occurred in even the worst cleaning bots on sale today. VS nodded in agreement. So that directs us strongly to the possibility of deliberate sabotage. Still, if cleaning bots are so rigorously tested and developed, how come a hacker managed to penetrate through their ironclad programming? Now that he thought about it, it took more than a single whiz kid who knew his way around the virtual battlefield. Cleaning bots were everywhere, out in the open and vulnerable to all kinds of intrusions. Nelson tried to engage his military-grade automatic hacking module on the stupid bots, but it plainly couldn't find a way to drill through their firewall. What the cleaning bots lack in hardware prowess, they'd more than made up for it with exquisite and virtually impenetrable software. Soapstone announced her conclusion. It's a premeditated hack, and far too complex to be done by a single hacker with a vendetta against cleaning bots. This smells like the kind of stunt a state-backed intelligence agency would pull off. Only they are sophisticated enough to research and dig out an unpatched bug hidden deep within the programming of the bots. That partially matched his own guesses. I concur. Whoever is behind it has plenty of hacking muscle at their disposal. This also highlighted the risks of becoming too dependent on machines. Fortunately, the Vandals and the Sword Maidens ran their most important systems through manual controls, only relying on machinery to perform bulk calculations or precise movements that couldn't be done by human hands or minds. They were considerably hardened against a virtual attack. In the worst-case scenario, their combat carriers even came with the option of pulling the metaphorical plug. This shut off virtually every digital system on the ship and delegated controls to actual human beings who needed to perform every action by hand. It was terribly inefficient, but it was better than nothing when faced with an overwhelming hacker on the enemy's side. As for Mechs, they possessed natural protection from most forms of hacking due to their peculiar control method. The neural interface practically blended the Mech pilot's mind with the cold hard circuits and processors of the Mech. In that active state, the line between the human mind and the machine mind became a little blurred. It was difficult to say where one reached the end and where the other began. From what VS had learned from Iris tutoring sessions, an active Mech was controlled by a hybrid amalgamation that was either exclusively man or machine, but both at the same time. This led to a lot of strange repercussions that was wildly out of the scope of her tutoring session, but one of the strongest reminders she imparted him was that this amalgamation couldn't be hacked. It takes man-machine hybrid to hack a man-machine-driven Mech. She solemnly spoke back then. Do you know how weird that sounds? It requires a potentate with the potential to pilot mechs, but instead of pursuing their natural vocation, they instead dedicate their life to becoming a Mech hacker. Mech hacker. This forbidden profession formed the bogeyman of every living Mech pilot. If there was anything they feared above all else, Mech hackers must be close to the top of their list. Still, VS didn't fear their presence here in Manraftoft. The MTA loathed Mech hackers with the same vehemence against weapons of mass destruction, and actively hunted them down whenever they showed up in civilized space. If any hackers were still present at Manraftoft, then they could only work their magic on regular machinery. Machinery like their shuttle. Damn it, do you think our shuttle is secure? Hey, calm down, VS. Soapstone gestured him to remain strapped to his seat. Have some faith in our own gear. We're very thorough in updating the firmware of all of our vehicles and equipment, shuttles included. We also employ our own hackers who are constantly on the lookout for enemy hackers. He needed that reminder. As a military mech regiment, the Vandals wouldn't be caught off guard by a virtual attack. As VS contemplated many possibilities, the shuttle kept juking along the periphery of the battlefield. It was slowly but firmly navigating towards the formation of Vandal and Sword Maiden ships. As the shuttle flew closer to its mothership, the vehicle had a few close shaves. The most threatening part of their journey came when missiles fooled by ECM systems lost their targets and flew off into random directions. One of them almost engaged a lock on the shuttle, and if not for being shot out of the sky by a distant Akara on anti-missile duty, the shuttle and its occupants would have been blasted into pieces by a missile designed to wreck starships. None of the occupants were religious in any way, but they silently prayed to whatever superstition gave them warmth in these trying times. A sudden thud clanked from the deck. The rough impact almost threw VS off his seat, and only the straps kept him firmly in place. We've arrived at the Shield of Hispania. We're home. Everyone sighed in relief or let out a deep breath. Nobody was in a mood to cheer or celebrate considering that they had just run the gauntlet. Let's move, let's move, let's move! Everyone out! We need to secure the hangar bay. The straps holding him in place automatically disappeared, enabling VS to get back on his feet. The passengers poured outside the shuttle, upon which Lieutenant Nalson threw VS a quick salute. My escort mission is over. My men and I are needed elsewhere, so see you later, VS. It's been a pleasure, Nalson. They all moved away from the landing deck and exited the shuttle bay in order to avoid getting in the way of busy servicemen. VS was very much aware that they practically hot-dropped onto a combat carrier in the midst of a running engagement. He eagerly wanted to apprise himself of the situation and see if he could be of assistance. VS turned to Keddies. If I recall, you aren't cleared to enter the command center yet. Since you don't have any formal combat posting, it's best for you to stay out of the way. Go back to our office and stay put. But whyy? That's boring, teacher. I want to go fight, or at least watch the battle. I can give you the recordings later, but right now the Vandals don't have time to entertain your wishes. Go to the office, go to the bunk, or head down to the mess hall and grab some chow if you need to fill up your stomach. The Sword Maiden grumbled a bit, but she knew she couldn't go against the Vandals on her own. As she grudgingly trudged away, VS briskly marched towards the upper decks.